Want to know if your English skills are improving and what your real learning level is? Get your language skills assessed with our free level assessment test. Just click the link in the description and sign up for a free lifetime account to get assessed. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between either and neither. I'm going to start by explaining either, and I'm going to talk about the different grammatical uses of this word. Then we're going to compare that to the word neither, and we're going to use a lot of example sentences to show you how these two words work. So let's get started. Okay. As I said, I want to start with the word either for today. Let's start with the use of either as an adjective. So as an adjective, either means one and the other of two things or two people, or one or the other of two things or two people. So let's look at two example sentences. The first one is, there are tall buildings on either side of the street. So on either side shows us that there are tall buildings on one side of the street and there are tall buildings on the other side of the street. So both sides of the street. Either shows us this, one and the other of two things, in this case sides. However, you'll notice that side is used in the singular form. When you use either in this way, you don't need to use the plural form. So saying on either sides of the street is incorrect. Please use the singular side. In this case, we're using the word side. But when you use either in this way, you don't need to use the plural form of the noun that follows. Let's look at the second example sentence for this point. We can have the meeting on either day, on either day. So here, the meaning is the second meaning I mentioned, one or the other of two. So here the topic is a meeting, one meeting. Therefore, from context, we can understand that the meeting is going to happen only on one day, not 2 days. So we know this use of either means one day or a different day, one or the other. So this use of either follows this second meaning of the adjective form. Again here, we see that day, which follows either, is used in the singular form. We don't need to use either days, but either day. So please use the singular here. Okay, so this is the adjective form of either. Let's move on to another use of either, which is as an adverb. So as an adverb, either means in addition, or in other words, and kind of. So we use this to emphasize something that's negative, really. Let's look at an example of how to do that. Here, the service at this restaurant was really bad. The food wasn't good either. So here, we're using either at the end of the sentence to reinforce a negative opinion. In the first sentence here, I've introduced a negative opinion. The restaurant wasn't very good, in other words. The service was bad. And then I'm adding another point. The food wasn't good either. So either is adding emphasis. It's like an addition, in addition, but for negative points, and it comes at the end of the sentence. So we don't say either the food wasn't good. We do not use it in this way. This emphasis comes at the end of the sentence. Let's look at one more example. She doesn't know how to use a smartphone, a computer either. So here we have this kind of casual, not a full sentence, but this is a very common use of either in this case. It's just adding on a small bit of extra information for emphasis. So again, there's this negative point here. She doesn't know how to use a smartphone, so this can be understood as a negative thing. We emphasize it with a computer either. So either shows us this initial phrase, not being able to use a smartphone, is negative, but there's this other thing, she can't use a computer either. So here we're seeing, again, this negative emphasis, and either comes at the end of the emphasis expression. So this is the adverbial use of either. All right, let's go on now to a couple of other points. First is the use of either as a pronoun. So just as we talked about with the adjective form, as a pronoun, either means one or the other of something. Let's look at some examples. Have either of you seen my keys? So here we have either. Either of you seen my keys. Either shows us there are two people in this situation. There are two people listening to this statement. Have either of you seen my keys? Meaning one or the other of you two people listening. Have you seen my keys? The second example sentence. You can have either of these cupcakes. Meaning there are two cupcakes available. Please choose one. Either is okay. You can choose either of these cupcakes, but not both. So here, one or the other is kind of a key point. Also, you'll notice in these sentences, we're following the word either with of. So have either of you seen my keys? And you can have either of these cupcakes. We'll follow either with of in this case. This is quite common when using it as a pronoun. All right, let's go to the last point about either then. As a conjunction. So a conjunction, remember, we use to connect words. Conjunctions are used to connect points in a sentence. So as a conjunction, either presents two or more choices. These choices are connected by the word or. So some examples of this. You can have either cake or ice cream for dessert. So here, either introduces the choices, in this case, cake or ice cream, and or separates the two. So either cake or ice cream. So there are some choices presented here. Another example, we can go to either Mexico or Thailand for vacation. So again, two choices are presented. They are introduced by either, and they are connected with the word or. So this is how we can use the word either as a conjunction. All right, so with that, let's then look at the word neither. So here, we can see that either remains in the word. We just have an N at the beginning. So that tells us neither is really the negative form of either, meaning not either. That's the meaning of neither. So as an adjective then, we can assign the same meaning, not either. So we learned either as an adjective means one and the other of two, or one or the other of two. The opposite is true for neither. It means not either. So an example, a quick, easy example. Do you want pasta or pizza? Neither. I want curry. So not either of those two. Do you want this or this? Neither. Neither. I want curry. So I don't want either is a different way of saying that, but neither is a quick way to respond. So we can use it to mean the opposite of either here. We can also use neither as a conjunction, which we use with nor. So here we saw when we use either as a conjunction, we connect the two options with the word or. When we're making a negative, though, we can use the word nor. You might hear the word or used as well, but nor is probably the most correct, or nor would probably be the most preferred choice in this case. You'll be understood if you use or, however, in this case. So let's look at this example. So again, this is the opposite of the use of either, as we talked about before. So the meaning is also not. In an example, his work is neither fun nor challenging. So again, here, we introduce the 2 points with the word neither to show it's going to be a negative, and then the 2 points are connected with the word nor. So in the positive sentence, we saw we used the word or to make the connection. Here in the negative sentence with the use of neither, we use nor to do that. All right, finally, onto a pronoun use. So again, as a pronoun, neither means not either. So in an example sentence of this, neither of them have eaten dinner. So neither, again, we see this of them. Here we saw it as a pronoun too. Have either of you seen my keys? We see the same of when used as a pronoun in the negative then. Neither of them have eaten dinner. So those 2 people, there are 2 people involved here. And this person, that person, neither of the 2 people have eaten dinner in this case. So you'll see the same of used when used as a pronoun. Finally, I want to mention this point up here. We can use neither to express this kind of negative agreement. This is a very common use, and you'll probably hear this a lot. When we want to express negative agreement about something, for example, person A says, I don't like spicy food. Person B says, me neither. You might hear this. So it's expressing, I agree about your negative statement. Please be careful though. This negative refers to a grammatical negative. So here I've used I do not like spicy food in my example sentence. There's a negative not there. So it's natural to say me neither to respond to that. If, however, the speaker said, I hate spicy food, and the second person said, me neither, it's not correct because there's no negative in the first sentence. It's perhaps a negative idea, I hate something, but there's no grammatical negative in the sentence. So please be careful. If there's not a negative introduced in that first point, you don't need to use neither to agree with that statement. So please keep that in mind. All right, so those are a few key points about the words either and neither. It's a lot of information. If you have any questions or if you'd like to give it a try, please feel free to do so in the comment section below this video. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good study resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to use would to make some future and future-related statements. So I'm going to talk about some ways to use the word would and give some quick explanations. So let's take a look. Okay. The first use of would that I want to talk about is using would for an unreal situation and an unreal future situation too. So unreal means it's not true. Something that is unreal means it's not true now, not true in the future. So we use this to, for example, make a guess, make predictions, or talk about possibility in the future if there's some condition that's true. So you'll see these patterns use if a lot, meaning if that situation were true, something, something, something. So let's take a look at a few examples of this. Okay, first one. I've got a couple of patterns here really, which is if I were something, something, I would in the positive form, or I wouldn't in the negative form. We can also do like he, she, they, we, and so on. So if he or she were, he or she would or wouldn't, blah, blah, blah. And same thing, we can use it here. If it were, it would or it wouldn't. So just a couple of different patterns for you to think about here in the positive and the negative form. But I want to look at actually some finished example sentences here that present an unreal situation and a future unreal outcome. So here I have the same pattern. If I were, we'll use this were, if I were, not if I was, but if I were. You will hear native speakers use if I was. It's not really a communication problem, but were is correct. If I were rich, I would take expensive vacations. So here you see that would is followed by the regular verb. I would take expensive vacations. This sentence shows us if I were rich. This part shows us I am not rich now. But if I were rich, I would take expensive vacations. So meaning this part, this situation is not real. It's unreal. But if it were real, this is the outcome. So unreal situation, but we're just discussing possibility here. Let's look at the next sentence then. Okay, so here, if the party were on a weekend, everyone would come. So here I have were again, and in this case I'm saying if the party were on a weekend, meaning if the party were held on a weekend, everyone would come. So all the people would come. There's a very high chance everybody would come to the party if the party were on a weekend. So this might be a sentence you could hear when you're planning an event. If the party were on a weekend, everyone would come. One more example. If he were a criminal, I wouldn't date him. If he were a criminal, so He is not, in this case, in this sentence, but if he were a criminal, I wouldn't date him. So an unreal situation, this person, this he, is not a criminal. However, if he were, the speaker would not date that person. So date means have a relationship with that person. So to kind of visualize this grammar point, we can imagine on a timeline a sort of unreal situation here. So I've marked it here in a dotted line. Now there's this thing that's not real. It's an unreal point. And it relates to an unreal situation in the future. So this is sort of a visualization. We're talking about something not true now, something not true in the future, but perhaps there's a chance that it could come true in some cases, especially with this second example sentence. So we use this to talk about unreal situations. Let's look at some different uses of would, though. I think perhaps the most familiar forms in this lesson are for requests and for invitations using would. So we use these are types of questions, but when we want to make a request, we can use would you, blah, 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 or for a more formal situation, would it be possible to? Would it be possible to? So first, would you, we follow would you with a simple verb. So for example, would you give me the files? In a more formal situation, would it be possible to meet later? So these are making requests, these are asking for something. In this case, files. In this case, it's asking about availability. So we can use would to make requests, something we want in the future, maybe immediately, right away, or later in the future. So would is nice to make requests. We can also use would to make invitations, like the very common, would you like to something, as in, would you like to get a drink, or would you like to watch a movie? So using would here, instead of do you want to, sounds a little more polite. It sounds a little bit more formal. Would you like to, blah, 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 sounds a little bit more formal. Okay, but I want to move on to maybe a more difficult grammar point, which is using would to talk about future but in the past. So before I explain this, I want to give kind of a visual explanation of this point. When we're using this, we combine the past tense, as you'll see in a moment. The past tense, usually a verb like know or think. We have this in the past tense, simple past tense. And then in that past tense thought, we have some idea about the future, and we use would to express that idea about the future. Let's look at some examples of this then. Here, I knew you would help me. So here in the past, at some point, my past tense idea, my past tense thought, I can say, I knew you would help me. So in the past, I knew that in the future, but before now, you would help me. So the speaker would say this now after the listener has helped them with something. So I receive help from someone, and I can say this, I knew you would help me. So meaning in the past, in the far past, I knew that this would happen. So we can use would to talk about future, but in the past. Let's look at another example of this. Here, he knew we would hate this. He knew we would hate this. So again, the speaker is talking now, and here's this past tense point. He knew, some other guy, somebody, knew that we, the people involved in this situation, we would hate whatever is happening at this point in time. So the speaker, or rather he in this sentence, knew here in the far past that the other people in the situation would hate whatever is currently happening. Okay, one more example. She thought you would like it. This is very common when receiving presents. I thought you would like it, or she thought you would like it. So here, this one is quite easy to imagine, I think. When the person is shopping, in this case she is shopping and she finds something and she thinks, oh, this person, maybe the listener, will enjoy this present. So in the past, she thought you would, in the future, like it. And did you like it or not? We don't know. But the conversation is happening now. So she thought you would like it. He thought you would like it. Meaning the speaker, or rather the person who made the decision, thought that the listener would enjoy something in the future, but that future point is before now. Okay, one more example. I didn't invite you because I thought you wouldn't want to come. So here I've got the negative. This is a more complicated sentence. So I'm saying there are two points in the past here. So I didn't invite you is one. I didn't invite you because I thought in the past you would not want to come to my event. I didn't invite you because I thought you wouldn't want to come. So meaning, at the point in time when I was planning the event, I thought the listener would not want to attend the event in the future. So I didn't invite the listener here. So in this way, we're seeing actually two things happening in the past. I didn't invite you because I thought you wouldn't want to come. So we should not use don't in this case. For example, I didn't invite you because I thought you don't want to come. That's incorrect because don't is a present tense. You do not want to come. I would ask that in the present, I would say you don't want to come or don't you want to come in present tense. But here I'm talking about a past tense thought about the future. So I need to use wouldn't in that case. It's quite a complex topic, I think, but that's kind of an introduction to this. So I know that that's a lot of information and it might be a little bit confusing, but if you have any questions, please be sure to let us know in the comment section below this video. Of course, if you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up. You can check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources, and also make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Thanks very much for watching this episode, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some expressions you can use for receiving things and even asking for things in one case. I'm going to compare a couple of different verbs and a couple of different grammar forms, but you can use these when talking about exchanging objects, receiving or getting objects, or even requesting in some cases. So let's take a look. Let's begin. I want to compare two kind of similar verbs to begin. The first two verbs I want to talk about here are the verbs to get and to receive. So really the difference between these two verbs is that get is just more casual. We use get a lot in everyday conversations. It's just the simple form of receive. Receive sounds more formal. We use receive when we take something from someone else, they give it to us. We use receive in more formal situations. I'll show some examples of that a little bit later. But in most cases, we're going to use the verb get to talk about everyday exchanges. Let's look at a few examples of using get in the present tense and in the past tense for these. So, first one is a past tense example. I got a car for my birthday. So here the verb got is followed by the object here. So I got a car. That's the thing I now have. I did not have before. This is extra information for my birthday. So for shows us the purpose, and my birthday in this case is the reason. So I got a car for my birthday. Here, the next example sentence is he hopes he gets a big bonus. So here we're using gets in the future. We're talking about a future idea, but hopes means it's happening now. He hopes at this point in time that in the future he's going to get a bonus. So he hopes he gets a big bonus is a nice natural way to say that. So remember, when your subject is he or she or it, we also need to change the verb here. We need to make it, in this case, we see it with hopes and gets. He hopes he gets a big bonus. Same thing with she. She hopes she gets. We use this, remember, present tense. We use present tense to talk about like a regular action, something that's common or something that's just part of a regular schedule or part of like a regular activity. So in this case, hopes. So that means regularly, maybe year-round, he hopes he gets a big bonus. Or for the last few months, he hopes he gets a big bonus. So we can think of this as a little extra grammar point for today, I suppose. All right, let's look at a couple of other examples. Past tense here. We got a loan from the bank. We got a loan from the bank. So here is past tense got in this case. Again, we follow the verb got in this case with the item we are getting. Here I've used from. So when you want to show the source, you can use from to do that. We got a loan from, in this case, the bank. You can change this to we got a loan from my parents. We got a loan from our friends. So from is used to show the source of this item, this object, this thing. Okay, let's look at one more example. They got a car for work. So again, we're seeing for is used in this sentence. For is used to show purpose. So here, again, past tense, they got a car, so some item, again, similar to the first example. Here, we're seeing the purpose is work. So they got a car for work is slightly different than I got a car for my birthday. So this is showing the reason the person received the car. This one is showing the future use of the car. I got a car for work. So they're both showing a reason for something. But is it past tense? Is it future tense? You kind of have to look at the situation to understand that part. So those are a few examples with the verb get or past tense got in this case. We'll go on to some more complex examples later. For now, let's look at the verb to receive. So I've used the verb receive a few times already today. But like I said, receive sounds like a more formal situation. So we use it for maybe business or like honorable situations or maybe for like rules or for paperwork, for example. Let's take a look. Here, it's an honor to receive this award. So in this case, someone is accepting an award. It's probably a formal situation. So we use the verb receive. You could use the verb get here. For example, it's an honor to get this award. But get sounds too casual for something like an award ceremony. So receive sounds much, much better here. It's an honor to receive this award. Let's look at another one. This one is phrased as a question. So here, have you received your passport? So this might come from a government office, for example, an inquiry, a question about someone's paperwork. Have you received? Have you received? So here we're seeing a present perfect tense question. Have you received your passport? We can use it in this way too. Let's look at one more example. I received an email from my boss. So just as we saw with we got a loan from the bank, we can use from to show the source. So here, I received an email from my boss. If we need to maybe make an explanation in a formal situation, we can use received instead of got here. In this sentence, I got an email from my boss. It's fine also. If maybe you're speaking just very casually, if you're making a presentation or if you're sharing some key information in a formal situation, no, received might be a better choice. Let's take a look then at the next pattern I want to talk about, which is something gave me. So here I'm looking at the past tense gave. The present tense form is give. So I'll explain a little bit more some uses of give in the present tense. For now, let's just look at the past tense gave. We use this pattern to show an exchange at the beginning of the sentence. So let's look at an example first, and then I'll explain. First example, my mom gave me the keys to the car. So here we have my mom to begin the expression. My mom gave me the keys to the car. So here we're showing the keys started with the speaker's mother, with the speaker's mom, and the mom passed the keys to the speaker. So we're showing an exchange of an object, an exchange of an item. We could use a verb like this, like I got the car keys from my mom, if you want. But here, we're putting my mom at the beginning of the sentence. My mom gave me the keys to the car. So kind of the nuance of the sentence changes. If we say, I got the car keys from my mom, or my mom gave me the car keys, the meaning is really the same. It's just sort of the focus of your attention is a little bit different. Like, my mom gave me something. Maybe sounds like there's a little more emphasis on my mom, as opposed to, I got the car keys from my mom. It sounds more like the focus is on me. So depending on the kind of nuance you want to communicate, you can choose one of these different patterns. Let's look at a different one. The manager gave us free drinks. Okay, here, so the manager gave us in this case, so I've changed me to us here. The manager gave us a free drink. So this is the item that was exchanged from the manager to us in this case. So remember, we need to follow the verb gave in this case with the person who is getting the item, the person who is receiving the item. All right, let's look at one more. Okay, a very different example here. That dinner gave me a stomach bug. So here, it's kind of a strange sentence. The subject is that dinner. That dinner. So a dinner is not a person. How can it give something? We use this expression, gave me, to communicate an exchange, yes, but we can also use it to mean like passing something along. So in this case, that dinner gave me a stomach bug. Stomach bug is a different way of saying sick. So in other words, that dinner made me sick. So here, we're using gave me to show a cause. So the dinner gave me a stomach bug. The dinner caused me to become sick, in other words. So bug is a different way of saying germ. So the dinner gave me a germ that made my stomach sick. So the dinner is not an actual person that can give things at all. But instead here, we're seeing gave used to communicate the cause of something. So you may also see it used in this way. So not an actual person, but something that causes something else, or an object that passes something else to the speaker. So please keep this in mind when you see this kind of sentence. Okay, let's look at a different grammar point. Here I'm looking at something something was given, the passive voice, or something something has been given. Has been given will be present perfect tense. So let's take a look at a couple of example sentences with this. First, our new product has been given many positive reviews online. So here, our new product is the focus of the sentence. Our new product. Here is our subject. And then we have has been given. So here, because we're using the present perfect tense, has been given, we're showing that the reviews began in the past and have continued to the present. Our new product has been given many positive reviews online. Also, in this sentence, we see that there's no action. Who is giving the reviews? We don't know. That's one of the benefits of using this grammar. So who is doing this? It's not important or it's unknown. We can use was given in the past passive tense to do the same thing. But here, the difference between was given and has been given is that was is a one-time action. It's finished. Has been shows something started in the past and continues to the present. Let's look at a past passive example. She was given 1 month to consider her contract changes. So here we have 1 month as a time period, actually. So you'll see time being given. Of course, we cannot physically give time. However, this expression, to be given 1 month, means to be given that time period to consider something or to finish something. This means it's a deadline. A deadline is established through use of this expression. So she was given 1 month, meaning from this discussion, perhaps, she has 1 month until she needs to make a decision about her contract. So here, because we're using the passive voice, was given, because we're using this, we don't need to share the person who gave her this time. So maybe it's her boss or her supervisor or the CEO of the company. We don't know. So we don't know, or it's not important to explain that in the sentence. So we can omit that. We can remove that here. This is the key information. She has 1 month to consider her contract changes. All right, so if you want to remove the person doing the action or the person giving the thing, you can use one of these patterns to do so. Okay, finally, I said I would talk a little bit about give, the expression give. So when we're requesting something, when we want to receive something, when we want to get something, we can use the verb give. So we'll use give me to request something, but keep in mind that this is a very casual way of making a request. So give me a drink or give me a minute. We can ask for time in this way. However, we often contract give me to gimme. So not give me a minute, but gimme a minute. So give me contracts to gimme. So you can use this with your friends and with your family, but if you use this at work or with someone in a position higher than you, it can sound rather rude. So you can use this to request something from someone, like, hey, can you give me that file? Or can you give me a pen, for example? So please give me something. You're making a request from the other person. So these are a few expressions that you can use when you want to talk about receiving something, getting something, or even making a very casual request for something. So please keep these in mind the next time you're thinking about how to explain receiving or getting a thing. If you have any questions or if you want to try to make a sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section below this video. If you like the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good stuff. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, we're going to talk about an introduction to email writing. So I have email writing here, but this is email writing especially for business or for other formal situations. We're going to talk about the format, the general format of an English email, and we're going to talk about some patterns that you can use maybe to explain yourself or to introduce an idea, and so on. We'll see a few examples. So let's get started. All right, first I want to take a look at the general format, the basic parts of an email, at least in terms of American English business emails. Simply put, we begin with a greeting, a simple greeting, the dear part of your letter. A greeting, perhaps then an introductory phrase or something that introduces the purpose, the reason you are writing the email. Following that will be any background information or any details you need to provide to make the purpose of your email clear. Following that, a closing statement, something to kind of wrap up to show your reader you're ending the message, and then a sign-off, which is really the final point before your name in the email. So we're going to talk about these points. Let's look at some patterns you can use in these emails. Let's begin with the greeting part of your email. If you don't know the person receiving your email, you can use the expression to whom it may concern. This is kind of a classic line. Some people feel it's a little bit old-fashioned, but it's polite and most people are familiar with it. To whom it may concern just means the person related. So this email is to the person related to this inquiry, to this question. So it just means, in other words, I don't know who to address this email to, but please give it to the proper person, the appropriate person. This is a polite way to say that, to whom it may concern, to whom it may concern. We don't use this in speech. Just to whom it may concern is good for opening emails, for your greeting in emails. If, however, you do know the person you are sending the email to, you can begin with dear, then add Mr., Miss, or Mrs. The difference between Miss and Mrs. Mrs. is used for married women. Miss is used for unmarried women. If you don't know, is she married, not married, use Miss. Miss is the safer choice. You can also use a title like professor or doctor if you know that the other person is a doctor, has a PhD, is a professor, assistant professor. If you know their title, you can use that in the greeting. Dear Professor XYZ, or Dear Dr. ABC, for example. You can also use department names here. So dear, maybe international department staff, for example. You can use the name of the department and staff. If it's a little bit more general, like you don't know exactly who to send it to, but you do know the department. You can use department staff there. So department name in this case. Okay, so once you have written your greeting at the beginning of the email, then you can go into your introduction and your purpose. So why are you writing the email? These are a few patterns that you can use. First, my name is. So if this is the first time you have contacted the other party, the other person, you can use this to introduce yourself. So in my case, my name is Alicia, and I am writing regarding and then your topic. So regarding means about. So you're putting this about statement before your topic. So my name is Alicia and I'm writing regarding studying English, for example. So your topic should probably be a noun phrase. So whatever it is, whatever the topic of your email inquiry is, you can put it here. A simpler one, maybe you already know the other person. You can say, I'm writing regarding your topic. So I'm writing regarding English studies at your school, for example. Another one, I'm writing to reach out about. So here I've used about. You can use regarding here too. Regarding just sounds a little bit more formal than about. So reach out though, this implies you're maybe introducing something or you want someone to do something for you. So I'm writing to reach out about a new event I'm planning. So maybe you're trying to gather support for a new event, for example. So to reach out, you're introducing something, you might be asking for help for something. One more. I'm writing to see. So here I have to see, meaning to check with you, in other words. I'm writing to see if you would be interested in. Would be interested in means in the future. Is there a chance you would be interested in something? Interested in, again, a topic. So I'm writing to see if you would be interested in coming to an event later this month. I'm writing to see if you would be interested in teaching a seminar in my school, for example. So this is something, again, you want the other person's participation or you want them to do something for you. You can ask about their interest here. This is much better than saying, please do this. So please do XYZ sounds too direct. Ask if the other person is interested in. Would they be interested in something? Much better introduction. Okay, so these are a few simple examples when you're making a request or when you're writing about a general topic. So how do you then explain some background and some details about this point? So if you are writing regarding like a question, maybe you ordered something from the company, there was a problem, or maybe it was a service transaction, some kind of like business transaction, that's your topic. So for example, my name is Alicia and I'm writing regarding a textbook I ordered. If you want to write and explain a problem, you can use a couple of these patterns, these top two. For example, I placed an order for a textbook on January 15th, but it hasn't arrived. It hasn't arrived. So here, the product I ordered, the date of my order, and maybe an order number would be good too. So after this statement, you can explain the problem. So for example, the textbook I received was wet, or the textbook was the wrong textbook. So you can explain the problem after this expression. So these are perhaps for orders or maybe a service situation. Let's look at the second pair here. If you're looking for someone to do a job for you, or if you want someone's participation in something, you can try using one of these patterns. Let's look at the first one. We're looking for someone to plus your task. So we're looking for someone to help us with data entry. We're looking for someone to teach English lessons on the internet. So would you be interested? Again, we have this same, would you be interested, as we saw up here, asking about their interest. So if you say, please do this, or do this for us, it's too direct. Use would you be interested. We usually say, would you be interested in participating? Would you be interested in teaching? Would you be interested in leading the lesson, for example? So ask, would that other person like to do that thing? Or are they interested in learning more? So here is one way to invite someone for something, or to make a request of someone's time, or a request of someone's skills. So here's one pattern. Another one. We're planning an event and would like to extend an invitation. To extend an invitation is a formal expression, which means we want to invite you. So this is our official invitation. To extend an invitation means to invite someone to something, but this is a formal expression we use. To extend means like to put something out, so like to make something longer. Imagine your arm coming out. To extend an invitation, like here on our hand. So we are planning a seminar and would like to extend an invitation to you, perhaps, as well. So this is for an event invitation, or maybe there's something else you would like to invite this person to. Like we're planning a conference and would like to extend an invitation to you to give a speech at the conference, for example. So there are many ways we can change this sentence to invite someone to participate in something. All right. Let's move on then to some closing messages. So after you've explained the background and the details, and you've kind of asked the key question or explained the problem, then we can show the reader that the email is finished by including one of these expressions. These are just a few examples, but they're quite general. So first, thank you for your time. So this is good for maybe a simple inquiry, or if you're explaining a problem perhaps and you just want to express your appreciation. Thank you for your time. That's a nice one. Another one, I look forward to hearing from you soon. I look forward to hearing from you soon shows you expect a reply from the other person. So it's a little bit of a push in this case. So I look forward to hearing from you soon. I look forward to receiving a reply from you soon. You're expecting a reply in a timely fashion. You're expecting a reply in a reasonable amount of time. One more, if there is any additional information I can provide, I would be happy to prepare it. So this means if there's something else, additional information here, if there's any additional information that the other person needs, you, the writer of the email, are happy to prepare that information. So in other words, this is an invitation. If you need something, please let me know. I will prepare that. So these are a few nice sentences you can close your email with. Then the final part in email writing is the sign-off. So there are many different sign-offs. Here are a few that I feel are common and easy to use and polite as well. Sincerely is good. Sincerely is quite basic. You can use that in most situations without trouble. It just sounds quite, I guess, quite typical. It doesn't sound so warm, I suppose, but it's fine to use. Another one, I personally like to use best. So best shows, this is short. This is kind of an abbreviated expression of my best, or I wish you the best, but kind of short and a little more professional, I feel, best. Another popular one is warm regards, warm regards. In other words, my warm feelings, or like I mean this in the best way possible. I mean my email to be warmly received. Another one I've seen is kindly, kindly. So this one is in like a request or just perhaps an information related email. Kindly, so meaning I intend this email to be read with kindness. So please don't mean that like I'm angry or anything. Kindly, kindly. Sometimes I see people use yours or sincerely yours. Those are too intimate. They are personal. So using yours implies that you have a personal relationship with the person reading the email, or it could be an intimate relationship. So yours is something I typically avoid in professional emails. Don't use love in professional emails either, or like my love or anything like that. Don't use that in your emails either. But stick with one of these and you should be just fine in most cases. So please just be careful. Don't use yours, don't use love as well. All right, but that's just a quick introduction to email writing, especially professional and business-related emails. I hope that that was helpful for you. If you have any questions, or if you want to try one of these patterns, or if you have a different pattern you like to use in your emails, let us know in the comment section below the video. If you like the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to introduce 10 common everyday expressions that we use in American English. I'm going to introduce the expression, I'm going to talk about the grammar of the expression, explain the basic meaning, and then introduce some sample responses to the question. So the aim of this lesson, the goal of this lesson, is to give you some natural expressions, some questions, some phrases you can use, and also to help you know some natural ways to respond to these expressions too. So let's get started. Okay. The first expression I want to introduce is this one. How's it going? How's it going? So in quick speech, we say, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? How's it going? The meaning of this is really, how are you? How are you? But we're using this casual expression, how's, how. So meaning, how is? And it refers to your life. So how is your life going? Going. So meaning, recently, how is your life turning out? Recently, how has your life been? How are you, in other words? How's it going? How are you? So to respond to this question, you can use a very short, simple expression. How's it going? Good. How's it going? Great. How's it going? Not bad. Something quick, short is best for this. I'm good. How are you? That sort of thing is fine. You can return the question. How's it going? Good. How's it going with you? You can say with you if you like. So let's continue to the next expression then. Next one is, how was your weekend? How was your weekend? So this is a past tense question. Therefore, the speaker is asking about last weekend. How was your weekend? However, the pronunciation of this question is different from how I just pronounced it. It's not how was your weekend, but how was your weekend? How was your weekend? How was your weekend? So you can share, again, like we did with how's it going, a quick summary of your weekend, a quick overview of your weekend. So, how was your weekend? All right. Or how was your weekend? Okay. I didn't do much. Didn't do much also sounds very, very contracted. It sounds very reduced in speech. How was your weekend? Didn't do much. Didn't do much becomes didn't do much. I didn't do much. All right is a nice one. It just means kind of a neutral example. Or how was your weekend? It was great. It was good. You can use a lot of different expressions similar to those we talked about here. So how was your weekend? A past tense question. Okay, now let's go to a future tense question. So up to anything this weekend. Up to anything. So this is like maybe you know the expression, what are you up to? Means what are you doing? So here, up to means doing anything this weekend, question mark. So this question means, do you have any plans for this weekend? Do you have any plans for this weekend? But we say up to anything this weekend in a kind of casual way. The pronunciation then is different. I said up to anything this weekend. The native speaker level pronunciation is up to anything this weekend? Up to anything this weekend? So when you answer this question, up to anything this weekend? Yeah, I'm going skiing with my friends. Or yeah, I'm having a picnic. Or yeah, I'm going for drinks with my coworkers. For no, you can say no, no plans. Or if you want to ask the other person, maybe they have a plan, you can say no, what's up? So you're inviting kind of a plan. You're inviting an invitation here. So, up to anything this weekend? No, what are you doing? That's another good way to respond. Okay, on to the next expression. Next one is, do you wanna grab lunch, or do you wanna grab dinner? Do you wanna grab a drink? Here, we're using wanna. Wanna is the reduced form, the contracted sound of want and to together. Do you want to, in other words? So the meaning here, would you like to? This is an invitation sentence. Would you like to, some verb, with me? So with me is included here, but it's implied in the sentence. We don't need to say, do you want to grab dinner? Do you want to grab a drink? Do you want to grab lunch with me? We can drop with me. It's understood from the context. So, would you like to do something with me? This is a more formal way of asking this question. Also, when you're speaking, these parts come together. So not do you want to grab lunch, but do you wanna? Do you wanna? You want to grab lunch with me? Do you want to get dinner with me? I changed it now to do you want to get in that case too. So you might hear get. Here in the original sentence, I used grab. Grab sounds like taking something quickly with your hand. To grab something, like to grab this marker quickly. It sounds very casual. You can change the verb to get if you like, meaning to get something, like to receive something kind of, but to go out and get that thing. So, do you want to get lunch with me? Do you want to get a drink? That's a much better pronunciation. Okay, so to respond to this, you can accept with sure, sounds good, or just sounds good, or just sure, that's fine too. If not, you can say I can't, like I can't, I have to work, I can't, I have to study, or sorry, I'm tired. You could use that expression as well. So you can accept or reject if you like. All right, let's go on to the next one. Next expression, how'd event go? So event here is something that the speaker knows you were planning to do. So how'd the birthday party go? How'd the meeting go? How'd the barbecue go? Here, you'll see I'm using the apostrophe D at the end of how. So in speech, how did is reduced to how'd. How'd the barbecue go? How'd the meeting go? How'd your birthday party go, for example? So how did sounds like how'd in fast speech. How'd the meeting go? So it means how was that event? How did something go? So we're using the verb go here, but it's just asking how was it? Was it good? Was it bad? Was it effective? Was it exciting? So think about a simple past tense response about this event. Some examples. It went well. It went well. So here you see I'm using past tense went because the original question uses go. How did the event go? This is a nice match. It went well. It went good. It went okay, for example. Here I have it went okay. You can change the nuance. You can change the feeling of your response by changing the way you say okay. It went okay. It went okay. It sounds a little bit different. So think about your intonation. Think about the sound of your voice when you respond to this question. All right, on to the next one. This is one many people seem to struggle with. This question, what have you been up to lately? So here we see up to, again, we talked about up here, up to anything, doing anything. But the grammar here sometimes creates confusion. What have you been up to lately? So this v is what have. What have you been up to lately? This sentence means, in other words, what kind of things have you been doing lately? So lately means recently, since I last saw you, since the previous time we met, for example. What did you do, in other words? So in the recent time period, what have you been doing? In speech, however, we don't say, what have you been up to lately? We say, what have you been up to lately? What have you been up to lately? So this part, what have you been, comes together. What have you been up to lately? What have you been up to lately? So try to use that pronunciation to sound more natural. What have you been up to becomes very, very short. What have you been up to lately? Okay, how to answer this question? To answer this, you can use the word just to emphasize that it's nothing big. It's just a simple thing, no big deal. Just working is fine. Just studying is fine too. Or just not much as well is fine too. Not much, been busy too. So a simple, quick answer with an activity or maybe with an adjective is good. So what have you been up to lately? Just working. That's fine. So think about your recent activities when you reply to this question. All right, let's go on to the next question then. So the next one is, what do you think about some topic, some issue here? So you can use this in casual situations and in work situations to ask someone's opinion about something. What do you think about? So what is your opinion of something? However, in speech, this part, the beginning part, what do you think? This part becomes a bit more reduced. It becomes kind of contracted, shorter in speech. So not what do you think about blah, 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 but what do you think about? What do you think about this movie? What do you think about Thai food for lunch? What do you think about the policy, for example? What do you think? What do you think? Also, a good pronunciation point, as always, is that TH sound. What do you think? Think. So work on that TH. What do you think about something? Okay, how to answer this question then? What do you think about something? So you can include in your answer, I think, before introducing your opinion. So I think it's good, or I think it's a nice idea, or I think it's bad, for example. Of course, you can drop it as well. In a more casual situation, I think native speakers probably will drop this. So, what do you think about Thai food for lunch? It's okay. Or what do you think about this movie? It seems boring. So here I've got it's as my sample. But you can, of course, change this. I just said it seems boring. It seems boring. So that's quite different from it's. This is like an adjective pattern. It's okay. It's not bad, for example. But you can always change this to just share your opinion. But you can preface that. You can introduce I think before your expression as well. Okay, on to the next one. Let's look at this. I gotta head out. I gotta head out. This gotta, this might be a little confusing. I gotta, this refers to I have got to, or I have to leave. So head out here. Head out is a casual way to say leave or depart. I gotta head out means I have to leave. I have to leave. I've got to leave. So I gotta head out sounds like I gotta head out very quickly. I gotta head out. I gotta head out. Or we can say I have to leave. I have to leave. Here though, the ending of the half word and the beginning of this t sound kind of connect. I have to leave. I have to leave. This O sound in the to is a very quick sound too. I have to. So it's like I have to leave. If you want to write it, it might look something like this. I have to leave. H-A-F-T-A maybe. So I have to leave, or I gotta head out. These are very quick sounds. So practice making those. I gotta head out. I have to leave. So how do you respond if someone says this to you, your coworker, your colleague? Just say, okay, see you. That's fine. Or maybe catch you later. Catch you later. I'll talk about this in just a moment. So, okay, see you, or okay, bye, or catch you later. So in other words, some farewell, some parting expression is good to use here. All right, let's go on to the next one. Have a good night. Have a good night. So you'll notice not good night always, but have a good night. This is a nice, like friendly and yet polite way to say goodbye to someone in the evening or maybe after work. Have a good night, or maybe have a nice evening is good too. Have a good night. So this means I hope you have a good night. So it's a nice expression. But again, the pronunciation here, not have a good night, but have a good night, have a good night. So you can hear these parts, the end of good and the beginning of night seem to connect a little bit. Have a good night, have a good night. So not have a good night. It's quite difficult to say, but have a good night sounds much better. So how do we respond to this? We can just say, thanks, you too. So have a good night, thanks, you too. That's a really nice way to respond. If you just say, yeah, I will, it sounds a little self-centered. It sounds a little too focused on you, on the speaker. So thanks, you too is a friendly way to return this sentiment, this idea. Okay, let's go on to the last one. I said I would explain. This one is catch you later. Catch you later. This means I will see you later. So you imagine in the future you are going to see the other person later. But we use this casual catch. It doesn't mean catch like a ball to catch someone. But catch as in like I will be in the same place as you at another time is like why we use catch. It's like we're together again. Kind of like catching a ball, but it's like you're catching a person and their time with you, perhaps. We can think of it that way. Anyway, catch you later. Again, the pronunciation reduces here. So not catch you later, but catch you later. Catch you later. So you can hear this you becomes ya. Catch ya later. Catch you later. Catch ya. So these parts connect too. Catch ya later. Catch you later. How do you respond? Yeah, see you. That's fine here. Just agree. Okay, bye. That's fine as well. Catch you later. Okay, see you. Catch you later. All right, bye. One of those kind of parting expressions is nice to use here. Okay, so those are 10 everyday expressions and a little bit of the grammar and pronunciation included in these expressions and some sample responses. So try to listen for these and try to practice a more natural pronunciation here. So try to work on connecting the words that we talked about here. Try to work on making those reduced sounds and listening for the reduced sounds as well. Because they sound quite different from the way they look on the page and the way that they are presented sometimes in lessons as well. So try to work on these sounds. All right, but that's all I want to introduce for this lesson. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up. If you have any questions, comments, or if you want to try to use an expression or maybe introduce a different response, please feel free to do so in the comment section. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good study resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I'll see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between would, could, and should. I'm going to give a very quick introduction to several different ways that we use these words and share a few example sentences so that you can get an idea of the kinds of patterns that we use when we're using these words. So let's begin with the word would. Okay. In blue, I've marked a couple of kind of key points for review of ways that we can use the word would. These are kind of made with some key grammar points in mind. Let's begin with the first point here. We use would to talk about unreal situations in the present. That means situations that are not real, things that are not true, but we want to talk about them. So these are very common if patterns. So for example, if I were, I would. If he were, he would. So you can see both of these start with an if statement. So that means that these are not real situations. We're just talking about the possibility of something. And then we're describing an action, in this case it's a positive action, with the word would. So for example, if I were a doctor, I would work in a hospital, for example. In that example sentence, I'm not a doctor, but I'm explaining if I were a doctor, I would work in a hospital. So I don't use the verb will because it's not an actual situation and I don't expect it's going to happen. I'm just talking about an unreal situation. Another point here is your pronunciation. When you use the word would, we'll contract it along with whatever you're talking about. So for example, I would becomes I'd. He would becomes he'd. And we'll see some more examples of this kind of pronunciation a little bit later. But when you're pronouncing if I were, I would is correct. But to make it sound a little bit more natural, use if I were, I'd. It sounds a lot better. So this is the first point, talking about unreal situations in the present. Of course, you can use a negative here. If I were a doctor, I wouldn't drink alcohol, for example. So we can use the positive would and the negative wouldn't in these patterns. Then, similarly, the second point I want to introduce today is using would to talk about unreal situations in the past. So this is about the present. We just reviewed how to use would in the present, but if you're using would, you can also use it to talk about unreal situations in the past. So things in the past that were not true. In these cases, we'll use a past tense verb in the if clause here. So for example, if I had blah blah blah, in this case I'm using this to explain like an action that I did not do, but if, just in case, in the situation that the action did happen. So I'm using this this pattern, if I had, and then a verb would come after that. So for example, if I had woken up earlier, I would have been on time for school, for example. So these are past tense unreal situations, or past unreal situations, rather. So here we see would again, but when we're using would to talk about unreal situations in the past, we need to use have to make a positive statement, I would have, and the pronunciation changes to would've, would've. If I had, I would've. Of course, we can use would not have as well to make a negative statement. If I had, I would not have, and in the contracted pronunciation, in a reduced pronunciation, it sounds like I wouldn't have, or even shorter, wouldna as well. So if I had, I would have. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have, for example. Another one, if she had, she would have. So in natural pronunciation, if she had become a teacher, she would have taught math, for example. So these are unreal, so these are not true. These if statements introduce something that is not true, but we want to talk about the possibility, that's all. Okay, let's move along to the next use that I have in blue here, just a quick one because there's not much space on the board. First, used to talk about the future in the past. So this might be a little bit confusing. This means when you want to talk about your past, but you want to explain something you were thinking or something you were considering about the future at that time, you can use would to do that. An example, when I was, past tense, when I was a kid, I thought, again, past tense, I thought I would be a doctor. So, meaning, when I was a child, at that time, when I was a kid, my thinking, I show that with past tense here, my thinking was that in the future, I would be a doctor. So we use would to explain something in the future that we were thinking about or something in the past. So something happened in the past, some idea, for example, we use would to explain that future. So that's this point. Let's go on though to the next one. We use would as a past form of will when we're reporting something. So by reporting, I mean he said, she said, and so on. So when someone says, I will do something, and you want to report that in the past, you can use would to do that. In this example, Tom said he would pay for coffee. Tom said he would pay for coffee. This doesn't mean, if I'm Tom, I didn't say, I would pay for coffee. That's not what Tom said. Tom said, I will pay for coffee. That was Tom's expression. Tom said, I will pay for coffee. But if I'm a different person, I want to report what Tom said. I say, Tom said he would pay for coffee. So that would means past tense. I'm reporting Tom's will. Tom said, I will pay for coffee. But when I report it, I say, Tom said he would pay for coffee. That's what's happening there. Okay, so we use this to talk about reporting things. All right, those are some key points, but just some other reminders too about using would. We use would for formal requests, like would you like some coffee? Would you like some tea? We also use it to talk about regular actions in the past. This is similar to used to, but we use would to explain things that we did regularly. So for example, when I was a kid, I would eat ice cream every day, for example. Or when I was in university, I would see my friends every afternoon. So we can use would to do that, to explain regular activities in the past. But maybe these are particularly challenging, so you might need to take some time to review these grammar points as well. Okay, so let's move along and maybe compare this to could. Let's look at the second point for today. Could. We use could to talk about possible situations in the present. Possible situations. This is a key difference from would. Would is unreal situation, so it's something that is not true now. Could refers to something that is possible, like something we can possibly do now or very soon in the future. For example, we could see a movie today. In this sentence, we're showing it's possible to see a movie today. We can't use we would see a movie today. That doesn't make sense. Here we're expressing possibility only. We could see a movie today. It's possible to see a movie today. In this sentence, you could try a new recipe, for example. Here, it's possible to try a new recipe. It's possible for you to try a new recipe. So both of these actually sound like suggestions. So if someone said, "What do you want to do today?" and the other person replied, "We could see a movie today," it's a suggestion. They're suggesting a possible activity. Same thing here. "What do you want to eat for dinner tonight?" The other person responds, "You could try a new recipe," like for someone who's cooking. These express possibility, and we cannot use would here because we don't use would to give like suggestions about things that are possible. We're just talking about a situation that's not true. Okay. So similarly, we can use this to talk about possible unreal situations in the past. So here, yes, we have unreal again, like we saw with would, but here we're also talking about possible situations. So let's look at the examples first, then we can compare. Here, past tense. If I had, I could have. And again, this actually reduces, could have reduces to could've, could've. If I had, or if I'd, I could have. So for example, if I had studied harder, I could have passed the test. If I'd studied harder, I could have passed the test. That's how a native speaker would say it. So if I had studied harder, I could have passed the test. This is actually quite similar to if I had studied harder, I would have passed the test. What's the difference there? This one sounds more confident. If I had studied harder, I would have passed the test. We're using would have here, meaning that there's a high level of confidence. Here, we're only talking about possibility. If I had studied harder, I could have passed the test. It was possible. Using would have shows like if I had studied harder, I'm pretty sure I will, in other words. Think of this as like will, but for like an unreal situation. I would have passed the test. I didn't, but I would have if I had studied harder. This is could have. So they're quite similar here, just different levels of confidence. In the next one, if you had, you could have. So in this example, if you had sent him a message, you could have met him for dinner. If you had sent him a message, you could have met him for dinner. So this means the other person did not send a message and therefore did not meet the other person for dinner, but it was possible to do that in the past. So here, if we use this expression, if you had sent him a message, you would have met him for dinner, it sounds a little bit odd because it's quite a high level of certainty. This is like will again. Like you would have met him for dinner. There's it's a definite thing. Here, however, it's just a possibility. If you had sent him a message, you could have met him for dinner. So that shows it would have been possible to meet for dinner, to use kind of a confusing expression there. But meaning the possibility was there, but you had to have done this thing first. So possibility here. All right. Let's move on to the next point. We use could to express past ability. Past ability. For example, when I was little, I could speak Spanish. So here we see, again, past. When I was little, meaning a little kid, physically little, I could speak Spanish. Spanish. So we can think of this like past tense can. That's all. Okay. Another one. We use this to express impossibility, that something is impossible, or for that matter, possible. So I'll show a possible example and then an impossible example too. Okay, first one. This could be the correct address, so meaning it's possible this is the correct address. This shows that there's just a possibility. If, however, we use not here, sorry, this is not, I know it's really small there, but if I use not, this could not be the correct address. Using could not shows something is totally impossible, 100% impossible, no chance. This could not be the correct address. It's not possible. So for example, this address is like 555 ABC Street. The correct address is like, I don't know, 444 ABC Street or something. This could not be the correct address. Something is wrong. Here, we see the same thing, could not, except I've contracted it. Also, I've used past tense here. So, that couldn't have been Sarah. She's at work. In this sentence, for example, I'm out shopping and I think I see my colleague Sarah. But I think to myself, no, that couldn't have been Sarah. So here's my past tense, couldn't have been. That couldn't have been Sarah. Sarah's at work. I know my colleague is at work. It's not possible that that was Sarah because Sarah is at work. I use couldn't have been to express that. So showing past impossibility. I use this expression to do it. Okay, lots there. A couple other reminders. We use could to ask permission. Could I do something? We also use it for requests as well. Could you please help me with something? So just a couple extra reminders there. All right, let's move on to the last point for this lesson, the word should. Should. So we use should to give and request advice. Examples. You should find a new apartment. So here, should comes before the verb. You should find a new apartment is a suggestion. That's advice to somebody. He should get a new job. That's someone's recommendation, a piece of advice. They should stop smoking. Again, advice. When you want to request advice, you could use a simple pattern like, what should I do? Or what do you think I should do? Or what should I get, for example. We also use should to talk about improvements to past action. So this is commonly used to express regret, or like we wish we had done something differently. We wish that we maybe chose something different. So examples of this. I should have studied more. I should have studied more. So here we have should. Here is my past activity that I did not do enough of. So here, in other words, my feeling is I did not study enough in the past. I want to express more study would have been better. So I say, I should have studied more. I should have studied more is a native speaker pronunciation. I should have studied more. So this more refers to more than I did in the past. So you'll see this used with the comparative form of adjectives quite a lot. Example, a second example, you shouldn't have had so much to drink. You shouldn't have had so much to drink. Here we see the negative. You shouldn't have had. You shouldn't have had is how we'll say it. You shouldn't have had so much to drink. In other words, you drank too much. You should not have had so much to drink. You shouldn't have had so much to drink. So you drank too much, in other words. So this is an improvement to a past action. Someone is suggesting an improvement, like I wish you hadn't had so much to drink, for example. You shouldn't have had. One more. He should have spoken to her. He should have spoken to her. He should have spoken to her. Here we see should, and again past in this case. So he should have spoken to her, meaning he did not speak to her, but the speaker feels, oh, he should have. That would have been a good choice. He should have spoken to her. So we use this to talk about often regret, things we did not do, but we think now, I should have done that thing. Okay, so that's a very actually quick introduction to some huge grammar points. If you have questions about any of these points, please let me know in the comments so that I can find like a key point and make a different video explaining more about that point. So if you have questions or if you have comments or if you want to practice making a sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and come check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good ways to practice your English. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between so and to. Let's get started. Okay, I want to begin with the word so. I'm going to introduce a few different ways that we use this word. I want to start with using so as a casual emphasis word, and I want to look at it before adjectives and adverbs. So again, you can think of this, like I said, as an emphasis word, meaning like very or really. So examples of this are, I want to see a movie so badly. So we can remove so, and the sentence is grammatically correct. So is just adding emphasis to the word badly here. Another example is, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. So again, just emphasis from I'm tired to I'm so tired. I'm really tired. I'm very tired. So this is a very basic use of so. We can also use so when we're talking about amounts or degrees. So you will see so used before much or many. And when it's used in this way, it refers to a large amount or a large degree of something. So some examples of this are, he has so much time on his hands. This expression, to have time on your hands, means to have extra time, to have extra time. So he has so much means he has a lot of extra time. That's what this sentence means. That's another way to say it. One more example, we bought so many donuts. So again, so many here means a large amount. So we bought so many donuts. You can also hear it with my voice. Sometimes we extend the so sound to kind of increase the emphasis level. So we bought so many donuts. So if you really want to emphasize a huge number, you can make the O sound longer. Also, a grammar point here. We use much before uncountable nouns, in this case time, in my example sentence. He has so much time. We use many with countable nouns. So in this case, donuts. This is my countable noun. So please remember this. We can use so before both of these words. Now, I want to look at the opposite. So when we use so before little or few, it refers to a small amount or a small degree of something. And the same countable, uncountable noun rule applies. Examples. There's so little time to do everything. So here, little is used before time, which is again an uncountable noun. There's so little time to do everything. So this means like there's not very much time to do everything, or we don't have a lot of time to do everything. Those are other ways of saying this sentence. Another example, this time with a countable noun, there are so few seats in the conference room. So that means there are not a lot of seats in the conference room. That's another way to say this. So again, you'll notice we use little before our uncountable noun and few before our countable noun. So this refers to a small amount of something or a small degree of something. Of course, you could introduce a negative like not so much or not so many if you like to change it again, but these are some basic patterns that we can use to talk about amounts and degrees. I want to finish this part of the lesson with this use of so, which is to connect ideas. I've actually used this a couple times in this lesson already. So just like that. We use it to connect ideas. We can use it as a conjunction to join sentences. So means therefore, or for this or for that reason. For this reason or for that reason. So we use it a lot to connect ideas very casually. Some examples. I wanted to see a movie, so I went to the theater. So here we see so used to mean therefore, or for this reason, or for that reason, I went to the theater. Another example, he left his wallet in the restaurant, so I chased him down the street to return it to him. He left his wallet in the restaurant, so I chased him down the street to return it to him. So these are casual ways that we use so to connect our ideas in sentences, but we also use it a lot, as I'm doing in this lesson now, to connect our ideas like when giving a presentation or kind of just transitioning in speech. You will hear so used a lot to do this. Okay, now I want to compare so to to. So, to refers to an excess of something. So you'll see this in some example sentences a bit later, but we use it in expressions like too much or too many a lot. So this is used before adjectives and adverbs as well, as we saw with so. For example, I want to see a movie, but I'm too tired tonight. So again, we have this meaning of an excess of too much, meaning like a negative. It kind of has a negative feel about it. So I'm tired, but I'm tired. This is a grammatically correct idea. But I'm tired tonight. If we say I'm too tired tonight, it means my level of tired is so high, I don't want to see the movie tonight. So I want to do this tonight, but I'm too tired. It's like my tired level is just so high. So I'm not going to do this thing. So it's in excess. Okay, another example. This computer is too slow. So again, removing it makes the sentence grammatically correct. This computer is slow. But this computer is too slow means like it's, again, an excess of slow. So it causes a problem. Maybe like I can't do my homework because this computer is too slow. Or like I can't do my video project because the computer is too slow. So there's a negative idea being communicated here. We don't see this with so. It's just an emphasis. So this computer is so slow. That sentence is fine, but here we see a negative. It's too slow. So we'll often use this with some other idea. For example, this computer is too slow. I can't do my homework. So there's some like kind of background situation that we add to our statement. One more example, that test was too difficult. So too difficult is like an excess, again, of difficulty. The level of difficulty was maybe unreasonable. So we could say it was too difficult. Okay. We can also use to, as we did with so, when talking about amounts and degrees. We can use it before much or many, and this means more than needed. More than needed. Sorry, I've left off an N here, my bad. Okay, more than needed. So more than needed. This means, for example, I have here way too many donuts, means more donuts than needed, more donuts than necessary. You also maybe noticed this word, way. I've added this here because this is a very common emphasis word we attach with to, or we attach to rather. So we bought too many donuts, great. So we bought more donuts than needed, a lot more donuts than needed. Way is an emphasis for to. We cannot use way with so. Way so is not okay. We cannot use that. We do use way with to. So way means like very or a lot. We bought way too many donuts. So we bought way too many donuts means like we bought an unreasonable number of donuts. It was ridiculous. It was crazy. So too many means excess again. More than we needed. One more example. He has too much time on his hands. So this is the same expression, time on his hands, that we saw over here. So too much time on his hands means he has an excess, like he seems to have a lot of free time, an unreasonable amount of free time. So again, this has a negative feel about it, like maybe there's a problem, or maybe he's doing something strange, or he's being lazy. So there's a negative feel here. You'll also notice as well, we're following the same much plus uncountable noun, many plus countable noun pattern here. All right, then let's continue to using it with little or few. So when we use it with much or many, it means more than needed. But when we use it before little or few, it means not enough, not enough. So you'll see that both of these have a negative feel, more than needed and not enough. So we need more of something. So let's look at these examples. There's too little time to do everything. Another way to say this is there's not enough time to do everything. So here we use too with little and our uncountable noun, time. There's too little time. We need more time. With our countable noun, we have too few seats in the conference room. Too few seats. Here, few is used with my countable noun, seats in this case. Too few. So there are not enough seats in the conference room is another way to say this sentence. Okay. Finally, I want to mention this use, the very common use of too, which is to express agreement, Some examples are me too, and you too, and that too. So it means also, like, for example, I like pizza. Oh yeah, me too. You can use this as a question as well. For example, if you say, I failed the test, and your friend responds, you too? It means also you as a question. You can use it in that way. You can also use it to mean something else. That too, like an idea, for example. Someone gives you a good idea, and another person gives you a second good idea, and there's a third good idea, and you can respond with, yeah, that too. That's a good idea too. So these are some very common ways that we use to express agreement. Keep in mind, however, that when we're expressing like negative agreement, we use me neither instead of me too. So like, I don't want to go to the beach tomorrow. Me neither. So remember, we use me too for positive agreements, also me. Okay, I want to finish this lesson by doing a short comparison. So I did some comparisons already in this part of the lesson, but I just want to show how kind of choosing one of these words can really change the feeling of a sentence. Let's look at these two pairs. The first pair is I'm so tired and I'm too tired. So as we learned, so is an emphasis word. It just means I'm very tired. Too, however, means excess of something. So I'm too tired, for example, to work more today, or I'm too tired to see a movie tonight. So there's a negative feel there. Here, I'm so tired doesn't mean that another thing is impossible. So for example, I'm so tired, but I'll see a movie tonight, is okay. If you said, I'm too tired, but I'll see a movie tonight, it sounds really weird. So too tired sounds like the tired level is so high, I cannot do something else. So think of this when you're expressing like your emotions or your states in this way. Another one, we talked quickly about it earlier. This pair is, the test was so hard, and the test was too hard. So hard means difficult. We use hard more than difficult. So the test was so hard means the test was very difficult. The test was very hard, really hard. The test was too hard means like it was unreasonable. The difficulty level was unreasonable. It was in excess. Like the test should have been easier, or it should not have been so difficult. So keep this in mind when you're choosing between too and so. So is our simple emphasis word. Too expresses excess of something, and it has kind of a negative feel about it. So I hope that this helps you, especially in your writing. I've noticed this here and there in the comments, some kind of changes between these two might be a good idea sometimes. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences between so and to. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences with these words, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and please check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between whether and if. And I'm going to introduce some example sentences that show kind of the times when we can use either of these words. Let's get started. Okay, I want to first talk about the word if. The basic rule for using if is that we use if when we're making a conditional. So in many cases, we begin conditional statements with if, like the sentence starts with the word if, like if you have time, or if you're free, or if we can, and so on. But sometimes this kind of has a different pattern, and it can be a little confusing to understand when to use if and when to use whether in these cases. But simply put, we use if when making conditional sentences like these. First example is, let me know if you need anything. So if you need anything, this is the condition. If you need something, if you need anything, let me know. Contact me, in other words. Another example, I exercise twice a week if I have time. So this is my condition. If I have time, I exercise twice a week. So again, with conditionals, we can change the order of our if clause and our main clause. Like if I have time, I exercise twice a week. One more example here. Is it okay if I sit here? This is a question, a very common question. Is it okay if I do something? Is it okay if I use your phone? Is it okay if I sit here? This is a common way to ask permission for something. Lastly, what should we do if there's a problem? What should we do if there's a problem? So here's my condition, if there's a problem. So you can use this sentence at work, you can use this sentence when making plans. There are many situations where you might need to ask this question about something you should do in case of a problem. So this is just an introduction to kind of conditional sentences and some common situations where we use if. But I want to compare this to whether. So we use whether actually sometimes in the same sentences as if. And you'll hear a lot of native speakers using if and whether to communicate the same idea. But we use whether when there are two options in the situation. So if you think about the situation and that you can say that there are maybe two choices to make, you can use whether instead of if. So examples. First, do you know whether they're arriving in the afternoon or the evening? So in this case, there are two choices in the situation, two options. They are arriving in the afternoon or arriving in the evening. So we use whether to show that those are like the two options here, the two choices. One more example. She asked whether or not she could invite a friend to dinner. So here, I've included this or not, whether or not she could invite a friend to dinner. So there's one option here that's clear. So she can invite a friend to dinner, and this or not is like the implied alternative option. So we don't say clearly, like, can I invite my friend to dinner, or can I not invite my friend to dinner? We use whether or not to communicate those two options very clearly and quickly. So these are a couple of examples where you might hear native speakers using if we can use whether or if, or it's very common to use whether or if in these kinds of statements. But perhaps it sounds a little more natural, or it sounds a little clearer to use whether because there are these two options in these cases. Actually, to return to this one, let me know if you need anything. This is another example where you might hear a native speaker use whether as well. Like, let me know whether or not you need anything. You might hear that, but I feel like this one is a little bit more commonly used with if. So yes, there are some cases where we can use both whether or if to communicate the idea or to communicate options. But a decent rule that you can follow is if there are two things to choose from in the situation, use whether. Another really good hint, I included it here, is up here. If you can use or not after this word, so you're thinking, should I use whether, should I use if? If you can use or not after it, you can use whether. That's okay. So to apply this hint over here, like, let me know whether or not you need anything. That sounds good, so we can use whether here. Or this, I exercise twice a week, whether or not I have time. So this actually changes the meaning of the sentence. So it's like, whether or not I have time would mean like, this person has some cases where there's no time and yet they exercise twice a week. It changes the meaning. Here, it's a condition only, so it doesn't make sense. It doesn't keep the meaning of the sentence. So we can try again. Is it okay whether or not I sit here? Again, it changes the meaning. It's not really like a condition in this case. Like, is it okay whether or not? Doesn't make any sense. So we should use if here. And one more, what should we do? If or not doesn't make sense. What should we do whether or not there's a problem? That doesn't make sense either. So we should use if. We should use if. So if or not is not something that we use, so keep that in mind. So no if or not. If whether or not does not fit or it changes the meaning, it doesn't make sense, use if instead. So this is a nice hint that you can think about. Okay, let's go on to the next point here about whether. So another good hint for using whether is, first, we use it after a preposition. So like, let's see, by, on, for, about, in, those words, prepositions. And we use it before infinitives. So infinitive verbs, that's to plus the verb. To plus the verb, that's the infinitive form. Let's look at some examples of this. First, they talked about whether to hire new staff or not. So here, my preposition is about. So whether follows the preposition. Whether comes after the preposition. And here I have a verb in the infinitive form, to hire, to hire. So here, they talked about if to hire would be incorrect. We cannot use if in this sentence. They talked about whether to hire new staff or not. Here I've included or not, which means they talked about the topic of hiring new staff or not hiring new staff. There are these two alternatives again. So preposition, infinitive verb. This is a really good rule to follow when you're choosing between whether and if. One more example of this. I can't decide whether to buy a watch or a clock. I can't decide whether to buy a watch or a clock. So here we have decide. There's just a verb here. But after this, after whether is an infinitive verb, to buy. I can't decide if to buy is not correct. We cannot use if here. We can use whether because the verb is in the infinitive form. To plus my verb. So I can't decide whether to buy a watch or a clock. In this situation, again, there are two options, a watch or a clock. So a couple of points there to remember from this. Whether should be used when you have two choices, two alternatives in your situation, and use it after a preposition before an infinitive verb. Okay, so I want to finish this lesson by showing a situation where both are okay to use, actually. They make grammatically correct sentences, but the meaning changes. So there are some situations where you should be careful because there could be a miscommunication. Let's look at this pair. First, please call me if you're going to the meeting. And please call me whether or not you're going to the meeting. So what is the difference here? The first sentence means, please call me only if you're going to the meeting. So that means if you are not going to the meeting, don't call me. I don't need you to call me. Please call me if you're going to the meeting. The second sentence here, though, shows whether or not in the sentence. Please call me whether or not you're going to the meeting. This means if you're going to the meeting, call me. If you are not going to the meeting, call me. It means it doesn't matter. Regardless of the situation, please call me. So this is an example of a situation where both are actually okay to use, but there's a small difference in expectation. There's a small difference in meaning. So please keep this in mind. Like if you're making plans or you're in this kind of situation, a communication situation, it can be important to be very clear and accurate when you choose between if and whether. So one example here. But as I said, there are some situations like these up here with whether where you might hear people using them interchangeably, using them in the same way. But as long as you can remember these guidelines we talked about for whether and remember to use if for conditionals, you can probably have very few problems, I think. So I hope that this lesson was helpful in explaining some of the differences between if and whether. But if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making a sentence with these words, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about participle clauses. Let's get started. Okay, I want to begin this lesson with this question. What is a participle clause? I want to explain what these things are. So, a participle clause is a clause that comes at the beginning of a sentence. So these are like kind of short groups of words, small groups of words that come at the beginning of our main point, our main clause. We can use present participle. So present participle is like the ing form of a verb, like walking, talking, singing, dancing, and so on. Or we can use past participle verb forms too. So past participle, it depends on the verb, but for example, gone or eaten. Those are past participle verb forms. So when we make a participle clause, we need to use either present participle, ing, or past participle verb forms in our participle clause. Another very important point about participle clauses is that participle clauses must have the same subject as the main clause of the sentence. So when we see participle clauses, there's this short clause at the beginning of the sentence, usually a short clause, and then there's a main clause, so like the main part of your sentence. This part and this part must have the same subject. So let's look at two examples that use participle clauses. First, trembling with anger, Sarah reached for her mobile phone. Here, my participle clause is in blue. So trembling means like shaking, but we use trembling to mean like very tiny shaking. So trembling with anger, this is my participle clause. In this sentence, I'm using present participle. As I said, present participle is the ing form, trembling. Trembling with anger, Sarah reached for her mobile phone. So here, trembling with anger and Sarah reached for her mobile phone have the same subject. The subject is Sarah. I've marked the subject in red. So participle clause is in blue. Subject is in red here. Same thing with the next example sentence. Defeated, I returned home. Defeated, I returned home. This sentence uses defeated. It's just one word as my participle clause, actually. Defeated, this is the past participle form of a verb. Here is a past participle example. To defeat, the past participle form is defeated. Defeated means, it can mean in this case emotionally defeated, or for example defeated in like sports, like my team was defeated or my team has been defeated. So defeated, I returned home. So there was something maybe challenging about the speaker's day. The subject is I. So I returned home. This is the subject, I, of this part of this sentence, and I is the subject here too. Who was defeated? I was defeated. So I felt defeated. In this case, defeated refers to emotions. Like I was defeated by something. I had a bad day maybe, or I lost something important. So a key point here is that the subjects must match. These have the same subject. Native speakers often run into problems with this when writing. So I want to show an incorrect example so that you can hopefully avoid this same issue in your writing. Let's take a look. This incorrect example is trembling with anger, Sarah's phone rang and she reached to pick it up. So the problem here is, as I said, the parts of this sentence, the parts of this statement, do not have the same subject. Trembling with anger. So think about it. Who is trembling with anger? Who was trembling with anger? Sarah. The subject of this part is Sarah. Sarah is trembling with anger, or Sarah was trembling with anger. Here, however, Sarah's phone rang. The subject here is Sarah's phone. So Sarah's phone is the subject here. The subject of this participle clause is Sarah. These two do not match, so this is incorrect. So please keep in mind the subjects of the clauses do not match, makes it an incorrect sentence. And a phone, in this case, cannot tremble with anger. It's an object. So this is a pretty good indicator, a pretty good way to tell that this is not quite right. So keep an eye out for things like this. This is very common in writing in particular. If you say it in speech, most people understand, and we often make mistakes in speech too. But in your writing, please watch for this. So this is what a participle clause is, and we make it in these two ways with the present participle and the past participle. I want to talk now about why we use participle clauses. So why use a participle clause? One, participle clauses save us time when storytelling. So they're very short, like this one here, for example. This was one word. It gives us some information about the subject. So we don't have to use two sentences here. So a participle clause can save us time when storytelling. They also have a rhythm that sounds pleasing sometimes. So as I said, especially in writing, we kind of want to create maybe a feel for our sentence or a feel for our story. So using a participle clause can give our sentence a little bit of a rhythm, like a certain kind of way we want to tell our story. So to show some examples of this, I want to compare three sentences. These sentences are all correct. They share the same information, roughly, but they have a few different ways of sharing that information. The storytelling is a little bit different. First, Sarah was trembling with anger. She reached for her mobile phone. Sarah trembled with anger and reached for her mobile phone. Trembling with anger, Sarah reached for her mobile phone. So they have roughly the same information here. Let's look at the differences in these sentences, though. The first sentence, Sarah was trembling with anger, period. She reached for her mobile phone. So here we see past, it's a past example, and we see past progressive here. Sarah was trembling with anger. So that means this is in the past, this is finished, but we're using progressive, which kind of shows, like, it gives us the feeling that we're watching something that happened in the past, or we're experiencing something that happened in the past. Sarah was trembling with anger. Stop, period. She reached for her mobile phone. So the next action, she reached for her mobile phone. So here we have this break in our sentence. Sarah was trembling with anger. She reached for her mobile phone. So that gives us information, yes, but there's this stop in the sentence. So this affects the rhythm of the sentence. So depending on your personal preference or how you want your sentence or your story to feel, you might choose a sentence like this. The second example, Sarah trembled with anger and reached for her mobile phone. So here, we're using simple past tense. Sarah trembled with anger and reached for her mobile phone. In this sentence, there's no stop, there's no period. We have two past tense verbs, simple past tense verbs, and we've linked them with and. So Sarah trembled with anger and reached for her mobile phone. We've used past tense. Using simple past tense kind of makes your story sound a little bit like a simple report, like it's finished, it's done, this happened. It's kind of a reporting feeling. So there's no stop here, so it shows that the actions maybe happened more fluidly. So instead of this one, Sarah was trembling with anger, she reached for her mobile phone, which has this pause. This one does not have the pause. It shares the same thing. It feels a little bit like a report, though. Finally, going back to our original example sentence, trembling with anger, Sarah reached for her mobile phone. So here we're using present participle, trembling. Sarah reached for her mobile phone. This sentence shows us that the two are happening together. And because we've saved space here, by sharing the subject, it feels even like more efficient. So using this makes us feel like we are experiencing the story now. So yes, this is past tense here, but using this progressive as well, or using the present participle, shows that something is happening now. So we can imagine experiencing it in that moment. So as I said, all of these are correct. Each sentence here is correct. You can use whichever you prefer, but these participle clauses are used to save time, one, and also just for storytelling purposes. So I hope that this lesson is useful for you in your writing and in your storytelling. If you have any questions about the lesson, or if there are any comments, or if you want to practice making a participle clause, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you liked this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to review a lot of emphasis words. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about very, really, quite, pretty, so, and such. I'm going to talk about the various parts of speech that we use these words with and share some example sentences. Let's get started. Okay. First, I want to talk about very and really. You may have seen another video that we have on the channel that talks about the differences between very and really. For some more information about these points, please check that video. To review here, however, we use very to modify adjectives and adverbs. We do not use very to modify verbs. So, some example sentences. First, as an adverb, here we have well. She sings very well. She sings very well. With an adjective, fast. He is a very fast runner. So we can use very to modify adverbs and adjectives. Here, well and fast are my adverb and my adjective, respectively. Let's compare this to really, really. Really is used to modify adjectives and adverbs, the same as very. However, really is used to modify verbs also. So let's look at example sentences. She sings really well. She sings really well. This is the same as the very example. They have the same meaning. He is a really fast runner. He is a really fast runner. Again, the same adjective here. I've simply changed really from very. So these sentences, they have the same feeling and the same meaning. You can choose which you prefer to use. Now, let's look at these two examples. These two examples are examples which use verbs modified by really. First, we really like Italian food. We really like Italian food. Like is a verb. Really modifies it. We give emphasis to like with the word really here. One more example. Our dog really loves you. Our dog really loves you. My verb is loves, and I'm modifying the verb with really here. My dog really loves you. So we can use very in this way. We can use really in this way. We cannot use very in this way. So adjectives and adverbs are okay. Adjectives, adverbs, and verbs are all okay with really. So with this in mind, let's continue to the next 2 points. The first one here is quite. Quite. Like with really, we can use quite to modify adjectives and adverbs. It sounds a little more formal than very in American English. And we can use quite to modify verbs too. This point, modifying verbs with quite, is perhaps a little more commonly done in British English. We may from time to time use this in American English, but you may hear this more often in British English. So let's look at some examples. First, she sings quite well. She sings quite well. Again, well is my adverb here. I modify with quite. So this sounds a little more formal or a little more polite than very, at least in American English. Second, he is quite a fast runner. He's quite a fast runner. So here, quite is modifying the adjective, quite a fast runner, quite a fast runner. And keep in mind, I'm using this pattern, this adjective noun pattern. If this adjective begins with a vowel sound, we need to change this article to an. He is quite a fast runner. So this is how we would use it with quite to mean the same thing as very, but more polite. Let's look at how we use it with verbs. We quite like Italian food. We quite like Italian food. Again, like is my verb. Quite modifies it. It sounds quite polite. It sounds quite polite. So there I used it in this way. It sounds quite polite. Lastly, our dog quite likes you. Our dog quite likes you. So again, I've used the verb like here. I used love before, but quite likes you. You might hear that from time to time, that expression, I quite like you, or I quite like that thing. This is kind of a common expression that we use, perhaps more in British English, but from time to time in American English as well. So keep in mind, in American English, quite sounds a little bit more formal than very or really. But this is how we use it. Okay, so let's continue on then to pretty, pretty. Please keep in mind, this pretty here, this is being used as an emphasis word. It does not mean like physical appearance, like that flower is pretty, or he or she is very pretty. We are not using it in that way. It's used as an adjective. She's pretty, the flower is pretty, the sunset is pretty. This is a different use of pretty. This use of pretty is for emphasis. We can use pretty to modify adjectives and adverbs. It's probably a little below very or quite in strength of meaning. So I said quite is fairly polite in American English. Maybe very is next, and pretty would be under very in this case. We cannot use pretty to modify verbs. So please don't use this to modify a verb or to try to modify a verb. For example, she sings pretty well. She sings pretty well. So it has kind of a casual feel to it. She sings pretty well. And He's a pretty fast runner. He's a pretty fast runner. So again, that sort of casual feel. Here you can see as well, I've moved my article. This is okay to do. In this case, it's more natural to use the article before the emphasis word. He is a pretty fast runner. So please try to remember these small points, these small differences with these words. He's a pretty fast runner. So we would not say he is pretty a fast runner. We would say he's a pretty fast runner. If you use he is pretty a fast runner, there would be some confusion because as I talked about earlier, like the expression she is pretty, he's pretty, the sunset is pretty, it begins with this. He is pretty a fast runner. It causes some confusion. So if you're going to use pretty to modify a noun in this way, put your article before pretty. So this is a pretty, he is a pretty, to make your emphasis statement there. That's going to sound much, much better. That's the correct way to make your emphasis statement with pretty. Okay, so let's continue on to the next point there. The next point is so. So we use so to connect words, as I just did. We also use so to modify adjectives and adverbs. So from all of the words on this whiteboard here, so is the most casual. And you'll often hear native speakers, when they say so, they make the O sound really long to emphasize even more. So not just so pretty or so good. We'll say so for emphasis. So I'll give you an example of that in a moment. We cannot use this to modify verbs, so please be careful of this point too. Some examples here. She sings so well. She sings so well. So in this case, adverb, well, and so. She sings so well. Here, he is so fast. He is so fast. So you'll notice in this one, not he is so a fast runner. We do not use it in that way. We tend to use so more before a sentence-ending adjective. It sounds a bit more natural to use it in this way. So, for example, here, he is so a quiet runner, or I'm sorry, he is so a fast runner. We would not use it in this way. We use it directly before the adjective, like this, and it's very commonly found at the end of a sentence. So please try to keep this point in mind when you're using so and when you're listening to so, too. Okay, lastly, I want to talk about such. Such is a little bit different from the other words I've talked about here. We can use such to modify adjectives, yes, and again, we're doing this before nouns with a and an, as I've talked about before. So we saw this here, a fast runner. So my adjective is here, my noun is here, and my article, or an, is here. We're going to see that here as well. We need to use this pattern here with such. We cannot use such to modify adverbs. So in this example, or rather in this lesson, I've been using well as my adverb, but we cannot use such to modify adverbs. So, final point here, modifying verbs. We also cannot use such to modify verbs, so please don't do that. Let's look at some examples of how we might use such to modify adjectives before nouns. First, she is such a good singer. She is such a good singer. So here, you'll notice such follows my verb, is, and then I have an article, my adjective is good, and I have the noun singer here. So, a good singer. Such is emphasizing good here. She's such a good singer. She's such a good singer. Next example. He is such a fast runner. He is such a fast runner. So this has the same feel as this one, but it sounds a little bit more friendly. So quite sounds fairly polite. Such sounds a little more friendly. He's such a fast runner. Finally, this is such an amazing dinner. This is such an amazing dinner. Here, my adjective is amazing. It begins with a vowel sound, so I need to use an an amazing dinner. So you'll notice in each of these with such comes after the verb. So please make sure when you're making your sentences, such comes after your verb. So don't put it before, put it directly after the verb. You'll see it here with so too. She sings so well. He is so fast. It comes directly after the verb. So please keep that in mind, particularly with these two over here. Okay, so this is a quick introduction to the various parts of speech that we use these words with. I hope that you can find maybe some good hints for how and when to use these emphasis words. As far as American English goes, we use very a lot, really a lot. We use pretty, so, and such as well. I would say quite is maybe the least used from this group, and maybe such as well too. From time to time we use such too. But maybe these four would be good to focus on first, and then consider these two for the next parts of your studies. So I hope that this lesson was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about just, already, yet, and still. Let's get started. Okay, first, I want to begin by looking at two uses of the word just. For this lesson, I'm going to focus on using just for recently finished actions and for actions that are planned for the near future. Yes, there are other ways to use just, but I want to look at these to compare how we use them with yet, already, and still. So let's begin with this part, using just for recently finished actions, very recently finished actions, something that happened very, very recently. This is when we use just. I would suggest perhaps using it for things that you completed within about an hour prior to the conversation. I feel like that's fairly safe for using just. If, however, you want to talk with someone that you haven't seen for a long time and you want to talk about some exciting news that happened like last week, it might be okay there too. So you can kind of feel when it's appropriate to use just. But either way, it's for very recently finished action, so something that happened to you very recently. We use just in this way with simple past tense verbs. So let's look at some examples. I just finished my homework. I just finished my homework, maybe a moment ago. I just finished my homework. Or we just left the store. Left is the past tense of leave. Leave. We just left the store. He just called me. He just called me. He just called me is probably something that happened very recently, like a moment ago again, or like an hour ago, perhaps. Something that happened very recently. So in each of these examples, we're using simple past tense verbs to express that that was a very recent action. This is a key difference between this point and this point. So we use just to talk about simple past actions, yes, but when we're talking about actions for the future, we use it with simple present tense verbs. And you'll see this with just about to. So we use this for actions planned for the near future with about to, with a simple present tense verb. You may in some cases hear it with a progressive verb, the ing form. And we use was sometimes with this pattern, and we do this to show that the action, it was intended. We show intention with was, but not completion. So for example, I was just about to call you. I was just about to call you. This is something we would use in a situation where two people are separated, perhaps at the office. One person is in their office or like in their desk space, and the other person walks to their desk space. So this person, the speaker here, speaker A, might see person B and think, oh, that person, I was just about to call you. We use just here, I was just, because in the past, a moment ago, my plan was to call you. But now I see you, so I'll talk to you. I can see you, you're here, so I'm going to stop my plan. I'll quit that plan to call you. I'll just talk to you. That's the reason we use was here. I was just about to call you. That's what's different about I am just about to call that person. So that's the difference. That's the reason we use past tense here as opposed to present tense. So let's compare that to something like this. He's just about to leave. He's just about to leave. So here, this he's is he is. He's just about to leave. That means I can maybe see him. I see his plan, or I know his plan. It's going to happen very soon. He's just about to leave. So you might hear someone use the progressive form in a sentence like this, like, oh, he's just leaving. So you might hear that now because the action is happening in that moment. You may hear some people use that as well. So you can choose which you prefer. So he's just about to leave or he's just leaving. That's something happening now, very near future action. One more example. We're just about to arrive. We're just about to arrive. Here, again, present tense, we are. We are. This we're is we are. We're just about to arrive. Present tense, this is something that's going to happen in the very near future. We're just about to arrive. Okay, so this is how we use just to talk about those very recently finished actions and actions that we have planned for the near future. So let's compare this to the next set of words. First, I want to talk about yet. Yet. So we use yet for actions that we expect. We have some expectation that that action is going to happen, but the action has not happened. It has not happened. We usually use yet at the end of a sentence. It's commonly used at the end of a sentence. You may see it in the middle of a sentence, yes, but this tends to make the sentence sound much more formal. And at least in American English today, it sounds too formal, too polite for everyday speech. So we usually position this word at the end of a sentence, or at the end of a question too. We commonly use yet in statements with present perfect tense, present perfect tense. So let's look at some examples of this. I haven't finished my homework yet. I haven't finished my homework yet. Haven't finished. This is a negative present perfect expression. Haven't is have not finished my homework yet. So why do we use present perfect tense here? The reason we do this is because it's like we're saying I'm working on it now. So I started working on my homework in this case. I started working on my homework. I've been working on my homework. It's continued. But now at this point in time in the conversation, the person I'm speaking to, it's not done. It's not done. I'm still working. I have not finished it yet. So I have not finished refers to there still being something else to happen. I still have things I need to do, and I'll talk about still in a moment. So there are other things that need to happen there. So this grammar right here shows us it's a continuing situation. I haven't finished yet, but there's an expectation. Yet gives us the expectation. I haven't finished my homework. It's okay. I haven't finished my homework. It's a simple statement. I haven't finished my homework yet shows the expectation of something. So this can give you a little bit of extra feeling to your sentence. I haven't finished my homework yet gives the expectation. Let's look at another example. Have they called yet? Have they called yet? Again, this yet shows the expectation. Have they called? This means from some point in the past, where the expectation started, until now, the conversation. Have they called yet? Again, this sentence, have they called, just sounds like a simple question. We're just looking for information. Have they called yet shows expectation from the speaker. The speaker is expecting a phone call. Have they called yet? That's what it shows us. One more example. She hasn't arrived yet. She hasn't arrived yet. Again, we see this negative present perfect pattern. Has not arrived yet. She hasn't arrived yet means we expect she is going to arrive. We are expecting her arrival, but it hasn't happened. So we're going to wait. In other words, we will continue to await, or we will continue to expect her arrival. So yet shows us that expectation. So let's compare this then. I use this word still, still. Still is like an emphasized yet. So we have some kind of strong expectation for something. It's something that has not happened, and we want to communicate that it really needs to happen or it really should happen. There's a strong expectation for that thing. We place this before the verb. So we don't put still at the end of a sentence like we did with yet. Still will come before the verb. And note when I say before the verb, I mean before the verb in the present perfect tense. So that means before your have or have not in this case. So please place it before the verb, the whole verb, conjugated verb. So you still haven't finished your homework? You still haven't finished your homework? That's the typical kind of expression and the typical kind of voice we use when we use still. You still haven't finished your homework? So this sentence, you haven't finished your homework, shows us, yes, like it's a simple question. You haven't finished your homework? This one, though, shows us a strong expectation from the speaker. You still haven't finished your homework? Like the speaker is shocked. Why not? What happened? Did you have a problem? That's the feeling of still. There's a like expectation there. And maybe the person listening needs to give a reason. Like, why? Why haven't you finished your homework? Another one. They still haven't called. They still haven't called. So again, there's a strong expectation. Maybe we have waited all day for this phone call. They still haven't called? What happened? What's the problem? So the speaker is showing their strong expectation and kind of like shock or surprise. There's some kind of questioning feeling there. One more. She still hasn't arrived? She still hasn't arrived? Again, there's a strong expectation here. She's supposed to arrive. The plan is she's arriving today, but she still hasn't arrived. What happened? So we use still to show that expectation for something. So you'll notice I'm not using yet in these sentences. We tend to use still without yet. So still gives us that emphasis, that emphasized feeling of yet with like surprise or with shock. Yet gives us the feeling of expectation that something is going to happen. Okay, let's compare this then to already. So you can kind of think of already as like the opposite of yet, in that we use already for actions we expect and for actions that have happened. It's finished, it's done. So this can come before a verb or at the end of a sentence. Both are used. And then we also use this with present perfect tense, as we did with yet as well. So let's take a look at some examples of this. I've already finished my homework. I've already finished my homework. Compare this to I haven't finished my homework yet. Note this sentence uses the negative, have not finished. This sentence uses the positive. I have already finished my homework. I have already finished my homework. Another one, have they already called? Have they already called? And she's already eaten lunch. She's already eaten lunch. So these show us these actions, or at least this one, this statement here, is complete. It's done. She's already eaten lunch. That action is finished. Again, we can remove this. She's eaten lunch. It becomes a simple statement of fact. When we say she's already eaten lunch, it's like, oh, we had this expectation and it's finished. It's done. In this question too, have they already called? Have they already called? It's like the speaker has maybe a guess or has a feeling, maybe the call is done, maybe the call is finished. I want to confirm that. So sometimes students ask, what is the difference between like this question, have they already called? And have they called yet? It's very, very close. It's really, really close. Like there's never going to be a communication issue if you like decide on one or the other. But the feeling is there's just a tiny, tiny, tiny difference in feeling. Have they called yet? Sounds a little like, again, the speaker has an expectation something is coming. Here, have they already called? The speaker has an expectation that it's finished. So it's done, it's complete. And so they communicate the same idea. The speaker is looking for the same information, yes or no. So you can choose whichever you prefer. Have they already called? Have they called yet? it's up to you in a case like this. So please don't worry so much about like, oh, which one is more correct. They both communicate basically the same idea. It's just a little tiny difference in expectation. The expectation is that it's not done. The expectation is that it is done. That's the feeling here. So this is a quick introduction to these words that we use to talk about time periods and completed or incomplete actions. So I hope that this was useful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences with this information, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about something and anything. This is a good follow-up lesson to the video about some and any and someone or somebody versus anyone and anybody. Let's get started. Okay, I want to begin this lesson by looking at some and any. This is a review of the first lesson, a very quick review. Let's talk about the ways we use these two words. Let's start with some. I have 4 different ways here to explain the uses of some. First, we use some in positive statements, For example, I ate some sweets at breakfast, or I ate some sweets for breakfast. So the difference here in these preposition choices is that at shows us that during breakfast, at the meal of breakfast, I ate something that was sweet, or I ate some sweets rather. If I use for, however, it means my breakfast was sweets. That's the only thing that I ate for breakfast. I ate some sweets for breakfast sounds like I ate just candy or just sweet things at breakfast. So at means one item at breakfast, for means everything at my breakfast. You can use this same difference in preposition throughout the lesson. But anyway, I ate some sweets at breakfast is the main point here. Please note that after some, we have a noun, a countable noun in this case, and the countable noun is in the plural form, sweets. This is a key point. I ate some sweets at breakfast. Next, we use some to make requests, so to ask for things. When we need to make a request from somebody, we use some. For example, will you buy me some snacks? Will you buy me some snacks? Again, we see some comes before our countable noun, snacks in this case, and we're using this in the plural form. Will you buy me some snacks? Is how a native speaker would say that. Another type of question we use some with is with confirmation questions. So sometimes these sound like a yes or no question. Sometimes they end with a right. This right at the end of the question shows we expect that this statement is correct, but we want to check, we want to confirm. So a confirmation question is used to check something with another person. We think we're correct, but we want to be sure. For example, you bought some drinks, right? You bought some drinks, right? Here again, some comes before the countable noun drinks, which is in the plural form. This question uses right at the end. If you want to, you could use you bought some drinks as a way to kind of like express surprise, I suppose. But if you want to confirm very clearly, you could use right to show that, or to show that you would like to check. Finally, with some, we use some to make offers. So if we want to give someone something, we can use some to do that. For example, would you like some cake? Would you like some cake? So here, we can use cake as an uncountable noun or as a countable noun. It's a little bit flexible in some ways. In this case, the speaker is probably offering a piece of cake. So they could say, would you like a piece of cake, to be very specific? Or, this is also quite natural. Would you like some cake? Would you like some cake? So we can use uncountable nouns with some. Just please note that there's not an S at the end of this. Would you like some cakes would sound like would you like several, maybe large cakes, which would probably not be the case in many situations. So just would you like some cake, which actually means would you like a piece of cake. Okay, so with this in mind about some, let's review how we use any then. Any is used in negative statements. So this is a key point. Some is used for positive statements. Any is used in negative statements. So the opposite of this sentence, I didn't eat any sweets at breakfast. I didn't eat any sweets at breakfast. So here, you'll notice that there are two things different. I didn't eat. This is negative. This is different from the positive sentence. In past tense, I ate. So my positive sentence looks like this. My negative sentence looks like this. I didn't eat. I didn't eat. And any is included here in place of some to make the sentence negative. So negative verb, and then we use a different word. Instead of some, we use any. So for example, I didn't eat some sweets for breakfast is not correct. We cannot use that sentence. I didn't eat any sweets at breakfast. Okay, the second use of any is for information questions. We use any to ask information questions. We need some information from somebody, but it's not quite a confirmation question. We're not making an offer. We're not making a request. We need to get some information. In those cases, often yes or no questions, we use any. For example, do we need any drinks? Do we need any drinks? Here, I'm using drinks, in this case, a countable noun in the plural form. Just as with some, we can use uncountable nouns too, but please keep in mind there will be no S at the end of the noun. For example, do we need any beer? Do we need any wine? When you're planning a party. So yes, you can use uncountable and countable nouns with both of these words. So, with this review in your mind, let's continue to the second part of this lesson, where we look at something and anything. So, let's start with something. Something has the same uses as some, but it refers to one object or one concept only. So, some can refer to a few of something, like a small amount of something. We're not clear about the amount or the quantity, but it refers to more than one of something. Something, however, refers to one object, one item, or one concept. So, another key point about something and anything is that it's a pronoun. It's a pronoun. So, a reminder, pronouns are words used as substitutes for nouns. So, let's see how these are creating different sentences then. Let's look at this one first. I ate something sweet at breakfast. I ate something sweet at breakfast, or I ate something sweet for breakfast. Here, let's notice this point, something sweet. This is very different from some sweets. So why is this different? Here, something is my pronoun. It's acting as like a stand-in for a noun. So we don't know what noun. It could be pancakes, it could be ice cream, it could be candy, I don't know. But sweet here, this is an adjective. So another way to say this is I ate a sweet item, or I ate a sweet food at breakfast. But we say I ate something sweet at breakfast. So this is a key difference. The word looks very similar to sweets, but in this sentence, sweets is a noun. This is a noun in the plural form. Here, it's an adjective, so please keep in mind that the grammar of this sentence changes slightly. So I ate something sweet at breakfast. Again, I ate something sweet at breakfast means there was one sweet object at my breakfast during breakfast. I ate something sweet for breakfast sounds like my whole breakfast was sweets. Like I ate a lot of really sweet pancakes, for example. So let's look at another example of this. Will you buy me something to eat? Will you buy me something to eat? Here, we're following something with a verb in the infinitive form. Will you buy me something to eat? So this is quite different from this sentence. Will you buy me some snacks? Will you buy me some snacks? Here, something, the speaker is using something to mean some object, some item, one of an item to eat for the purpose of eating. So will you buy me an item? Will you buy me an object? Will you buy me a food item to eat? So we don't use some here. Will you buy me some foods to eat? Sounds quite strange. Or you could say, will you buy me some snacks? That would sound good. But not, will you buy me something snacks? Or will you buy me some to eat? We can't use those sorts of patterns. We can use something to eat, or we could use, will you buy me some snacks? I suppose you could say, will you buy me some snacks to eat? But that's kind of like redundant. Redundant means we're repeating information. Of course, snacks are for eating, so we don't need to say, will you buy me some snacks to eat? It sounds like we're saying the same thing 2 times. So you can use this pattern. Will you buy me something to eat? Okay, on to the next example sentence. This one is a confirmation question that uses something. You bought something to drink, right? You bought something to drink, right? So this is fairly similar to this sentence. You bought some drinks, right? But keep in mind, again, in this sentence, some drinks is replaced with something to drink, something to drink. So in this sentence, something to drink refers to one item, one thing to drink. Here, drinks, this is the noun form, the plural form of the noun drink. Here, we're showing a purpose instead with a verb, something to drink. So this is a fairly common pattern, actually, with something. You'll see something followed by a verb in the infinitive form, which shows us the purpose. Something to eat, something to drink. I want something to read. I want something to watch, and so on. So we use something to mean any object or any concept in some cases. Let's look at one more example sentence, in this case, an offer. Would you like something for dessert? Would you like something for dessert? So here you'll notice that instead of something to plus a verb, we're using something for dessert. So the speaker in this case is being very specific, like a waiter or a waitress at a restaurant, about the meal, or in this case, the end of the meal. So we use for dessert in this case. You could say, would you like something for lunch, for dinner, for breakfast, and so on. We use meals or courses in meals with for. So something is used here. We could not substitute cake in this sentence. Like, would you like something cake? We cannot use that. The reason that dessert is used here, along with something, is this is an offer to the listener. In other words, asking the listener to choose a dessert item. So this is a sentence that would be said by wait staff at a restaurant as they pass the dessert menu to the listener. Like, would you like something for dessert? So the listener can choose from the dessert menu one item, or 2 items, I suppose. But you can choose something from the menu, and that's what this something is referring to. So we cannot combine this with a sentence like this. Would you like some cake? This provides us one option only. So cake is my only option. This suggests that there are more than one option for dessert. So these are these kind of subtle changes, these small changes that using something and some can result in. Okay, so let's finish off this lesson, or rather finish off the main points of this lesson by looking at anything, anything. As with something, anything has the same uses as any, but refers to one object or one concept, or lack thereof, or zero of that thing. So let's look at these examples. First, I didn't eat anything sweet at breakfast. I didn't eat anything sweet at breakfast. So again, in this case, this is a negative statement. So as we learned over here, as we reviewed over here, we use any in negative statements. I didn't eat anything sweet. Just as we did with something, something is followed by an adjective here. Anything is also followed by an adjective. I didn't eat anything sweet at breakfast. That means during my breakfast, at breakfast time, I did not eat sweet items. I did not eat sweet food. I didn't eat anything sweet at breakfast. The next sentence is, do we need anything? Or you might hear more specifically, do we need anything to drink? Or do we need anything to eat? And so on. This is a very useful question at like a supermarket, or if you're leaving your home to go to a supermarket. Do we need anything? Or do we need anything to drink? So this is kind of, it can be used as a more open question. This one is very specific. Do we need any drinks? Do we need any drinks? In this case, we're using drinks as the noun after any, which is making this more specific question. But this question, do we need anything? Do we need anything? This question is more open. Like, I'm going to the store. Do we need anything? Or I'm going to the store. Do you need anything? Do you want anything? Those kinds of questions are very open. You can make this more specific by attaching a verb. Do we need anything to drink? Do we need anything to eat? And so on. So this is an information question. Again, you're looking for information from the listener. Okay, so with this in mind, I want to look at a couple of sentences, a couple of questions rather, that seem very similar, but perhaps have some very small differences that may be good to keep in mind. So let's compare these. First are these two, which begin with did. So let's read them first. Did you say something? At native speed, did you say something? And did he say anything? Did he say anything? At native speed. So what's the difference between these? Did you say something? Sounds like a confirmation question. Did you say something? We're expecting a quick yeah or no answer in response. Did you say something? So we want to confirm, I thought you said something. Did you say something? This one, however, is asking for information. Did he say anything? Did he say anything? Sounds like maybe you met a colleague who had a meeting with your boss earlier in the day, and you want to ask about the meeting. Like, oh, did he say anything about our project, or did he say anything about next week? So this is an information question. This is a confirmation question. So the confirmation question sounds more natural with something. The information question sounds more natural with anything. Did he say anything? Did she say anything? And so on. So with that in mind, let's continue to this next pair. Very similar. Are you looking for anything? Or are you looking for something? So these are extremely similar, and you may hear these used interchangeably. But the first one, are you looking for anything, might be used more commonly by staff at a retail shop. So if you visit a store where there's like a lot of furniture items, for example, the staff might come to you and say, are you looking for anything? Are you looking for anything? So they're asking for information. They're asking for something, like they want to help you find something. This one, are you looking for something? Are you looking for something? This might be more commonly used by someone who can see you searching for something. Like, for example, you're looking in your bag, trying to find your phone, and you can't find it. Your friend might ask you, are you looking for something? Are you looking for something? In that case, it's a little more of a confirmation question. Like, it seems like you're looking for something. Is that the case? Is that correct? So this sounds more like a confirmation question. Are you looking for anything is like someone is trying to get information, maybe to help you in a shopping situation. So these are a couple of good questions to keep in mind. And you can think about other ways, confirmation and information question patterns that you can use with something and anything. So, I hope that this lesson about something and anything was useful. Again, if you want some more information about some and any, or someone and somebody, anyone and anybody, you can take a look at our channel for those videos. Of course, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some vocabulary you can use to talk about common household tasks or chores in English. Let's get started. First, I want to look at this part of the board. I've tried to draw a picture to help with this vocabulary word. The first one is make the bed. Make the bed. In this lesson, I'm going to introduce a few vocabulary words that use do and make. This first one is make. To make the bed means to move your bed from this like messy state, so the blanket is messy or the pillow is somewhat like off its position. We take it from this position to the proper position. So your blanket and your pillow are perfectly laid out. Like the pillow is at the top of your bed, your blanket is covering your bed. This process is called to make the bed. We call this making the bed in English. So we're not actually creating a bed, no, but we're making a nice bed space. That's kind of how we think of it. We make the bed. The second expression is do the laundry. Do the laundry. So to do the laundry means wash clothes, but we usually say to do the laundry. I need to do the laundry. So doing the laundry can mean using a washing machine, like just to put soap on clothes and use water with that. It can also refer to using a dryer to dry the clothes after. So sometimes people want to be specific, like I want to do the laundry, I'm going to use the washer and dryer. I guess you could. But in most cases, we just say I'm going to do the laundry. The third expression is to do or wash the dishes. So to do the dishes or to wash the dishes means to clean the dishes, but we typically use either do or wash. So this can be with a sponge, it could be with a dishwasher, whatever. It means to make your dishes clean. So to do the dishes or to wash the dishes. The next three are very similar in appearance. They're common tasks. The first one is to vacuum. To vacuum. So this might be a little bit old-fashioned looking, but this is actually called a vacuum. This is a vacuum, a noun, and we, use it to pick up using electricity dirt and small things on the ground or on the floor, in our carpets in our house. So to vacuum is to use this machine or another similar machine, an electrical machine that uses air to pull up crumbs and other small things from our floors. To vacuum, and this is called a vacuum. This, however, when we use this tool, this is called sweeping, or to sweep. To sweep, this is the verb we use. The tool is called a broom, and we typically use a broom with a dustpan, So vacuums are electrical, broom and dustpan analog, not electrical. So we sweep. This motion of using a broom, so this motion is called sweeping, to sweep. I'm going to sweep my floors. I will use a dustpan and I will sweep the dirt into the dustpan. Those are the kinds of verbs we would use to describe that action of using a broom and dustpan together. Sweep crumbs or sweep dirt into a dustpan. Finally, the third one here is mop. To mop. To mop, and this object, this item, is called a mop. So this is pretty much like a broom, but we use water. So a water bucket and some soap is typically paired with a mop, So we mop floors. We use it as a verb and as a noun, to mop the floor. I need to mop the floor. Let's look at the next group. The next group is dust, or the first one at the top is dust. To dust refers to using a piece of cloth. So for example, like this is a tissue, but usually we use a towel. It could be a paper towel, it could be cloth, to remove dust from the tops of things or from like small spaces where dust gathers. So dust is like tiny, tiny, fine pieces of dirt or other things in your house. So to remove them, we use cloth in this motion and maybe some kind of cleaning agent, some kind of chemical perhaps. So we use to dust as the verb to describe that. And dust is the name of that small, fine dirt. So we dust in order to remove dust. So we dust as a verb in order to remove dust, noun. So to dust is that motion. The next expression is to clean the windows or to wash the windows. To clean the windows or to wash the windows. Either verb is fine. They communicate the same idea, using some kind of cloth and some kind of cleaner to make the windows clear, to make the windows clean. We can use clean the windows or wash the windows for this motion. The next verb is scrub. Scrub. We use this verb in a few different places very commonly, like scrub the sink, scrub the floor, or scrub the toilet. So to scrub refers to a very hard cleaning motion. So we use this when we want to make something very, very clean. We use a sponge or we use some other like very scratchy, rough material to clean something, and it takes some effort. We use the verb to scrub to talk about that. Of course, you can use this verb outside of cleaning as well. So to scrub something off of something else. So when cleaning, we say, I'm going to scrub the floor, or maybe with a brush, I'm going to scrub the toilet. We use scrub to talk about this rough cleaning motion. The next verb is bleach, to bleach. So bleach is a chemical. It comes usually in a bottle like this. To bleach something means to make something white, usually to make something white again, like when our clothes are white and we want to keep them white, we might bleach our clothes. So I need to bleach this shirt. I got a stain on it. Or I bleached my curtains. So to bleach something means to use the chemical bleach to make something white, or we might use bleach again for like extra special cleaning, like there's something extremely, extremely messy or something that we really need to pay attention to, we might use bleach to clean it. So to bleach is the verb that we use. The next expression is to hang the laundry or to dry the laundry. To hang the laundry or to dry the laundry. You might hear both. To hang, perhaps you can see in this image, we use something like this. This is called a hanger. We place our clothes, in this case a shirt, on a hanger to hang up and dry. So to hang the laundry is specifically on this or on something similar, maybe using clips, and dry the laundry generally just means allowing the laundry to become dry. So to hang specifically to put it up. Sometimes you dry laundry flat as well, like you lay a sweater down flat. So to dry a shirt flat, you can use that too. So to dry the laundry or to hang the laundry. Next on this list is fold clothes, to fold clothes. So after the laundry is dry, after the laundry is ready, we typically fold clothes. So this is folding, this motion, whatever motion you use, to make the clothes easy to store. So to fold clothes. We don't really use fold the laundry. I guess you could fold the laundry. I use fold clothes more often than fold laundry, but you could use that if you want to. I feel like I use fold clothes more often, but fold laundry, I suppose, is okay too. Fold clothes. So to fold clothes is one of my least favorite tasks, I think. Okay, almost finished here. The next one is to take out the trash or to take out the garbage. To take out the trash or take out the garbage. Trash and garbage here, they mean the same thing. You might also hear rubbish in British English. To take out the trash or to take out the garbage. So this means removing trash from your home and putting the trash, in some cases, into a trash bin or a garbage bin or a dumpster, which is a very, very big garbage bin, in your neighborhood. Or perhaps you have something similar, but this refers to removing the trash from your home, to take out the trash or to take out the garbage. Finally, this expression, to clean out, to clean out. So we use to clean out commonly with to clean out the refrigerator or to clean out the closet. So to clean is a little bit different from clean out, because clean out is used when maybe we have lots of things inside our refrigerator or our closet that are kind of old. So we have many old things and we need to remove them. We want to throw away some old things. In that case, we use clean out. Like I cleaned out my refrigerator last week. So that means I removed some maybe old things from my refrigerator. And I cleaned my refrigerator too. So usually they're done at the same time. So you remove old things from inside and then you make the space clean. Same thing for the closet. Like you remove some old clothes or some old things you want to throw away, and then you make the closet space clean. So we use to clean out to refer to this. Okay, so this is a list of some very common household tasks. So I hope that these are verbs that you can use in your everyday life to talk about basic things you need to do in your home. Maybe a good way to study these kinds of words is to think about these words and describe them to yourself as you are doing them in your home. So as you're making plans to do these things in your home, maybe consider thinking about them or even saying them out loud in English to help you with your studies. So I hope that this lesson was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if there's another household task you know how to describe in English, please feel free to include any of that in the comment section. Of course, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about expressions you can use with the doctor. These are some expressions that you can use when you need to visit the doctor and explain a problem with your body, or maybe explain something that happened to someone else. Let's get started. Okay, the first expression is a very basic expression. My body part hurts. My body part hurts. Sometimes I hear learners use a pattern like, I have a pain in my body part. But this one is much more natural. So examples of this might be things like, my head hurts, or my stomach hurts. So using hurt, that kind of expresses a very basic type of pain. So this is probably the quickest and easiest way to explain that a specific body part does not feel good. So you can use any body part. My leg hurts, my nose hurts, my ears hurt. So just keep in mind, if you're using the plural form of a noun, as I just did with ears, you don't need to put an S at the end of hurt. So my head hurts, head is singular, but my ears hurt. So ears, that's two. Ears hurt. So please keep that in mind when you're using this pattern. My body part hurts. The next pattern is, there's a spot on my body part. So here a couple points. This there's is there is, there is. There's a spot on my body part. Spot refers to something that's new. Usually we go to the doctor for something new, and it's usually something that's like a dark color. So we use the word spot to talk about that. You could say dark spot. For example, with this pattern, there's a spot on my leg, or there's a spot on my neck. So include the part of your body where you notice the new spot. We can use the word spot to describe that kind of shape. So it's usually a circular shape, a spot. There's a spot on my body part. Okay, the next pattern is, I think I broke my body part. I think I broke my body part. This is a pattern we use specifically for cases where we think, in this case, we think we broke a bone. So we don't use this to talk about pain necessarily. We use this to talk specifically about a bone in our body being broken. So I think I broke my body part. The body part you use here should be a body part with a bone. So, for example, with this pattern, I think I broke my arm. I think I broke my finger. So we would not say, for example, I think I broke my stomach because there are no bones in the stomach. We use parts of the body which have bones in these patterns. I think I broke my arm. I think I broke my leg. I think you broke my nose. So you can use different parts of the body with bones in this pattern. And you can use I think to express kind of your guess. I've included this here just to explain maybe quickly what your gut feeling is. So your gut feeling means your instinct, the first thing that you think of. So if you want to say your guess for some reason to your doctor, you can say, I think I broke my finger. I think I broke my arm. Okay, let's look at the next pattern. In the next pattern, I have two verbs here. I have I fell down, past tense, or I crashed. And then we include a sport or an activity in the ing form. So, for example, I fell down skateboarding, or I crashed snowboarding. So what's the difference between fell down and crashed? So to fall down, it sounds much lighter than crashed. So to fall down is like we're doing something that's a typical action and we maybe make a mistake when we're walking and our body falls. So I fell down the stairs perhaps, or I fell down because I stood up too quickly. So I fell down skateboarding. This might be, it might depend on your level of skateboarding, but to fall down sounds kind of light, not so serious, but it could be serious depending on the situation. Crash, however, sounds quite strong, quite intense. I crashed snowboarding. It sounds like your whole body was maybe very violently moved or tossed in some way. I crashed snowboarding. So this is the same verb we use for car accidents, like car crashes. So your body, you imagine your body crashed maybe into something like the ground or into another object. I crashed snowboarding. So you can use this pattern to explain the reason for your pain or the reason for your injury. For example, I think I broke my arm. I crashed snowboarding. So that might be a way to describe to your doctor what happened. So why do you think your arm is broken? Because I crashed snowboarding. Okay, let's continue on to the next pattern. The next pattern is person was in a car accident. Person was in a car accident. So here, you can use yourself if you need to, like I was in a car accident, or if you need to report about someone else, like you saw another person who was involved in a car accident, or maybe you need to talk about a family member or a colleague that was in a car accident. You can use this pattern to do that. For example, my roommate was in a car accident. My roommate was in a car accident. Or if you're replying to a question about someone, like, hey, how's your coworker? Was he okay? We didn't see him yesterday. You might reply, oh, he was in a car accident. So you can use he or she or they. If you need to use they to talk about more than one person, please make sure you change was to were. They were in a car accident. So this is a pattern you can use to talk about car accidents or other vehicle accidents too. So you could change car to like boating accident or boat accident if you need to. But in, I think, most cases, perhaps we use car accident. Okay, let's continue to the next pattern. The next pattern is I'm having trouble something. I'm having trouble something. So We end this expression with another verb in the ing form. For example, I'm having trouble seeing, I'm having trouble hearing, I'm having trouble sleeping, and so on. So this means that this activity, this action is difficult for the speaker here. I'm having trouble. We're using this progressive form to mean this is happening now. My condition, this is the condition now. I'm having trouble sleeping. I'm having trouble sleeping now in my life. So whatever action is difficult for you, you can use it at the end of this pattern in the ing verb form. For example, some more examples. I'm having trouble walking. Maybe my leg hurts. Or I'm having trouble focusing. I'm having trouble focusing. So maybe it's difficult for me to think clearly. I'm having trouble focusing. So you can use actions, or you can use something relating to like your mental situation inside your mind too. So when you explain to your doctor, you can use these sorts of patterns to describe things that are difficult for you at the moment. I'm having trouble sleeping. That's a very common one. Okay, let's move on to the next one. The next one is I burned my body part. I burned my body part. Here, we're using the past tense burned. This is the past tense of the verb to burn. So to burn something means to make it too hot, and to injure that thing. In this case, we are injuring a part of the body with heat. So I burned my body part. Please note that in English we have a couple of different words relating to burns, especially with the skin. If you're talking about like fire, so something very hot, for example, you're cooking with fire or you're cooking with an electric stove and you touch it, we use the verb burn in that case. If, however, you're talking about sunlight, like going to the beach or going out in the sun, and your skin becomes red, we use sunburn, sunburn. And the pattern we use for that is my body part got sunburned. So my arm got sunburned, or my face got sunburned, my shoulders got sunburned. We use sunburn to talk about sunlight, burns from the sunlight. We use burn to talk about fire and heat. Another point to note is that in English we have different verbs for burn and different, and like to express when our skin just changes color slightly. So for some people want their skin color to change a little bit in the sunlight, to get darker. We call that to tan, that's the verb we use, or to get a tan. So in some languages, getting a tan is the same as getting a sunburn. But in English, we have two different verbs, to tan, or to get a tan, and to get sunburn. So sunburn is bad in English, and to get a tan can be a good thing for many people. So please keep those points in mind. But for this lesson, I want to focus on burns like from heat, from like a fire or something else very hot. I burned my body part. Some examples of this are, I burned my hand, or I burned my arm. So we use the verb burn to talk about heat source related injuries. Okay, on to the next part. The next one is my body part itches. My body part itches. Please be careful. Do not use the word scratches here. To scratch refers to this motion. To itch refers to the feeling, the sensation, like, my arm itches, I want to scratch my arm. So scratch refers to this motion. Itching, or to itch, refers to the condition, the feeling. It itches. So please be careful. Don't confuse itch and scratch. My body part itches. My body part itches. So I want to scratch it, in other words. For example, my head itches, or this bite on my leg itches, or this rash itches. So there are a couple of new vocabulary words here. I've included this bite on my leg itches. So imagine a spider or a bug bit you. So bit is the past tense of the verb bite. So maybe it itches after, or rather the bug bite itches after the bite happens. You can describe that with this pattern. This bite on my leg itches. Or this rash itches. A rash is typically a red area of the skin. It's not a burn. It's something from maybe a bug bite or maybe from a plant or some other kind of allergic reaction related thing. And it's often red and it's kind of strange looking. We call that a rash, a rash. This is different from a spot. A spot tends to be something in a circular. It's shaped like a circle. It's a circular shape. A rash tends to not have a circular shape. It kind of spreads along the skin. So a rash is often very itchy, or this rash itches is a way you might express that. So please keep in mind itch and scratch are different again. So I want to scratch this part of my body, or this itches, this itches. Okay, let's move on to the last part of this lesson. The last part, these last two patterns, are to express the time period or the point at which the problem started. So the doctor will often ask, when did it start? Or when did you notice the problem? Here are a couple ways that you can explain that. First, the problem started time period and sometimes ago. The problem started time period ago. For example, the problem started 2 weeks ago, or it started yesterday. Here you'll notice I've used it. So it means the problem, Very natural to use it. So like, my head really hurts. It started yesterday, where it refers to my head hurting. So this problem, it started yesterday, or the problem started yesterday. So we use this 2 weeks ago. In this case, we're using ago because we're talking about this time period sometime in the past. It was a long time in the past. Here you do not need to use ago. It started yesterday. So it's a specific point in time. It started yesterday. So this is a couple, these are two patterns to describe a point in time at which the problem started. If you want to be more specific, like a specific day or a specific date, you can use this pattern. The problem started on date, or the problem started day. The problem started on day. For example, the problem started on Monday, or you may hear the problem started Monday. It started on the third, where the third means the third of the month, the current month. It started on the third, or it started on Monday. You can also drop on here. It started Monday. So if you want to use a specific day or a specific day of the month, you can use this pattern. These might be good for specific time periods. So these are good expressions to use to explain when an issue started. Okay. So this is a quick list of some expressions that you can use when you need to visit a doctor or a hospital or a clinic and so on. So I hope that these are helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences with these expressions, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about expressions you can use to express nervousness and frustration. Let's get started. You'll notice with each of the expressions I'm going to talk about here, I've added an N or an F next to the expression. So the N means that expression is commonly used to express nervous feelings. So feelings of nervousness or feelings of anxiety. The F means that it's commonly used for frustration, to express when you feel that angry, frustrated feeling. So we'll look at quite a few of these. Let's begin with this one, a very basic expression for nervousness. I'm really nervous about topic. I'm really nervous about something. I have really in parentheses here because you can remove it to decrease the emphasis of this expression. So I'm nervous about something, or I'm really nervous about something. You could say I'm very nervous about, or I'm so nervous about as well. All of those are okay. For example, I'm really nervous about my job interview. At native speed, this would sound like I'm really nervous about my job interview. So we follow I'm really nervous about with usually the noun phrase here. I'm really nervous about my job interview. So this is a basic nervousness phrase that you can use. Let's move on to the next one. We can use this one for nervousness and for frustration. The expression is I'm losing sleep over something. So this over means about, but we don't always use I'm losing sleep about. We usually say I'm losing sleep over something. I'm losing sleep over noun phrase. So to lose sleep means to be unable to sleep. So imagine I should have 8 hours of sleep, but I'm so nervous or I'm so frustrated, I lost 2 hours of that sleep. I only slept 6 hours because I was so nervous or because I was so frustrated thinking about this thing. We use it in the progressive tense to mean this is happening in my life right now. I'm losing sleep over something. For example, I'm losing sleep over the mistake I made last week. I'm losing sleep over the mistake I made last week. So in this case, a mistake made the previous week is causing the speaker to lose sleep. At native speed, this sounds like I'm losing sleep over the mistake I made last week. So we can use this for something that is causing us so much nervousness or so much frustration that we have difficulty sleeping. Okay, let's go to the next expression. This one is commonly used to express frustration. It's something something, usually a noun phrase here. Something something is or are, depending on if this is a singular or a plural noun, driving me crazy, driving me crazy. So this driving me crazy can be used in positive situations, like if there's a person you're really attracted to and you can't stop thinking about that person, you could say, wow, he or she is driving me crazy. That's kind of a more positive use. Here, though, this is used in a negative way. Also, keep in mind, this is in present tense, this is or are, but you can use was or were to talk about something in the past that caused you frustration. For example, my coworker is driving me crazy. So if your coworker does something very annoying, or if your coworker always makes the same mistakes, you could say, my coworker is driving me crazy. So that kind of voice, that sort of tone, communicates your frustration. So not, my coworker is driving me crazy, but my coworker is driving me crazy. That sounds very frustrated. Another example with a plural form and past tense, those rude customers were driving me crazy. Those rude customers were driving me crazy. So this is in maybe a retail situation or a shopping situation. Some customers that were in the store a moment ago, maybe they're gone now, were bothering the speaker. Those rude customers were driving me crazy. So that's the kind of intonation you'll hear with this expression when we want to use it to express frustration. Okay, let's move along to this next one. I can't stop thinking about something. So this is something we can use for nervousness and for frustration. And again, if you want to, you can use this to talk about positive things as well. Like, I can't stop thinking about my new apartment. I'm so excited. So with this expression, your tone really matters. The sound of your voice, your body language, your facial expression, it all really is important here. I can't stop thinking about something. So for example, I can't stop thinking about the company layoffs. The company layoffs. So a company layoff is a company situation wherein many people lose their jobs. So a layoff is a situation usually like budget or policy related where the company must remove some people from the company. So I can't stop thinking about the company layoffs. That's how we would say it at native speed. So again, I can't stop thinking about noun phrase. There's usually a simple noun phrase after this. Okay, let's go to the next one. This is a frustration pattern, a very common frustration pattern. I included this because we commonly use this pattern for machine-related problems. The pattern is, my machine won't verb. My machine won't verb. I've included my. Of course, you could change that to his or her or whatever. But the machine we use here is like an everyday machine we expect to function correctly. So for example, my computer won't turn on. Here, computer is my machine, my object, and turn on, so the power isn't coming on. We use won't, so this is the reduced form of will not, will not. We use this pattern to express something that's not functioning correctly. We use won't to do that. My machine won't turn on, my computer won't turn on, or my phone won't play sound. So this is a very quick, common pattern we use to talk about frustration relating to machines. Okay, on to the next couple. These two are very similar, and they're used to express nervousness, a nervous feeling. So maybe some of you, maybe many people, feel sick, like your stomach feels sick when you get very, very nervous. To express that, you can say, I feel sick, or my stomach hurts. So using this in times of nervousness can help the other person understand your level of nervousness. Like, oh my gosh, I'm so nervous, I feel sick. So you can combine this with something like this. I'm really nervous about my performance. Oh, I feel sick. That's very natural. So I feel sick or my stomach hurts can help express nervous feelings. The next expression is, I'm so nervous, I'm shaking. I'm so nervous, I'm shaking. So maybe for some people, you feel very, very nervous and your body starts to tremble. So this motion is called shaking. I'm shaking. We use it in the progressive form because it's happening now. I'm so nervous, I'm shaking. Maybe before a speech or before a performance. I'm so nervous, I'm shaking. Be careful, don't forget this so. Not I'm nervous, I'm shaking, but I'm so nervous, I'm shaking. This so is showing us that it's like this degree. My nervousness level is so high, I am shaking. So this will help, again, communicate the level of your nervousness. Okay, let's go to the other side of the board. The next three expressions are all very commonly used to express nervousness. First, I don't have a good feeling about this. I don't have a good feeling about this. You can use this when you are making plans or when you're in a group of people making a decision and you don't feel comfortable. This is similar to this next one. I don't have a good feeling about this. At native speed, I don't have a good feeling about this. So this expresses maybe some uncertainty. I don't have a good feeling, singular, a good feeling about this situation. I don't have a good feeling about this. As I said, the next one is quite similar. This makes me really uncomfortable, or this makes me uncomfortable. So this makes me means this situation causes me to feel uncomfortable. This makes me really uncomfortable. This decision, I don't like it. It makes me feel really uncomfortable. So these two express kind of that level of uncertainty and a bit of nervousness. This next one is, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea. So this is more sharing your opinion, but it also communicates a little bit of nervousness too. I don't think that's a good idea. Like, you want to leave the house now? It's 2 in the morning. It's dangerous. I don't think that's a good idea. So this communicates your nervous feelings a bit. The next one is used for frustration and for nervousness, and this is very casual. The next expressions are very casual. It is, I am so not into this. I am so not into this. So maybe you know the expression, I am into something. Like, I'm into my hobby. Like, I'm into photography, or I'm into surfing. I am so not into this. I'm so not into this. Shows you are not interested in this situation. You are not interested in what is happening now. So this is a very casual expression. So is often extended, like I just said, I'm so not into this. So maybe, again, you're in a group situation and you disagree with the decision made by the group. Like the group says, we're going to steal something from a store. You could say, I'm so not into this, like I'm leaving. So this is very casual, and we would use this in situations where we want to express nervousness primarily first, but frustration as well. Like if you are, again, having computer trouble, for example, and you want to express in a kind of casual and light way your frustration, you're like frustrated with your computer, my computer won't turn on, I'm so not into this. You might hear that used as well. So it expresses frustration in kind of a casual, light way. So this next one actually is kind of similar. I am so over this. I am so over this. This is more commonly used for frustration. So I'm so not into this means I don't like this. I'm not interested in this. I'm so over this. Over means I've moved past this. I am ready to be finished with this situation. I don't want to think about it anymore. So if you imagine like a game over, for example, the expression game over, when the game is over, it's finished, right? So here, I am so over this. That means I'm ready to be finished with this situation. I'm done, I'm walking away, I'm going to the next thing. So my computer won't turn on, or there's some other problem. I could say, I'm so over this, and walk away. You might also hear this at the end of an argument as well. So when someone is frustrated in speaking to someone in an argument, you might say, I'm so over this, like I'm done, I'm finished with this conversation. Okay, the next expression is very, very casual. You can use it for frustration or for nervousness. It is, oh man, or oh man, you might also hear. So this can be used to express both feelings. So when you're very frustrated, again with the machine, you could say, oh man, my computer won't turn on. That helps to show that it's kind of a more casual frustration, not so serious. If you're feeling very nervous, like before a performance, you might look out like from behind the curtain and say like, oh man, there are a lot of people here. So you might hear this expression too. We don't use woman here. It's just, oh man, kind of a set phrase. Oh man. The final example I have here for frustration and for nervousness, I have a bunch of symbols here. This is how we commonly represent curse words or swear words. So if we don't want to write the actual word, we'll use a series of symbols. The order does not matter here. I've just chosen symbols at random. So I'm not going to introduce them on this channel, but curse words and swear words are very commonly used to express frustration and sometimes nervousness. So it will take a little bit of personal research to find some curse words and swear words that you maybe can use, but please be careful. They are very casual, very rough, and we should not use them in formal, polite business situations. In general, we don't use curse words much in public either. So we can use them very naturally for frustration. Again, especially in like machine or technical related problems, we might use a curse word quickly at our home to express our frustration. And for nervousness, we might as well use it. But in less of a strong voice, we might use kind of a scared voice or a nervous voice. So please keep in mind with all of these, your intonation does matter. Okay, so this is a list of expressions that you can use to communicate your nervous and frustrated feelings. I hope that this is helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making a phrase, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about ways to report the things that you saw and that you heard. I'm going to talk about a basic pattern and then introduce a more advanced pattern. Let's get started. First, I want to begin this lesson with a verb review. There are 4 key verbs I'm going to use in this lesson. The first pair is this one, to see and to watch. So what's the difference between to see and to watch? Generally, when we use to see, it just means information enters our eyes. So for example, I see the camera or I see the marker. Just the information goes into my eye. Watch, however, has this meaning of focusing our attention on something. So when we focus our attention on something, it's usually because it's moving. For example, when we watch a movie, or maybe we watch an animal in the forest, we focus our eyes on something. So to review, to see is just information comes into our eyes. To watch is to focus our attention. So for example, you are watching this video right now. This pair then is very similar to hear and to listen. This follows the same pattern. When we hear something, information enters our ears. We just hear it. So maybe I can hear an air conditioner, or I can hear someone outside. To hear is just information entering the ears. When we listen, however, or listen to something, we are focusing our attention. We are trying to use our ears to gain information somehow. So again, we are focusing our attention on something. So here is just information entering the ear. Listen is used to talk about focusing on trying to use our ears to gain information. So please keep this in mind for this lesson. Let's look now at a basic pattern for reporting something. For this lesson, I'm going to focus on using I as the subject. So this is for when you want to share something that you saw or that you heard. So the basic pattern here is I plus the past tense form of the verb plus a simple noun. So this is our direct object. Remember, the direct object is the thing upon which the verb is acting. So this is like receiving the activity happening here. This is receiving the action in this verb. So I saw a noun, I watched a noun, I heard a noun, or I listened to a noun. Please be careful, don't forget this to here. I listened to something. And also, I listened. Sometimes people forget to make this past tense. I listened to something. Let's look at some examples. First, I saw my mom, or I saw a cat. It's a very simple expression. Again, just communicating this information entered our eye. I saw my mom, I saw a cat. These sentences use watch. I watched a movie. I watched a basketball game. So these sentences show the speaker was focusing their attention on a movie and a basketball game. I watched a movie, I watched a basketball game. Here I've used heard. The pronunciation is heard, not heard, heard. I heard the news and I heard a loud noise. So I heard the news, so from TV or radio maybe, and I heard a loud noise somewhere. I don't know what it was, but a loud noise, that information came to my ear. I heard a loud noise. Finally, listened to. I listened to a podcast and I listened to the presentation. So again, we are focusing our ears on something. So I listened to a podcast. I wanted to focus my attention on the podcast. I listened to the presentation. I focused my attention on the presentation. Focused my ears and probably my eyes too, maybe. Okay, so these are basic patterns, basic reporting patterns. In this lesson, I want to introduce a more advanced pattern. So this is an advanced pattern that you can use to describe the specific details of something. So the verbs will remain the same. We're not going to change the verbs at all. What we are going to change is the part after the verb. Here, we're going to use something called a subordinate clause. So a subordinate clause is a big word. It just means a part of a sentence that cannot be alone. It must have another part of a sentence in order to be a full idea. So it needs something else. It's like a mini sentence or part of a sentence. We need some other information to finish this idea. So we're going to use this part of an idea, this subordinate clause, as our direct object. So again, this direct object is what we talked about up here, the thing that's receiving the action. So let's take a look at some examples of what I mean here and the special grammar rules that we use in these cases. Let's begin here. I saw a man walk into the office. I saw a man walk into the office. So here we're seeing this I saw is in past tense again, and a man, so this is just a simple noun, but we see all of this extra information, and a key point for this pattern is this right here. This verb remains in the present tense or in the infinitive form. There is no change to this verb. This part is a past action, yes. We're using saw here, which tells the listener or tells the reader that this action is finished, this is done. But we do not change this verb here. I saw a man walk into the office. So this action is done. But in this report of this, we do not change this verb. I saw a man walked is not correct. We cannot use that. I saw a man walk into the office. That is an action that happened. I saw it. I used this expression to report it. Let's compare this then to the other type of reporting expression we can use. A new example sentence. I saw a woman jogging in my neighborhood. I saw a woman jogging in my neighborhood. Again, we use simple past tense here to make the report. This information entered my eyes. A woman, yes, we have a simple noun here. And this is the information that tells us the specifics. What was the woman doing? Here, however, I've used this continuous or progressive form, jogging in my neighborhood. I saw a woman jogging in my neighborhood. So I've talked about up here using this form, the infinitive form or present tense form. If, however, you want to emphasize that an action was continuing at that time, you can use the progressive form here. So in this sentence, the speaker mentions that at this point in time, maybe this morning, I saw a woman jogging in my neighborhood. At that time, the woman was jogging. It was happening at that moment. So I saw a woman jog in my neighborhood. Sounds like maybe the action is finished, it's done. But if the speaker wants to emphasize a continuing action, they can with this progressive form. So please keep this in mind. We can use progressive form to emphasize continuous actions, but in other cases we use just the simple infinitive or present form. Let's look at another example. I watched my cat jump off the roof. I watched my cat jump off the roof. So here the verb watch is showing that the speaker focused his or her attention on the cat as the cat jumped off the roof. So again, you'll notice I watched my cat jump. There is no change to this verb. Jump off the roof. This part does not have any changes. There is no conjugation happening there. I watched my cat jump off the roof. Another example, I watched a car roll into traffic. I watched a car roll into traffic. So this means the speaker focused their attention on a car as the car slowly rolled into other cars, traffic. So I watched a car roll into traffic. Again, please keep in mind the difference between saw and watched and how these can make these sentences sound a little different. For example, if you say, I watched a woman jogging in my neighborhood, it sounds like you focused your attention on the woman jogging, which can sound a little strange sometimes. If you saw a woman jogging in your neighborhood, that sounds quite normal. But in some cases, if you say, I watched someone doing something, it sounds like you're focused on them, which can sound a little scary sometimes. So please be careful when you're using saw and watched in these cases. Okay, Let's continue to the next group. Let's look at heard now. I heard my friend trying to negotiate a discount. I heard my friend trying to negotiate a discount. So again, negotiate a discount means get a lower price, trying to get a lower price. So I heard my friend, here again, the progressive form, trying to negotiate a discount. So maybe you're shopping at a market somewhere. The speaker can hear their friend somewhere else asking for a lower price or trying to negotiate. So maybe it's successful, maybe it's not. But at that point in time, a negotiation was happening. So I heard my friend trying to negotiate a discount. Another example, I heard my dog whining in the living room. I heard my dog whining in the living room. So maybe I'm in my bedroom, but my dog is in the other room. I can hear something. It's the sound of my dog whining. So to whine is like crying, but usually used for pets or for little kids or for people who are complaining a lot, to whine. So I heard my dog whining. This was happening at that point in time. My dog was whining. Let's look at the last examples. I listened to my teacher talk about grammar. I listened to my teacher talk about grammar. So listened to is perhaps one that you won't use so much with specific details. Maybe you'll use listen to more with a basic pattern. But these are some examples of cases where you might. So I listened to my teacher talk about grammar. So as I said before, you can use that basic form, this infinitive form, or the progressive form, like I listened to my teacher talking about grammar. That's fine too. So maybe after you watch this video, after you have finished watching this video, you could say to your friend, oh, today I listened to my teacher talk about grammar. And that would be natural because it's finished. You finished watching this lesson. If, however, you want to emphasize for some reason that I'm talking and something else is happening, you could use the progressive form. Like I listened to my teacher talking about grammar and I got bored or I thought it was interesting. So you could use something like that to show that an action is happening at the same time too. Okay, finally, I listened to a customer complain about a problem. I listened to a customer complain about a problem. So here, again, the action is probably finished. I listened to a customer complain today. So this is something that happened to me. So please keep this in mind. It's kind of a strange grammar point, but we use these style verbs when we're talking about the specific details of something we saw or heard in the past. Of course, this is for reporting things. There are other situations where you may want to report other information, like maybe something you ate, for example, or a place that you visited. So please keep this in mind when you're reporting these kinds of things about the past. So I hope that this lesson was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences with this stuff, feel free to do so in the comments section of this video. Also, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about a few sentence-starting expressions. Let's begin. Okay, for this lesson, I've chosen 8 different expressions that we commonly use at the beginning of a sentence. We use these when we want to share our opinion, or we want to share bad news, or we want to get confirmation about something. We want to check something. So let's get started with these first 2 expressions. This first pair, both of these, are used when we want to be honest about something. We want to share our true feelings. The first one is to be honest. To be honest. So that means right now I'm going to be honest. I'm going to share my honest feelings, my honest opinion. So to be honest is how we begin this expression. To be honest, for example, to be honest, I didn't like the movie very much. So this is an expression you might use after you see a movie with someone and you didn't enjoy it and you want to express that honestly to the person you're with. We would probably say it like, to be honest, I didn't like the movie that much, or I didn't like the movie very much. So you want to be honest with someone. You don't want to lie and say, I liked the movie. You want to be honest. So we use this expression at the beginning of phrases like this, often with kind of an opinion that's not like a positive opinion. So maybe you have to disagree with someone, or you have to share a negative idea. We might begin that with to be honest. The second expression here is quite similar to this. To tell the truth. To tell the truth. So to tell the truth means to share your true feelings or to share true information. We use the verb tell here. So we don't use say, we don't use speak. We use this as a set expression, tell the truth. So again, this means you're sharing your true opinions, your honest ideas, or like some kind of true information. We would use this more as well if we're sharing like facts. With honest, it's kind of more like we're sharing our opinion. If you want to share a fact or like data, some kind of information like that, you might use to tell the truth instead. So again, you're telling true information here. For example, to tell the truth, I can't afford to go on a vacation. So again, this is something that maybe is like an uncomfortable topic. We don't want to talk about it a lot. So in this case, to tell the truth, I can't afford to go on a vacation means I don't have enough money to go on a vacation. So this may be an uncomfortable topic for the speaker. To tell the truth, I can't afford to go on a vacation. Yes, in this case, we could use to be honest, I can't afford to go on a vacation. So in both cases, they're kind of personal situations. There might be some cases where to tell the truth is used more to share like data or information or something like that. Like to tell the truth, our sales dropped last month. So that might be a case where it might sound a little more natural to use to tell the truth instead of just to be honest, which is a little more common for our personal feelings or our personal opinions. Okay, so let's continue on to the next couple of expressions. These are somewhat similar, this next group, these three expressions here. The first one, please be careful about this one. The expression is no offense, but. No offense, but. So the pronunciation here is not offense, like in sports, offense and defense. This is no offense, no offense. So offense here refers to making another person feel bad. So to offend as a verb, to offend someone means to cause someone to become upset. So you make them angry or sad or disappointed or something, maybe embarrassed. So no offense means I don't mean, my plan is not to cause you to feel bad, but, so this is an expression that's often, unfortunately, that's often used before something that could make someone unhappy. So let's look at an example here. No offense, but I don't feel like going to a party tonight. So this is a very mild way to use this. So here, maybe the speaker was invited by the listener to go to a party. So another person might have said, hey, do you want to go to a party tonight? And I might say, no offense, but I don't feel like going to a party tonight. So that means I don't want to make you feel bad, but I don't feel like going. I don't want to go tonight. So this means it's not you, it's like me, it's my feeling. So no offense, but. This is a very, like I said, a very mild and kind of nice example. Some people use this expression before very rude things. For example, no offense, but your shirt looks really weird. Or no offense, but I don't know about that hairstyle on you. So sometimes people will share like very direct, very rude things, and they use no offense in front of it. But it's actually not a nice comment. So please try not to, of course, offend another person or just share rude opinions with this expression. I recommend using it in a situation like this, a very mild situation, to show it's not your plan or it's not you at all. I just don't feel like doing something, or I didn't enjoy something. So again, no offense, but, meaning I don't want to cause you to feel upset, but this is my feeling. Okay, so let's take a look now at the next one. The next expression is, I hate to say it, but. I hate to say it, but. So it is some information we're going to say. So I hate to means I don't want to say it. I hate to say it, but something, something. So this something, something is going to be unpleasant information. The listener probably does not want to hear that information. I hate to say it. You might also hear, I'm afraid to say, or I'm afraid to say this, but. So hate to say it is a little bit more casual, I feel personally. It means I really, really don't want to say this, but I have to. For example, I hate to say it, but I left your coffee at the coffee shop. So this isn't like a situation where maybe you go to a coffee shop to get coffee for your coworker. You get your coffee and come back to the office, and your coworker says, "Where's my coffee?" You might say, I hate to say it, but I left your coffee at the coffee shop. So you realize in that moment, oh no, I left it there. So you can use I hate to say it. I hate to say it. So again, this is a very light, casual situation. You might hear this in more serious situations too. Like, I hate to say it, but the company is starting layoffs from next month. So layoffs means like people will lose their jobs. So that could be a more serious situation where the speaker doesn't want to talk about it, but they have to, they must, there's some responsibility. So I hate to say it, but something unpleasant or something uncomfortable. This is a way to begin that. One more expression that's a little bit more old-fashioned, but you might still hear from time to time, is this one. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but. So you'll notice these all end in but. So that shows I don't want to say this, however. So what does this mean? Sorry, meaning I'm sorry. This part, to be the bearer of bad news. So this word here, the bearer, bearer. So to bear as a verb means to carry, to carry. Here, bearer, as in maybe you know like the ring bearer at a wedding, that means the person who carries something. So to bear is an old-fashioned word for carrying, like usually carrying something heavy. So to bear your luggage on your shoulder maybe. It sounds very old-fashioned, but in this expression it means the person who is carrying bad news. So this means I'm sorry that I am carrying bad news, but. So this is, again, used when you have to share some information that's uncomfortable or you don't want to talk about that information. For example, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but our project was just canceled. So this is maybe a work situation. You are the person, or the speaker is the person who has the bad news. You have this message, this negative message, and you have to share this message with someone. You can say, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but our project was just canceled in this case. It means I don't want to tell you this. I'm sorry that I have to be the person who tells you this, but here is the information. So you'll notice all of these end in this but. So it shows I don't want to say this, but I have to. I have some responsibility to. Or I don't want to upset you, but I need to share this information. So these three expressions you can use to do that in slightly different situations. Okay, let's take a look at the next pair. The next pair are used when you want to check something, when you want to confirm something. So in situations where you're worried, maybe you are the only person who feels this way and you want to check something. Let's look at the first one. Maybe it's just me, but. So this is a common theme here. Maybe it's just me. So this it refers to the situation. Maybe this situation, or maybe this idea, maybe this concept, maybe this is just me, meaning maybe I'm the only person thinking about this, or maybe I'm the only person worried about this. But, so you want to check. This is used to check with the other people in your group or the other people at your office, whatever, to ask if they are experiencing the same thing as you. For example, maybe it's just me, but this bar seems really sketchy. So sketchy means like a little bit maybe dangerous or a little bit strange, maybe not the best place to be. So maybe it's just me, but this bar seems really sketchy. So I might say this at a new place with a couple friends, and I feel, in other words, this bar is a little sketchy. That's my feeling. And I use this kind of as a way to ask the other people lightly, do you feel this way too? Like maybe it's just me, I don't know, do you feel this way as well? This is a way to do that. Maybe it's just me, but this seems kind of sketchy. So this is one way to kind of check with the other people in your group if they feel the same way or if they have the same idea as you. Let's compare this to the next expression, very similar. Is it just me, or? Is it just me, or? And often this one ends in a question, actually. So again, is it just me? So that means, is it just me in this situation thinking this idea? Is it just me in this situation with this feeling? So am I the only one thinking this, or something, something, something? So let's take a look at an example. Is it just me, or does this room smell awful? Is it just me, or does this room smell awful? Means, am I the only person who is experiencing this right now? So in this case, maybe the speaker and some other people are in a room together, and the speaker thinks, it smells really bad in here. So awful means very, very bad. They think it smells really bad in here. Ugh. Am I the only person who notices? You might say, is it just me, or does this room smell awful? In response, someone might say, yeah, it's just you. I don't smell anything. It's just you. So that means only you. You are the only one. Or they might agree. They might say, yeah, I noticed that too. Yeah, it smells awful. So you can use a yes or no answer to reply, to confirm, or to reject what the person said. So these two we can use to check the other people around us. All right, finally, let's go to this last expression. This last expression is not similar to these two, but we do use it to confirm something. We use this when we want to confirm facts, so general information. The sentence, or rather the expression is, correct me if I'm wrong, but. So, correct me, this means fix me. So, if I make a mistake, please fix me, is what this means. If I'm wrong. So, if the information I'm going to say is not correct, please fix me, please correct me. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but let's look at an example. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Barack Obama the 44th president of the United States? So maybe you're having a discussion and someone says like, oh no, I think Donald Trump was the 44th president of the United States. And you might think, that's not right. I don't think that's correct. When you want to show like there's a chance I'm not correct here, but I'm pretty sure, like 90% sure, 95% sure, my information is correct. So to show that, to show like you can correct me, but I think this is true. Correct me if I'm wrong, but. And here we use past tense. I'm using past tense wasn't because this is a situation that is finished. It's done. So Barack Obama is no longer president of the United States, but we use wasn't here. Wasn't he the 44th president? So correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but. We can use that to show we have a high level of certainty We really believe we are correct, but you want to show you're being a little humble. Like, if I'm wrong, I might be wrong. I don't think I am, but please feel free to correct me if I am. So this is quite useful in like negotiation situations or discussion situations where you're pretty sure you're correct, but you want to show you are open to discussion about something. So this is good for facts and general information, like I said. Okay, so those are a few sentence starting expressions. I hope that you found a few things you can use in everyday life. If you have some more sentence starting expressions that you know about, please feel free to leave them in the comments, along with any other comments or questions that you have about this lesson. Of course, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to go to EnglishClass101.com to find some other resources to help you with your English studies. And also, don't forget to like and share the video as well. Subscribe to our channel too if you have not already. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about 12 common expressions that use the word make. Let's get started. The first expression I want to talk about is a very common one we use for meals. The expression is to make meal. So this can be to make breakfast, to make lunch, to make dinner. This means to cook that meal or to prepare that meal. For example, in past tense, I made dinner last night. So it's up to you. You can use cooked dinner if you want, or lunch or breakfast or whatever. But generally, we don't use a verb like create or prepare, at least in everyday speech, because it sounds quite formal, especially prepare. Create might be used for like a professional chef. So in everyday speech, we typically use make, in past tense, made. I made dinner last night. The second expression for this lesson is to make a plan. To make a plan. So to make a plan just means to create a plan. So this can be a plan for anything, for travel, for work, for your studies. To make a plan means to create a plan. You will notice throughout this lesson, there are lots of expressions that use the verb make to mean create. So this is a key difference between make and do. We use do a lot for activities. We use make when we are creating something. So in this case, to create a plan refers to make a plan. For example, we made a plan for the weekend. So here I'm using it in past tense again, and I'm following made a plan with for, this preposition for. This shows the purpose of the plan. We made a plan for the weekend, So in this case, I'm talking about my plan for my activities for the weekend. We made a plan for the weekend. Okay, onward to the next expression, very common, to make a reservation. To make a reservation means to reserve something. So we use this expression when we are calling restaurants, maybe bars, cafes, hotels. We would use this as well when we are making reservations for airplane tickets too. So anytime you need to reserve something, you can use the expression make a reservation. At a hair salon is another case. So, for example, hello, I'm calling to make a reservation, please. So you can use this on the phone. Here I've used calling. I'm calling means right now I'm on the phone. This is an expression that's very commonly used to begin a conversation on the phone. So you can use this in any situation where you need to make a reservation. Okay, let's move on to the next one, also extremely common, to make a mistake. To make a mistake means to do something incorrectly. To do something incorrectly. So to make a mistake, this is a very common expression because we make lots of mistakes. So mistakes happen a lot. So to express that, we can use something like this example. Oh no, I made a mistake. Oh no, I made a mistake. So again, past tense, made here. I made a mistake. So not mistaked. Oh no, I mistaked. But I made a mistake. So I did something incorrectly. That's what this expression means. Okay, so let's move on then to some more advanced expressions that use make. This one is to make something up, to make something. So here, there's some other information in the sentence. This expression means to lie or to create a false story. So this thing, as we'll see in just a moment, is something that is not true. So, for example, I made up a reason for why I couldn't go to the party. I made up a reason for why I couldn't go to the party. So this is an expression where we can put this something here. Yes, like let's make something up means let's create something that's not true. Let's make a lie. Let's create a lie. Or we can put make up plus, in this case, a reason. So in this example sentence, this reason is false. We know that because this expression, made up, means to lie or to create a false story. So if we say, I made a reason, it's not the same. We need to use I made up a reason for why I couldn't go to the party. So in this case, the lie was for the purpose of like escaping this party. So for why I couldn't go to the party. So for a reason I couldn't go. I was not able to attend. So maybe I was able to attend, but I didn't want to go, so I created a reason. This is a lie. So this is how we use the expression to make up something or to make something up. You can use both of them. Okay, let's move on to the next one. The next expression is to make do. To make do. This is interesting. This means to use something of low quality when you want something of high quality. So you want this thing, but the thing you have is down here. So you decide, okay, I'll use it. When we want to express that as a verb, we say to make do, to make do. For example, this isn't the equipment I wanted, but I'll make do. This isn't the equipment that I wanted, but I'll make do. So for example, I really wanted this camera for my project, but this is the camera my company has. So, okay, I'll use this, I'll make do. So it's of lower quality, yes, but I will do my best with this low quality item instead of the high quality one I wanted. So we say to make do to describe this. All right, let's move over to the other side of the board. The next expression is to make time to or to make time for. So these both mean to create time in a schedule. Of course, we cannot like create time, but this means like finding time in a schedule. So what's the difference between to and for here? We use to before a verb in the regular infinitive form. We use for before a noun. So this can be a person or an activity. For example, he made time for me on Tuesday. He made time for me on Tuesday. Again, past tense. And here I'm using for because the next item in the sentence is a noun, me. So he made time for me on Tuesday. So I could change this to, like he made time to meet me on Tuesday if I want to use a verb. So you can choose whichever you prefer, the verb form or the noun form. To make time for means to create time in a schedule. Okay, let's move on to the next one. The next one is to make up with. To make up with. So to make up with means to reconcile, which means to repair a relationship. So to reconcile with someone means, for example, you have a fight, an argument, a disagreement. There's something bad happens, something bad that happens in your relationship, and you have some distance maybe, or you have a problem. But to reconcile means to fix that relationship. So to make up with someone means to repair that relationship. For example, I finally made up with my roommate after our fight last week. So I finally repaired my relationship with my roommate after our fight last week. So made up with is a much shorter way of saying repaired my relationship with or fixed my relationship with. We don't really say that. We say made up with to mean like we repaired something that happened in the past that wasn't so good. In this case, we had a fight last week, but I finally fixed it. Together, we repaired our relationship. Okay, let's move on then to the next one, which is a little similar to make up with. It is to make it up to someone. To make it up to someone is used to mean to apologize with an action. So we usually use to make it up to someone after we apologize. For example, I'm so sorry I'm late. So apology. I'm so sorry I'm late. Let me make it up to you. Let me make it up to you. Let me apologize with an action. So let me fix the situation with an action. First drink is on me. First drink is on me means I will buy the first drink. So you're meeting someone, you're late. I'm very sorry, I'm late. Let me fix it. I will buy the first drink. That's what this means. So, I'm sorry I'm late. Let me make it up to you. First drink is on me. So, to make it up to someone, here someone is you. So, you're waiting for this person. They are late. They decide they want to fix their error with a drink. So, this is another common expression, but be careful. Don't mix it up with to make it up. Or sorry, don't mix it up with to make up with. To make up with means to repair a relationship, kind of general. To make it up to someone means like to repair a past error with an action specifically. Okay, let's move on to this one. To make a day or night or weekend or other time period of it. This is an interesting expression. This means to do an activity for a period of time. We use this expression when we are making plans and we decide, we should use this whole time period to do that activity. For example, why don't we go to the beach? We could make a weekend of it. We could make a weekend of it. So here's the suggested activity. Why don't we go to the beach? And then they say, the speaker says, we could make a weekend of it. That means this activity could be for one weekend. So we could do this activity, visiting the beach, for the entire weekend. So we could make a weekend of it. We could change this to day. We could make a day of it, so meaning a one-day trip to the beach. So that means using the entire time period to do an activity, to make a weekend of it, to make a day of it, to make a night of it, to make an evening of it, to make a morning of it. So we use these time periods. We generally don't use something like make a month of it. I suppose you could in like maybe very long travel situations, but we typically use this for shorter things, shorter activities, like a weekend trip or maybe a trip to a certain shopping mall in the morning. We typically don't use this for very long periods of time. So we could make a weekend of it. It sounds quite natural. Okay, let's move on to the next one. The next one is to make it quick, or to make it fast, or to make it snappy. So quick and fast both mean the same thing, to do something at a high speed. Snappy is kind of a casual, rough word, which means fast or quick. So we use it in this expression, not so much in other situations. But to make it quick, to make it fast, to make it snappy means to do something quickly. So we usually use this when we are in a rush to go somewhere, or we want to go somewhere very soon, or we want to do something very soon. And someone wants to do a different activity, and maybe we feel a little pressure or a little stress. So we say something like, you want to shop now? Okay, but make it quick. We have to catch a train. So here, a person wants to go shopping, maybe they are traveling somewhere, and the speaker says, okay, but make it quick, or okay, but make it fast, okay, but make it snappy. So we have to catch a train. So this is the reason the person shopping needs to go quickly. So there's a train to catch. So make it quick, make it fast, make it snappy. Be careful, example, this expression can sound a little aggressive, like you're pushing the other person to do something quickly because like you have pressure or some stress in your situation. So make it quick, make it fast, make it snappy. Okay, the last expression for this lesson then is this long one, to make a mountain out of a molehill. To make a mountain out of a molehill. So a mountain is, of course, a very large part of nature. A molehill, this word comes from a small creature that lives in the ground called a mole. A molehill is very small. So a mountain is very large. A molehill is very small. So this is where these creatures live on the ground. So this expression, to make a mountain out of a molehill, means to consider a small problem as a big problem. To make a mountain out of a molehill. That means I have a small problem here, but in my mind, I consider it a very big problem. So for example, her mistake at work wasn't a big problem. She's making a mountain out of a molehill. So here, this person, this she, maybe made a mistake at work and she thinks, oh no, it was such a big problem. I feel so bad, I'm so upset. So she thinks the mistake is the size of a mountain. But her colleague, maybe, thinks, no, it wasn't such a big problem. It was very small. So this person, the person who made a mistake, is making a mountain out of a molehill. She's considering the problem as bigger than it actually is. So this is kind of like a don't worry expression. It's not such a big deal to make a mountain out of a molehill. You may also hear this in the plural form. So don't make mountains out of molehills. You may hear that too. Okay, so those are 12 expressions that use the verb make. I hope that you found something new here. Of course, if you know some other expressions that use make, please feel free to share them in the comments. Also, if you want to practice making some sentences with one of these expressions, please feel free to do that in the comment section as well. If you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to cover 3 basic interview questions and some sample responses. So these are going to be 3 very common things that you hear at interviews for jobs and at interviews for schools or other universities. I'm going to break down what these questions mean and then show some sample responses that you can use as you create your own answers. So let's get started. The first question, or the first statement that I want to look at is this one that's very common. Tell me a bit about yourself. Tell me a bit about yourself. You may hear, tell me about yourself too. If your interviewer is one person, it'll be me, but it could be tell us about yourself for a group of people. So what should you do when you hear this question or when you hear this statement? Inside your answer, some good things to include are answers to these questions. Where are you from? So your hometown. Where were you born? Where did you grow up? And so on. Where did you go to school? Generally, at least in American institutions, in American businesses, we don't usually include high school or below. Usually we include university, college or university, and above. So that could be your undergraduate, your first 4 years of university, and then your graduate studies. So if you have a master's degree or a PhD or something else, you can include that here. But generally, we don't talk so much about high school and earlier. So where did you go to school? What did you study? So again, this means what was your major in university? And maybe what was your secondary concentration in university? So again, we don't really say like, I studied math in high school, but rather focus on your studies, your specific focus studies at university level. Okay. Other things, What degrees do you have? So what degree or what degrees do you have? Do you have a bachelor's degree? Is it a Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Science? Do you have a master's degree? Do you have a PhD? If you don't have a degree, maybe you have a certification. So what school or what place did you go to receive your certification? So those sorts of things, your education, you can include here. What work or internship experience do you have? So quickly give a little bit of information about the places where you worked or the places where you did internships. So if you are just beginning to search for work, if you are fresh from university, maybe you have some internship experience. If you don't have job experience that's at like a professional level, like if you are a university student looking for a job and you don't have professional work experience, but you have some part-time job experience, that's okay to include here. So if you are just looking for maybe like your first job out of university and you have something that's related to that job, like from your past part-time work experience, you can include that. That's okay. All right, finally then, what are your interests? So that means like your professional interests or your study interests. What do you want to do? Some people also like to mention a hobby here. It kind of depends on the interview. In some cases, people are very happy to share about like, yoga or a specific sport that they like to do. But in other cases, if it's a very formal, like kind of stiff interview, it might not be such a good idea to do that. You might focus instead on your work and your study experience. So let's look at an example of how we might answer this. So let's look at part 1 here. I was born in New York City. I moved to Boston with my family when I was little. So here's where I'm from. This is not true, but this is where I'm from and where I grew up. So here I say, that's where I grew up and went to school. So this first part talks about the place where I'm from, the place where I grew up, and where I attended school. After graduating high school, I went to UCLA, where I studied computer science. I did an internship with a tech company and am interested in a job with a tech startup. Okay, so there are a lot of just small hints that give lots of information here. I said after graduating high school, so this brief part shows the speaker has finished high school. I went to UCLA. So UCLA, this is the name or the abbreviation for a university in Los Angeles. University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, where I studied computer science. So the speaker studied computer science at UCLA. Then the speaker did an internship with a tech company. So there's work experience and internship experience. And am interested in a job with a tech startup. So this is the speaker's interest. So in just a few sentences, the speaker has shared a lot of information about where he or she is from, what they're interested in, their educational experience, and their work experience. So there's lots of good information here in just a few sentences. Following this then, you might hear a question like this one. Why do you want to work at this company? Or why do you want to study or attend this school? So you will be asked to give a reason why. So what attracted you or what attracts you to this place specifically? Why did you apply here? Also, what are your goals and how do they match the company's goals or the school's goals? So think again, from the company's point of view, why should they choose you? So why do you think you are a good choice? So not just you, like I want money or I want to work at a famous company, but why does the company need to look at you specifically? Are you a good match together? So let's look at an example of how we might answer this question. First, I'm interested in ABC Tech Company because it's a startup. So specific information about this company. I understand there are a lot of challenges when working at a startup, but I feel I would gain a lot of hands-on experience by working here. I'm interested in the applications the company is developing. They're similar to what I worked on during my internship. Okay, so this is not like a direct answer of each of these things, but it's all kind of mixed together. So the speaker said, I'm interested because it's a startup company, a tech startup company. So that's what attracted the speaker here. Then the speaker includes this line here. I included this because it's good to show that you understand the specific parts of like working in a company. So not just that you're like applying to 10 companies and saying the same thing every time, but you need to show that you've done some research for that specific company. So a line like this, a sentence like this, shows that you understand there are challenges with working at a startup, but you think that's a good match for you. So in this case, because you can get lots of hands-on experience. So hands-on experience means actually doing things yourself, gaining experience by doing things yourself. So sometimes literally hands-on, so doing things with your hands. Finally then, I'm interested in the applications the company is developing. So that's, again, specific to this company. The speaker is interested in something this company specifically is doing, and the speaker says they're similar to what I worked on during my internship. So the speaker is saying, I have experience with the thing that you are creating now. So this is a reason I am a good choice for your company. So again, just a sample for how you can answer these kinds of questions. So think about what attracts you to the company and show that you did some research. Then talk a little bit about your goals and your interests, in this case, like application development. And do they match the company? So in this case, again, application development matches. Then third, why are you a good choice? So if you can explain those sorts of things in response to a question like this, it's a good idea. Finally then, this is another very common interview question. It is, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where do you see yourself? So this doesn't literally mean see yourself. So this means 5 years in the future. What do you imagine your life will be like? Or what do you imagine for your future in 5 years? So this question is really asking, what are your goals for the next 5 years? What do you want to achieve? And hopefully, do they match with the company's goals for the next 5 years? So what are your goals for the next 5 years? And how will you help the company or the school in the next 5 years? So if you say, I see myself rich and living on a beach, it's probably not a good answer. So you need to talk about how you personally plan to grow and change and how you will contribute to the company or to your school. So for example, in 5 years, I see myself leading my own project. I aim to work as part of a team to reach the company's current goals, then propose some new ideas to implement. So the speaker is saying, in 5 years, I want to lead my own project. So after we finish something successfully, the current goal successfully, I want to propose some new ideas. So the speaker is kind of promising here, I have some new ideas, or I think I will have some new ideas that we can use in this company, and I see myself, I imagine myself leading that project or leading a new project. So they have this kind of image of a leadership role for themselves. So this, again, is just a sample way to answer this question. Of course, for each person, this will be different, but it's generally a good idea to think about where you see yourself in the next 5 years and prepare an answer for each interview that you attend. So these are 3 very basic but very common interview questions, the meaning of each question, and a few ideas for how you might answer them. So I hope that this is helpful for you. Of course, there are many more interview questions, and there are many different styles of interview in English for schools and for businesses, but this is a good base, I think. So if you have any questions or any comments, or if you want to practice making some text to answer these questions for yourself, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about 3 uses of get. let's begin. Okay, the first meaning I want to talk about is the basic meaning of the verb get, which is just to receive something. So we use get to refer to buying something at a store, for example, or receiving something from someone, or receiving something from something else. So we use get in this way to show transfer of ownership of something. For example, I got a new job. I got a new job. Here, got is used, the past tense of get. So I got a new job. You'll notice in these sentences, these example sentences, we follow get or got, whatever verb form it is, with some noun phrase. So let's take a look at the next one. He needs to get a haircut. He needs to get a haircut. Here, my noun is a haircut. He needs to get. So you can imagine this is like he needs to receive a haircut. So this haircut, it's like a service kind of too. So we can use it for services as well. Next example, we're thinking about getting a dog. We're thinking about getting a dog. So in this sentence, you can imagine getting is like a replacement for buying. So we're thinking about buying a dog, but maybe you don't want to buy the dog. Maybe you're going to adopt the dog from somewhere, or a neighbor's dog had puppies and you want to take one. So we're thinking about getting a dog, So we use getting here because this makes a noun form. This ing here creates a noun from a verb. So getting a dog is actually a noun phrase. So the act of receiving a dog. Okay, our final example here. She's never gotten a bad test score. She's never gotten a bad test score. Gotten is the past participle form of get. So this means she's never received a bad test score, essentially. But we use this to sound a little more conversational, a little bit more light. Okay, so let's compare this then to the second use of get for this lesson. We can use get before an adjective. And when we do this, get means become. So this sounds much less formal than become. A lot of learners use become in everyday conversations, and it sounds very unnatural. We use get most of the time to talk about a change in status or a change in condition. Let's look at some examples. It's getting hot in here. It's getting hot in here. So this means it's becoming hot in here. We do not say becoming. It sounds way too formal, very stiff. This is much more casual. A native speaker would say, it's getting hot in here. That's what we would say if it's hot, or maybe cold too. It's getting cold in here. So we use the progressive form or the continuous form to show that something is happening now. So it's getting hot in here. Next, wow, you got tall. Wow, you got tall. This is an expression we use a lot with kids we have not seen for a long time. So you maybe see a family member one time a year. From the last time you saw this kid, the child has grown. You could say, wow, you got tall. In other words, wow, you became tall. But again, become or became here in past tense is way too stiff. So we use got instead. Wow, you got tall. So this is useful when talking about changes in physical appearance too. Okay, the next one. Your lunch is gonna get cold. Your lunch is gonna get cold. So again, we can simply replace get with become, and the sentence, the meaning of the sentence, remains the same. But we do not use become in everyday conversation here. Your lunch is gonna become cold doesn't show a communication problem or doesn't have a communication problem, but it sounds very unnatural. Instead, please use your lunch is gonna get cold. So your lunch is gonna get cold. This gonna means going to. Your lunch is going to become cold in temperature is what this means. So please eat your lunch. Okay, the last example from this section, he's going to get angry when he hears the bad news. He's going to get angry. So again, we're using get here, become angry. And this is a future tense situation or future tense statement. The speaker is making a guess about this person's attitude in the future. He's going to get angry when he hears the bad news. So again, all of these examples use get or some form of the verb get before an adjective, hot, tall, cold, angry, and so on. So we can use it directly before an adjective to mean become. This sounds much more natural than become in everyday conversation. So please try to use get, not become. Okay, with that, let's go to the last part of today's lesson. The last part focuses on using get instead of be in passive patterns. So we do this to express something that was unexpected. So sometimes it can be like kind of negative, or maybe it's like a shock. But generally the feeling is that something unexpected happened, or maybe it was an accident. So we use get instead of be with action verbs in the passive. So we don't use it with state verbs. So for example, like know or think. We don't use it with like state or like emotion-related verbs. We use it with action-related verbs. Let's look at some examples. My snack got eaten by a dog. My snack got eaten by a dog. So here, we could say my snack was eaten by a dog, and that would also be correct. We're using past got eaten to show, like with more emphasis, this was unexpected. So I had a snack. Maybe I had my snack here and a dog ate it. So I want to show that it was unexpected or something negative happened. I replace was in the regular passive pattern with got. My snack got eaten by a dog. Okay, let's look at another example. His article got picked up by a big news site. His article got picked up by a big news site. So picked up means, in this case, the big news site found his article, took it, and put it on their website. So to pick up information like that is like it was shared by, in this case, a big news site. So we're using got again in past tense here to show that this situation was unexpected. This was like not something planned. So it's exciting in this case. It's a surprise. We're showing that with got. Again, you could say his article was picked up. That's perfectly fine. It just doesn't have the same feeling of surprise or lack of expectation. The third example. Her house got damaged in the storm. Her house got damaged in the storm. So this use of got, again, shows us that something was not expected. Maybe a really big accident happened in the storm. As a result, her house got damaged. Okay, so let's talk about some common idioms that use get. These are just set phrases that we use with get plus something. So try to remember these as like set patterns. So don't change these when you use them in speech. First is get married, to get married. This is a very common one. So we use it at the point in time at the wedding ceremony. Like my friend got married last week, or I'm excited to get married this summer. We use get married as a set phrase. Sometimes I hear students say like got marriage, which is not correct. We must use get married, get married. Another very common one is get dressed. To get dressed like means to put on your clothes, to get dressed. So we don't say like to get a shirt on or something like that. We use get dressed to mean like prepare ourselves and prepare our clothes on our body for the day. To get dressed. We use that as an idiom. Another good one is to get lost, to get lost. So you can imagine this expression meaning become lost, like point number 2 here for today. So to get lost means you lose the place you're trying to go to get lost. There's also kind of a mean or an aggressive expression we have, which is get lost, which is a rude way to say go away or like lose yourself far from me, get lost. So that's another idiom we use. Two more are these two, which I use this one at the beginning of lots of videos on this channel. To get started. To get started means to begin the process of starting something. Let's get started. So I use this at the beginning of lots of videos to mean let's begin, or let's take the first steps in doing something, in like the next thing we're going to do. Let's get started. So this is an idiom, an idiomatic expression. Similarly is get going, get going. You'll notice here I'm using going. These others have used like the past participle form of the verb. This expression is a set expression, which means leave. Let's get going means let's leave. But we use this casually when we're leaving like a party or some other event. Let's get going. So it sounds kind of a little bit friendly and not so strong. Not like let's go, but let's get going. Like let's take the first steps towards leaving this place. Let's get going. So these are some very common idioms that you will hear with get. All right, so this is an introduction to 3 ways to use get. I hope that you found something that you can use, and I would encourage you to practice point 2 especially. So try to avoid using become a lot because it sounds very unnatural and very strange. Please try to use get instead. All right, so that will do it for this lesson. Of course, if you liked this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making sentences with the stuff I talked about in this lesson, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, don't forget to check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about expressions you can use in arguments. In this case, by argument, I mean a fight with words. I don't mean like a nice verbal discussion, a nice regular discussion. I mean an actual fight. So these are some expressions that you can use when you argue with other people. Let's get started. Okay. The first expression is we need to talk. We need to talk. This is a very well-known expression, and for most people, this is a scary phrase to hear. It means someone has a problem and they want to talk to you about it. We need to talk. So this is most commonly used in romantic relationships, but you may also hear it in work situations or with friends, anyone that you have a fairly close relationship with. If there's a problem and you need to be a part of the conversation, you may hear this. We need to talk. This is a common way to begin a serious discussion or maybe an argument. We need to talk. So usually the response is okay, if you agree, or not now, which usually is not a good thing to say. But this is quite a serious expression. We need to talk. Okay, so let's talk about some common patterns in arguments. The first one is, I can't believe you, past tense verb, and past tense verb phrase here. So I can't believe you did something. So this expression refers to a past action, a past thing that the listener did. So something bad happened in the past. The speaker is expressing shock or surprise. So here are a few examples of how we might use this expression. I can't believe you forgot my birthday. And I can't believe you ate my lunch. So here we're using past tense verb phrases. You forgot my birthday, or you ate my lunch. So the speaker is upset. The speaker is angry about these past activities. We use past tense verb phrases. You'll also notice in these cases, for this lesson, for these examples, I'm focusing on I and you, as in the speaker has a problem with the listener. But in some cases, you may want to express surprise or shock or feeling upset upset at someone else, you can change this you to like he or she or they. Like, I can't believe he forgot my birthday, or I can't believe she forgot my birthday. So you can change this part right here to talk about someone else. I can't believe he ate my lunch. So this is an easy way to change the person you're angry with in this case. So I can't believe something. This can't believe refers to shock or surprise. Okay, let's go to the next one. The next one is actually a question. So you're asking this question to get some information about the past. The pattern is, why didn't you? Infinitive verb, an infinitive verb phrase. Why didn't you? So that means this verb did not happen. Why didn't you? So what is the reason you did not do this thing? Some examples. Some examples of this are, why didn't you call me? Or why didn't you finish that report? So that means the listener, you didn't call me. I want to know why. What's the reason? Maybe I had an expectation you would call me, or I thought you would call me. You didn't. So why didn't you call me? You might also hear people use something that sounds like this. I've just added an exclamation point here after this question mark. This is an informal way that we write like surprised questions or shocked questions. We use a question mark and an exclamation point to do it. You can reverse the order too. That part does not matter. But you may hear this and you may see this in writing in informal situations like on the internet too. So this didn't happen. Why didn't you finish that report? I thought you were going to finish the report. Why didn't you finish the report? So you're asking for some reason that something did not happen. So you might hear something like this at work. You might hear something like this in many situations. Why didn't you call me? So this could be because the speaker is angry or upset. It could be because the speaker is worried too. Like, you needed help? Why didn't you call me? So you can use it in that way too. But this pattern is used to ask for a reason for something in the past. So in this case, something that did not happen. Of course, you could make it positive, like, why did you something, something, something? Like, why did you do that? You can use that too. If you're looking for a reason for something that did happen, you can make it positive. Why did you something, something? Okay, so let's go to the next pair of expressions then. These are kind of follow-up expressions that you can use after you explain the problem. So to go back to this example, I can't believe you forgot my birthday. So maybe we feel sad in that case. We might follow this sentence with this expression. You really hurt my feelings. You really hurt my feelings. So I've drawn this sad face here. So to hurt someone's feelings means to cause them to feel sad. So feelings, plural here, feelings refers to someone's emotions. And to hurt someone's emotions or to hurt someone's feelings means like to damage their emotions in some way. So we use this when we cause someone to feel sad, or like when we have been caused to feel sad or disappointed. Usually we don't use this for angry feelings. We use this for like depressed, sad, like lonely feelings. So someone hurts your feelings, that refers to someone else's behavior causing emotional damage to you. It causes you to be sad. So in this case, I can't believe you forgot my birthday. You really hurt my feelings. So I've used really here. You can remove it. You hurt my feelings. That's okay. But you really hurt my feelings shows that someone really made an impact on you in a negative way. The next expression is a little bit different. The emotion that's expressed here. That made me so mad. That made me so mad. So the idea here is anger. This is a key with this expression. That made me so mad. So made means caused. That caused me to be so mad. So mad means angry. So this might be used in response to something like this example. I can't believe you ate my lunch. That made me so mad. So you feel angry because your coworker or someone else ate your lunch. That made me so mad. So again, we're using past tense here and past tense here as well, hurt and made. So you can use present tense, like, that makes me so mad, if this action is happening now. Like, I can't believe you're eating my lunch. In present, like present progressive, I can't believe you're eating my lunch. That makes me so mad. That's fine to use too. These are in a past tense, but either is fine. You can use either depending on what's happening in the situation now. Okay, let's go to the next pattern. The next pattern is I past tense verb phrase plus because of you. So this past tense verb phrase will be some negative result, some negative outcome, and then we use because of you. This is an expression that we often use to put blame on someone for something. So a negative thing happened, and we want to say it was this person's fault. This person is the reason this negative situation happened. So because of you. Some examples of this. I missed my flight because of you. I missed my flight. Here is my past tense verb phrase. I missed my flight. So this is the past tense of the verb miss. So my flight means like my airplane flight. I missed my airplane because of you. So something the listener did caused the speaker to miss his or her flight. The speaker is angry and says, I missed my flight because of you. So this shows the listener is to blame. It was the listener's fault in this case. Another example. I lost a customer because of you. I lost a customer because of you. So in this case, maybe the listener is at a restaurant or bar and is doing something bad, like they have bad behavior, and the customer leaves. So the speaker might say, I lost a customer because of you. It's your fault that customer went away. Like, I'm so angry with you. So be careful. This because of you has a negative feel about it in most situations. Okay, let's go to the last expression then. I found out you past tense verb phrase. I found out you something, something, something. So again, past tense here, I found out. So to find out in present tense means to discover something. And when we use find out or found out in past tense, it's like we learned something that was a secret, like that someone wanted to hide, maybe because it was bad or maybe it was special and just like a nice secret. But to find something out means it's something that was supposed to be a secret. In this case, we'll use it to talk about a negative activity someone wanted to hide. Some examples of this. I found out you stole money from my bag. I found out you stole money from my bag. So in this case, the listener, you, the person who stole the money, wanted to keep it a secret, stealing the money. But the speaker discovered this. They say, I found out you stole money from my bag. Another example, I found out you lied to me last week. I found out you lied to me last week. So to lie means to say something that is not true. So both of these, lied and stole, these are past tense verb phrases. You lied to me last week. You stole money from my bag. So I discovered these things. I want to tell you I discovered these things. So after you've maybe shared the information here, or maybe you're hearing, maybe you're the listener in this case, perhaps, what are some responses to these? First of all, I'm sorry. So if you are the listener and you know you did something wrong, you forgot someone's birthday or you ate someone's lunch, of course you can just say, I'm sorry. In many cases, that's probably the best response to choose. I'm sorry. You could say, I forgot. I forgot. This is a good answer for something like this. Like, why didn't you call me? I forgot. Or, why didn't you finish that report? Sorry, I forgot. You could also use this one. I was busy, but please be careful. Sometimes if people use I'm busy too much, it's like we don't believe them anymore. We just don't believe that they're always so busy. So I would recommend using busy only a couple times. And also when you say I was busy, many times the listener hears this phrase and thinks, oh, so I'm not important to you. That's kind of the feel here. I was busy. So why didn't you call me? Sorry, I was busy. So maybe on a busy day at work, we can understand sometimes. But if you always use this, it's not so good. Okay, another one is I won't do it again. I won't do it again. So remember, won't is will not. And this means I will not do that thing one more time. So for example, I found out you stole money from my bag. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Finally then, if you do not want to apologize and you don't want to give an excuse and you want to continue the argument, these are some expressions you can use. First is no, I didn't. No, I didn't. So for example, I found out you lied to me last week. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. So you reject it. You're saying, I didn't lie to you. This I didn't connects to the thing in the previous sentence. So I found out you lied to me last week. No, I didn't means no, I didn't lie to you. So this will kind of continue the discussion, and maybe you need to find the truth in the story there together. Another thing, if you really want to level up the fight, is to return the statement from the first person with another problem. For example, well, you, past tense verb phrase. You will hear this in fights that are escalating. So people just share problems back and forth, things they're angry about, and they might use an expression like this. Like, I can't believe you forgot my birthday. It's like, well, you didn't pick me up at the airport. So people will kind of trade arguments in this way, and they'll use you to talk about that. Like they'll use you like in an emphasized way to show that the other person is not perfect either. So use this expression if you want to keep the fight going, if you want to continue the fight for some reason. So these are some expressions that you can use in arguments, hopefully to end the argument quickly. But if you need to know some other expressions to kind of argue back, these are a few things that you can use. So I hope that this lesson is helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice using any of these, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about expressions you can use after an argument. By argument, I mean a fight. So a fight means a heated discussion that you have with someone else, an argument. Let's get started. Okay, the first expression you can use after an argument is very simple, of course. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So if you made a mistake, or if you think the argument was really strong, really intense, and you feel bad, you can say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. To be more specific, like I'm sorry is quite general, just your general feeling, I am sorry. If you want to be more specific, like why are you sorry? Like what's the reason you are sorry? You can use one of these expressions. First, I'm sorry about what I said. I'm sorry about what I said. So this what in this sentence is like saying the things which, or the thing which I said. But we don't say the thing which I said, or the things which I said. We instead use this what. I'm sorry about what I said. So maybe I said something yesterday, or I said something in the argument, and I feel bad about that. I'm sorry about what I said. So past tense here. I'm sorry about what I said. Also, I'm sorry I yelled, or I'm sorry I shouted at you, maybe. So if your voice became very loud and you feel bad about that, use this past tense yelled or shouted. I'm sorry I yelled at you. I'm sorry I shouted at you. I have at you in parentheses here because maybe you didn't shout directly at the person. Maybe you were shouting just in the room, you were upset, or maybe you had a loud voice in your discussion, but you weren't talking directly to someone. It was just like in general. You can remove that. I'm sorry I yelled. I'm sorry I shouted. That's okay too. If you're shouting at a person directly, you can use this at you. I'm sorry I yelled at you. I'm sorry I shouted at you. They mean the same thing. Some of you might ask, like, what about screamed? So scream is a bit different from yell and shout. We usually use scream to talk about like really high-pitched sounds, and you might hear this more in like horror movies, scary movies. When someone is really scared, they use this really high-pitched sound. That's more like a scream. We usually use that for scream. Of course, in some very intense arguments, people may scream too. So it's kind of up to the situation. I feel like in lots of cases, though, it's usually yelling or shouting. Okay, so let's move on to the next three here. The next three are excuses. Excuses. So they're giving a reason for your past behavior. So please use these very carefully. If you give an excuse for something, it might not seem sincere all the time. So with that in mind, let's take a look. The first one, I've been under a lot of pressure lately. I've been under a lot of pressure lately. So this uses I have been, and you'll notice this in a couple of, or in the other examples for this section too. So I've been under a lot of pressure means in my life recently, lots of things have been causing me stress. So under a lot of pressure usually means like work or school related stress. So it doesn't mean like physical like pressure like in a room with like high pressure. It means like the stresses of life are really high right now, and we use under a lot of pressure. So you can imagine the stress in life is on top of us. We use I've been under a lot of pressure to say that. Lately means in these days, these recent days. So at native speed, this sounds like I've been under a lot of pressure lately. So I'm sorry, I've been under a lot of pressure lately. I'm sorry I shouted at you. So something like that might be a pretty reasonable and normal apology. Another excuse you could give is this one. I haven't been sleeping well lately. I haven't been sleeping well lately. So you'll notice this again uses this present perfect, and we're using the continuous form here. I haven't been sleeping well lately. So this means from some point in the past to the argument, or maybe to the conversation now, the speaker has not had the experience of good sleep. So this could affect the person's mood. This is the idea here. I haven't been sleeping well lately. I'm sorry I shouted. So this is a reason why someone's mood might be affected, and they might do things they don't usually do, perhaps. And the final one is, I've had a lot on my mind lately. I've had a lot on my mind lately. So again, I have had. We've seen this present perfect pattern for all of this to mean something has been happening recently. So I've had a lot on my mind lately. This means I have been thinking about many different things, usually serious things. So maybe I'm thinking about work lately, or I'm thinking about school, or my family, or my relationships, or money, or something. So a lot on my mind means I'm thinking seriously about many things lately. So this is slightly different from I've been under a lot of pressure. This expression is like maybe there's outside pressure, there's outside stress, like maybe my boss is telling me something, or someone in my family is telling me something. In this case, it's like the speaker is thinking about many different things. There could be some pressure too, but they're slightly different. So I've had a lot on my mind lately, I'm sorry. So these are a few excuses, some reasons you can give if you shouted or you did something you feel bad about. Okay, so let's go to this next expression. I didn't mean to take it out on you. I didn't mean to take it out on you. So this expression might come after an excuse. So like, I've been under a lot of pressure lately. I didn't mean to take it out on you. So what does this mean? I didn't mean to something, something, something means my plan was not to do this. So I didn't mean to something, something, something. So my plan was not to do this. I did not want to do that thing. So take it out on you. What does that mean? So take something out on someone. This expression means like to relieve some kind of pressure or to relieve some kind of like unhappy feeling by using another person. So usually this at the end of this expression is a person, like take it out on him or take it out on her. So usually there's some kind of anger or there's like a sadness or a depressed feeling that we have inside, and when we release it, we do it on someone, to someone, and we say, take it out on that person. So generally this is a bad thing. Like we don't usually want to release our negative emotions on a person. So maybe we yell or we shout or we scream. And so when we do this, we might say something like, I didn't mean to take it out on you. So the it in this case, take it out on you, the it is this condition. So for example, I've been under a lot of pressure lately. I didn't mean to take it out on you. So it means like this condition where I'm under a lot of pressure. So I'm feeling really, really stressed out. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to release all of my stressed feelings on you. So that's what this means. I didn't mean to take it out on you. I'm sorry. Another expression, very helpful. I was wrong. I was wrong. For many people, this is very difficult to say, but I think it's a very useful phrase, and it's good to feel comfortable admitting this too. I was wrong. And in some cases, you were right. You were right. So maybe like someone spends too much money and the other person says like, I should be able to spend as much money as I want in the argument. And then after the argument, that person says, no, I was wrong. You were right. I should be more careful with my money. So I was wrong. I was wrong. This means in the argument, I made the wrong decision or I said the wrong thing. I was wrong. You were right. You were correct. So you had the best opinion, in other words. I was wrong. You were right. So this is a good one to know, a good one to practice that is sometimes difficult for people to admit, for sure. Okay, let's take a look at this expression. Let's agree to disagree. Let's agree to disagree. This might seem confusing, but it's fairly simple. So first, let's agree. Let's agree. So let's agree means let's have the same opinion, or let's come to the same conclusion. Let's agree. So let's agree to what? To disagree. So this means let's accept we have different opinions, and that's okay. So let's just let it go. It's not a problem. Let's just accept that we have like this different view about this situation. Let's agree to disagree. It's okay. Let's not fight anymore. So that's a useful one to use too. To express some regret, similar to this one I talked about, I'm sorry I yelled or I'm sorry I shouted at you, you can say, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. So this shouldn't is the reduced should not. Should not have said that. That means I said something in the argument, and now I feel bad about it. I wish I had not said that thing. So I shouldn't have said that. So that is a bad thing in the past. So I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. Another one, I hope you can forgive me. I hope you can forgive me. So to forgive someone means like to accept their apology, to accept their apology. Some people use the expression like I can forgive, but I won't forget. Some people like to use that expression, or some people choose to use that expression sometimes, which means I will accept your apology now, but I won't forget our argument. Like this argument will be remembered. I'm going to remember this situation though. So yes, I accept your apology, but I'm going to remember this in our relationship going forward. So that's a very serious phrase. So I hope you can forgive me. I hope means like I want you to, like it would be good for me if you would forgive me. I hope you can forgive me. To kind of repair your relationship with the other person a little bit, you can use an expression like one of these. Can I make it up to you? To make it up to someone means to fix a past error. To fix a past error. And we say make it up to you. To you. Can I make it up means can I fix this past error by doing something for you? So, more specifically, you can say something like, let me make it up to you. Let me fix this past situation, this past thing that I did to you. I'll, verb phrase. So, I'll buy you lunch, or I'll throw you a belated birthday party. Belated means late. We use it for birthdays. So, I'll throw you a belated birthday party, or I'll buy you lunch. So, you're doing something to try to fix the past problem. Let me make it up to you. You might also hear, let me make it up to you by noun phrase, like let me make it up to you by buying you lunch, or by throwing you a belated birthday party. That is also okay. So, make it up to someone. Let me make it up to you means let me fix the problem by doing some action. Okay, finally, to confirm that your relationship is fixed, has been repaired, you can use, are we okay? Are we okay? So, are we okay doesn't mean physically, like your body, the health of your body. This means, is our relationship okay? Are we okay? Or, are we cool? Are we cool? So, this means, is our relationship okay? So, cool is used with closer friends. Another thing you can do is just ask friends as a question. So you might have seen this in TV and movies a bit. Friends? So does that, like this means, are we still friends? Are we still okay? Is our relationship still a friendly relationship? So friends. And you might like offer your hand, like to shake someone's hand in that case. It all kind of depends on how serious the argument was. So these are some expressions that you can use after an argument to apologize or to repair a relationship. So I hope that it was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about expressions you can use with your coworkers. Your coworkers are the people you work with. Let's get started. First, I want to talk about some common greetings you can use with your coworkers. A very common way to greet your coworker when you arrive at the office is morning. Morning. So you can use good morning if you like, or just morning with that clear ing sound at the end. But it's also very common and very friendly to just say morning, morning in that quick, like kind of upbeat way. To respond, you just say the same thing in response. Morning or good morning. Or some people draw out the sound and they say good morning, something like that. You might also hear people make this good sound very short. So it sounds like good morning, good morning. So there are a few different ways you can respond to this. Of course, if you meet your coworker in the afternoon, you can say good afternoon or afternoon as well. Okay, let's move on to a couple more greetings. How are you today? How are you today? So how are you today is asking like this day specifically. So if you see this person every day of the week or every weekday, you want to know on this particular day, on this specific day, how are you? So to respond, you can say good, or great, or a little tired, or I'm all right. So however you're feeling, you can respond with good, great, whatever. Whatever suits your situation. How are you today? Good. How are you today? I'm all right. So this is basically the same response as you would use with how are you, but just how are you today? Another very common one is this past tense question. This is a very common one on Mondays, so after the weekend. How was your weekend? How was your weekend? At native speed, it sounds like, how's your weekend? How's your weekend? So this was gets very short. It becomes like was. How was your weekend? So I know it may sound a little like how is your weekend, but that doesn't make any sense. How is your weekend is a present tense question. Like how is your weekend now? But if it's Monday and the weekend has finished, we've just finished the weekend, this is definitely a past tense question. How was your weekend? So the weekend we just experienced. How was it? To answer, you can use some of these responses to how are you today? How was your weekend? Good. How was your weekend? Great. And usually you should follow up with something specific, like I went to a movie, or I went to a baseball game, or I saw my favorite TV show, or I ate a really good dish. So give some information in past tense. I went, I saw, I ate, I heard, whatever. You could say, fine, nothing special. It was fine. I didn't do anything big. So just to show that it was normal for you. You could also say it was relaxing. Or maybe if your weekend had lots of stuff, you could say it was busy. So whatever, just make a short expression for your response and give a little bit of detail. That's kind of natural to do. If you just say, good, you, it sounds like maybe you don't want to talk about it, or you're kind of like hiding something. So it's generally good to share a little bit so that you can make relationships with people. Okay, this one, the next expression, how was your activity? How was your activity? So again, this is using past tense was here. And this is something that we use when we know our coworker has something planned. So for example, if you talk to your coworker on Tuesday afternoon and they say, I have a special dinner tonight. On Wednesday, you can say, how was your dinner? How was your dinner? So the dinner you told me about the day before. So that's why we use your here. How was your dinner? You can use other activities here, like how was your party last weekend? Or how was your conference? Or how was your trip? So depending on what kind of information your coworker shared, you can use a different noun phrase in this pattern to ask about that specific thing. How was your activity? So again, to respond to this, you can use the same kinds of answers as we've practiced here. It was good, it was great, it was relaxing, it was busy, or it was okay, it was not bad. So just giving a little bit of information just to share your experience, or, you know, make like those relationships, make having a chance to bond with your coworker a little bit. Okay, so these are kind of greetings and kind of everyday like chat topics. But now I want to move on to talking about some work-specific expressions that you can use. So these two have kind of similar grammar. They both use this have you past participle expression. Let's look at this first one. Have you talked to or with person? Have you talked to our boss? Have you talked with our boss? In this case, there's really not a difference. You can use talked to or talked with. For me, the difference here is just that with tends to sound a tiny, tiny bit more like there are two people talking. It's like a two-way conversation. Maybe sometimes using to sounds more like a one-way conversation, but this is not a rule by any means. You can use either here. So, have you talked to our manager? Or have you talked to our team member? This means, because we have this present perfect pattern here, have you talked, it means since like you came to the office this morning until this conversation, did you have the experience of talking to this person? So maybe there's some important information you need to know. So you might ask your coworker, have you talked to this person? Or have you talked to our boss today? Have you talked to so-and-so? So this means like there's probably something you need to know. To answer this question, yes, yes. You could say, yes, I have, or yes. You can use a simple past tense answer in your reply too. Like, yes, I spoke to her this morning. So I use spoke in my reply. That's fine. You can use spoke in your reply, even though talked was used here. Or you could say talked as well. They're both fine. Like, yes, I talked to her this morning. Yes, I spoke with her this morning. All great. So you can say, yes, I have as well. Either response is fine. For a no response, you can say, no, I haven't. No, I haven't spoken to her. No, I haven't talked with her. Or maybe if you expect to, like you have a meeting scheduled, you can say, no, not yet. No, not yet. But I'm going to talk to her this afternoon. So you can use a couple of these different patterns to share, like when you spoke to someone, if it's complete, or when you're going to speak to someone, if it's not complete yet. So, have you talked to that person? Yeah, I have. I spoke to her this morning. Or, have you talked to her? No, not yet. I'm going to talk to her in this morning's meeting. So, there are lots of different ways to answer this quick, short question. Similarly then, I mentioned that these have similar grammar structures. Have you heard about topic? Have you heard about topic? So again, we're using this present perfect, have you heard, past participle here, meaning from some point in the past, maybe this morning, until our conversation now, did you have the experience of hearing, did you get this new information about this topic? For example, have you heard about this afternoon's meeting? So maybe there's some kind of an update. Or have you heard about the schedule changes? So this coworker, the person asking the question, is using this pattern to kind of ask their colleague, to ask their coworker, did you receive this information? Like, did you hear about this news? So I've just used the expression, did you hear about something? You may also hear that just as a simple past tense expression. You may also hear, have you heard about? Both are fine to use and they communicate the same idea here. So again, to answer this kind of question, we can use this pattern. Yes, I have, or no, not yet. Or if you want to use no in this case, like, no, I haven't. What's up? Or no, I haven't. What's the information? So you might ask a question in response to this if you don't have the information about the topic. Okay, so with that, let's continue on to this part of the lesson. This is used, I made these three sections or these three examples to help you with request patterns. So when you need to ask your coworker for something, for help, you need them to send something, whatever, how do you do that in a polite way, but that's also kind of friendly because you're a bit close. So what I like to do, and what many people I have worked with like to do, is we begin our requests with something like this. Sorry to bother you, but. Sorry to bother you, but. Or you might see some people just say, sorry to bother you, and then they make their request. So sorry to bother you means like, I'm really sorry to interrupt your work, or I know you're busy, and so I'm really sorry to contact you, but I need some help, or I need something. So, sorry to bother you, but could you please send me item? So, this item could be anything, and this is usually used for email, like please send me something digitally, but of course we can use this for physical items as well, like to send something in the mail. Some examples here, could you please send me the report? Could you please send me our data? Could you please send me those files? Could you please send me any updates? So there are many different ways we can use this. We can use the indefinite article, the definite article, no article. It really depends on what you're asking for. So for example here, please send me those files. So those files, the speaker would use those files in this case if the listener, if the person reading or hearing this message already knows which files the speaker means. So for example, you're in a meeting and you're discussing some important files. The speaker might say, could you please send me those files, like in an email later. So could you please send me those files? Another request pattern you can use is, could you please help me task? Or could you please help me with task? So I have with here because there are a couple of different ways that we can use this. Please help me verb as part of the task. But sometimes we don't have a specific verb. We just want help with a noun phrase. So let's look at some examples. Could you please help me prepare the meeting room? Prepare the meeting room. So here, prepare is my verb. I don't need to use with here because we use with before a noun phrase. Could you please help me prepare the meeting room? So this one is okay without with. This is my task here. My whole task is included in this expression. This one, however, uses with. Could you please help me with this month's data analysis? With this month's data analysis. So with before a noun phrase, in this case, this month's data analysis. So why would we use this pattern? In this case, perhaps the speaker or the person writing this email doesn't have a specific task that they want the listener or the reader to do. They just want to get some general support for something. Could you please help me with this task? So you don't have a specific direction. You don't have like a specific guide just yet, but you want to get someone's support. You can use this. Another example with a verb then, could you please help me review the contract? Review the contract. So you can see this example and this example. These are very specific things that we are requesting. If you just kind of want to make a more general request, you can use with plus a noun phrase. Okay, one more example pattern for asking for help is, could I ask for your advice about topic? Could I ask for your advice about topic? So this is used when you want to get someone's feedback about something, or you have a question about something, you're not sure how to do it or how to approach it, but you think your coworker does have some information or they have some knowledge, some special skills that can help you with something. So for example, could I ask for your advice about this letter I'm writing? So you're writing a letter and maybe you need someone to check it for grammar, or you need someone to give you some feedback about the content of your letter. You could use this pattern. Could I ask for your advice about this letter I'm writing? Another example, could I ask for your advice about the design of this graphic? So maybe you don't have great design skills, but your coworker does. Like, could I ask for your help, or could I ask for your advice about the design of this graphic? So you can use a lot of different things here. And using this pattern sounds kind of like you really would appreciate their expertise, their specialization here. So we can connect all of these patterns to this one I talked about before. Sorry to bother you, but could you please send me that thing? Or sorry to bother you, but could you please help me with this task? Or sorry to bother you, but could I ask for your advice about this topic? And then I like to end my requests with this: whenever you have a moment. Whenever you have a moment. So this means at any time, at any point in which you have a free moment or a free minute. Whenever you have a moment. So of course we have many moments, but this expression means whenever, at any time that you are free. It's kind of a soft way to say, like, I know you're busy, again, but if you have a moment, if you have just a minute, I would really appreciate your help. So can I ask for your advice about this topic whenever you have a moment? So that just sounds like it's no rush, like I just want to ask for your help if you have time. So this is how I like to use these expressions to make soft but kind of friendly requests. Okay, the last expression I want to talk about is one that you can use when you just want to share information. Let's look at the example. I just wanted to send along information. I just wanted to send along information. Here I'm using past tense wanted, wanted. You could use present tense, like I just want to send along some information, but we often use like past tense in these kinds of expressions to soften our statement. I just wanted to send along some information. So again, there's not a request here. You're just providing some information that you think would be useful for the other person, or maybe it's important for your work somehow. For example, I just wanted to send along some recent news related to our work. So some recent news related to our work. This could be an article you read or some news about a competitor. Like a competitor means another company or another organization doing the same or similar work as your company. So this can be anything that's related to your job, to your company, whatever. So I wanted to send along some recent news related to our work. Another example, I just wanted to send along an update about our project's progress. So this is a very common one. You're providing an update. Maybe there's no need to share feedback or there's no request, but you just want to share an update about your progress. You can use this pattern to do it. Finally, I just wanted to send along a few photos from the company trip. So maybe this is a situation you have in your company or your organization, just sharing some photos or sharing some kind of friendly social information from time to time too. So this is a great pattern to use if there's not a request, but you just want to provide some information. Okay, so these are some expressions that you can use with your coworkers. I hope that you found a few things that were useful for you. Of course, if you have any other expressions that you like to use with your coworkers, or if you have any questions or comments about expressions that you think you might want to use at work, please let us know in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about simple present tense in English. Let's get started. Okay, I want to begin this lesson by looking at when to use the simple present tense. There are 2 points I want to focus on. Number 1, we use simple present tense to share facts. So facts refers to information that is always true. For example, I speak English. In this sentence, speak is simple present tense. In this example, he works in New York City. This is a fact, just information that is true. Works is a simple present tense verb. In one more example, they don't live in France. Don't live is simple present tense, but it's just a negative. They don't live in France. So these are examples of simple facts. We express facts with simple present tense. The second use of simple present tense is to express regular actions. So especially this is for items in a schedule or a timetable. When I say schedule or timetable, I mean, for example, something that happens every day at the same time, or every week, or every month, or every year. So it's something that we understand happens regularly. So, for example, I visit my parents every month. In this sentence, visit is a simple present tense verb, and we know that this is a regular action because we have this expression in the sentence, every month. In the next example, the bus leaves at 3 p.m. Leaves is in simple present tense. This is part of a timetable at 3 p.m. So we can understand this is part of a bus schedule. Finally, he doesn't call me every day. He doesn't call me every day. Here, again, we have a negative expression. He doesn't call is in simple present tense. It's a negative expression. And here we have every day. So this shows an action that does not happen every day. So these are the 2 ways to use, or the 2 times to use, simple present tense. Next, I want to talk about how to make simple present tense. First, let's look at how to make statements. I've broken this into positive and negative statements. First, let's take a look at how to make positive statements. We need to think about the subject of the sentence. When we're making basic statements, there are 2 ways to approach it. If your subject is I, you, we, or they, we use this pattern. So I, you, we, or they, plus our infinitive verb. So infinitive verb means just the basic form of the verb. There's no change to the verb, like eat or sleep or drink, just the basic verb form. Then we can add extra information. So the most basic type of sentence is just a subject and a verb, but in many cases we want to add some more information. We do this after the verb. If, however, your subject is he, she, or it, we use first the subject, then the infinitive verb, and then we add an S sound to the verb. So in most cases, we just change this to add simply an S. So infinitive verb plus just an S. In some cases, we add ES, and in some cases, we add IES. Here is the rule for understanding which type of S ending to use. We add ES, this ES, for verbs ending in double S, so SS, for verbs ending in O, SH, CH, TCH, X, and Z. So if the infinitive verb ends in one of these, we need to add ES when our subject is he, she, or it in a simple present tense statement. If your subject is I, you, we, or they, there's no change to the verb. So this is kind of a tricky point to keep in mind. This will get easier with practice to remember. Then, about this point, this IES ending. For verbs ending in a consonant, so consonant means the letters other, the letters that are not A, E, I, O, and U, and sometimes Y. But for verbs ending in consonant plus Y, we remove the Y and we add IES. So I'll show you an example of this in just a moment. So this is how we make positive statements with simple present tense. Let's kind of compare this then to making negative statements. When you want to make a negative statement, again, there are two kind of patterns to follow. Again, the subject is very important here. So if your subject is I, you, we, or they, we include don't before the infinitive verb. So yes, you can also use do not, but in everyday speech, we use this reduced don't typically. So do not sounds a little more stiff, a little bit more formal. We typically use don't in everyday speech. So I don't, or you don't, we don't, they don't, plus infinitive verb. So again, no change to the verb. And then in some cases, we add some extra information at the end of the sentence. The other pattern is the he, she, or it subject pattern. If the subject is he, she, or it, we use doesn't. So doesn't is the reduced form of does not. So he doesn't, she doesn't, it doesn't, plus infinitive verb, no change here. So when we make a positive statement, we need to add an S sound to the end of the infinitive verb. When we're making a negative statement, we do not need to make any changes to the verb. Just a plain infinitive verb is perfect. It's fine. And then we can add our extra information after the verb. So with this information in mind, let's practice making a few sentences with these examples. So our first situation, our first example, they something every day. If I want to use the verb cook in this expression, what should I do? First, I need to look at the subject of the sentence, they. I'm using they in this pattern. This is a positive, I know, because there's no not here. So I follow this pattern. My pattern when they is the subject is just infinitive verb plus extra information. So I know this should be cook. They cook every day. This is the correct sentence. The next example, she something reports every month. My verb here is write. So I look at my subject is she. I know from my hint this is a positive sentence, so there's no not here. So I can go here. So she is my subject. Infinitive verb plus an S sound. I know that. So which S ending should I use? My verb here is write. It doesn't end in any of these spellings, and it doesn't end in consonant plus Y, so I know I should use just a simple S ending. She writes reports every month is the correct sentence. She writes reports every month. All right, on to the next example. He, something, something, a car. So here, my clue is not have, not have. So my clue, my hint here, tells me this should be a negative statement. So I'll start my search here in the negative section. I see my sentence, my subject is he. So I know I should use this pattern. He plus doesn't plus infinitive verb. So again, no change to the verb in a negative statement. That means I can use doesn't plus have to make a negative. So the final sentence becomes, he doesn't have a car. He doesn't have a car. All right, one more example. She, something, internationally 4 times a year. Internationally. So internationally means outside her country or outside the place where she lives. So my verb here is fly. I see that this is probably a positive statement because there's no not here. So fly, and my subject is she, okay. So she plus infinitive verb. Now which S pattern should I use? My verb is fly, and it follows this pattern. So it's a verb that ends in consonant plus Y. So L is a consonant. Consonant plus Y ending. The rule is to remove Y and add IES. So the correct answer is flies. She flies internationally 4 times a year. So this is how we can find the correct verb form to use depending on the sentence. So your subject is very important here. Okay. With that, let's continue to making questions. This is about how to make statements with simple present tense. Let's practice how to make questions with simple present tense. Again, the subject of our sentence is very important. Let's take a look at these two to begin. These are our yes and no type questions. So when I say yes or no type question, I mean the questions we can answer by saying just yes or no. So, to make yes or no questions in simple present tense, we can use this pattern if our subject is I, you, we, or they again. Do I, do you, do we, do they, plus our infinitive verb, plus our extra information. I included here do I. This is kind of a rare pattern, this do I, because usually we don't ask ourselves like yes or no questions. But sometimes, if you're the kind of person who talks to yourself sometimes, as many of us are, you might think to yourself a do I question, like do I have a meeting today? Like you think out loud, you're thinking to yourself, you might say it out loud. So this is kind of a rare pattern, do I, but you might use it when you talk to yourself. So when we make an yes or no question, this is the pattern for I, you, we, and they subjects. If, however, your subject is he, she, or it, we use does to begin the question. Does he, does she, does it, plus infinitive verb, plus extra information. So again, notice when you're making a question, you do not need to make a change to the infinitive verb. There's no S here. There's no S sound that's added when you're making a question. We just need to change the do or does to match the subject of our question. So let's compare this to a WH question. So when I say WH question, I mean who, what, where, when, why, those questions. So when we're asking these like information questions, we want to get some information more than just yes or no. These are the patterns we use. Again, subject is important here. So we use WH question, like who, what, where, plus do, plus your subject, I, you, we, they, plus our infinitive verb and our extra information. If, however, again, our subject is he, she, or it, we use WH question, who, what, where, does, he, infinitive verb, extra information. So let's practice these two types of question in these examples. Let's begin here. There are two blanks, you'll notice. So something, you, something, here. My verb here is work. So I know that I need to put something in this one space. And since there's only one space, I can guess it's probably this pattern. So this pattern, the information question pattern, requires two words before the subject. So this one, I can guess, follows this pattern. My subject is you, so I know this part should be do you. And my verb here is work, so do you work here. My infinitive verb does not take any changes in this pattern. Do you work here? So you might need to use this if you're shopping and you find someone, you have a question. Do you work here? Can I ask you a question? Okay, on to the next one. Something, he, something, in your neighborhood. In your neighborhood. So my verb is live. Live. Again, one space here. My subject is he, so I go to this pattern and I have one word before my he subject. So I understand this is does. Does he? My verb is live. In this pattern, there's no change to the infinitive verb. Does he live in your neighborhood? It's perfect. Does he live in your neighborhood? Okay, on to the next pair. These two are going to use this WH question pattern. So, what, something, we, something for the party. My verb is need. So I've added this to make it a little easier to understand. What, something, we. So here I have we. Where should I look for the pattern that uses we? And before we is do. What do we? My infinitive verb takes no change, so what do we need for the party is the correct question. What do we need for the party at native speed? One more. When something, he, something, to the office. So here, my verb is go. Go. Again, my subject here is he, so I need to look at this pattern. Before he is does, in between my question word and my subject. So, when does he, my verb go, takes no change in this pattern. When does he go to the office? When does he go to the office at native speed? Okay, I want to end this lesson with a couple of kind of extra examples. I've used these why patterns. So you might know about this kind of advice pattern, which is using a why question to make a gentle suggestion. And this takes kind of an interesting pattern. We make this in kind of a special way. So it's why something, you something, your computer in this case. My verb is restart, to restart a computer. When we make these advice patterns though, we use a negative here. So we follow this same rule, like this, but in this portion, the do or does portion, we follow this rule right here. We use the same negative words, don't and doesn't. This makes a kind of gentle, soft advice or suggestion pattern. So in this case, you is my subject. We learned over here, when you is the subject, the negative is don't. So we place it here. We'll make the negative don't here. Why don't you? No change to the verb. Why don't you restart your computer? So this is a suggestion. I'm having computer trouble. Oh no, I don't know what to do. Why don't you restart your computer? Is something your coworker or your friend might say. Another example of this, why something, she something, her schedule. And my verb is change. So she is my subject. In the positive, it's does. We learned here the negative form is doesn't. So, why doesn't she, no change. Why doesn't she change her schedule? Why doesn't she change her schedule? She seems so busy. So these are the different ways we can make questions and advice, giving suggestions with simple present tense. So this is an introduction to when to use, how to make, and a couple of extra points about simple present tense. I hope that this lesson was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making sentences or questions with simple present tense, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Desamis Wilgens. Hello, Desamis. Desamis says, hi Alicia, I'd like to know the difference between important for and important to. Okay, nice question. Let's begin with two examples. Passing this test is important for me. Passing this test is important to me. So what is the difference here? The difference is that when we use for, we're often talking about some kind of expectation of value. In this case, a test. So the expectation of value comes from somewhere outside us, society, or like our boss, our parents, our coworkers, management, whatever. There's some kind of value for that thing that we're talking about, and thus we want to express that. Like someone said this would be good for me, or I'm going to get some benefit from this thing. So we use for in that case, as in the first example here. Passing this test is important for me. I'm going to get some benefit. It's going to be valuable for me. When we use to, however, it's more like we're sharing our personal opinion, like there's some kind of maybe emotional attachment, or we personally feel that it's important to us, yes, but maybe there's not like value coming from someone else in our life. Maybe there's not like a societal value there. So passing this test is important to me expresses more of like a personal opinion. We can see something like this in perhaps clearer ways in other example sentences. Like, this shirt is really important to me. My grandmother gave it to me. Or, this restaurant is really important to me. I met my best friend here. So in these example sentences, there's no like societal value on this shirt or on this restaurant, but the speaker has a strong connection to that object or to that place because of some like past experience. So the speaker uses to there. We do not use for in that situation because there's not like a societal value attached to that thing. Some other examples that use for. This promotion is really important for me. I'm making progress in my company. This project is really important for you. You should give your best effort. So in these kinds of situations, we use for to show that there's some other value outside of a person's like individual opinion. So when you want to show that something is important to you personally, use important to. When you want to show that there's like a societal value, or maybe someone is telling you that this thing is important, you can use for to do that. I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Vadim. Hi, Vadim. Vadim says, hi, Alicia. I have a question about prepositions of place. When I speak about my country, I say, I live in Belarus. But if I ask you, I must say, have you ever been to Belarus? Why is it so? And is it possible to ask, have you ever been in country? Thanks. Nice question. Yeah. We use to here because when we're talking about travel and asking questions about travel, we're talking about movement. And so we use to show the direction of movement. When we're talking about the places where we live, we're not talking about movement. We remain in a place. So no, we can't use have you ever been in country. You could use it with like a season maybe or a specific time of year to visit a country, but you can't say have you ever been in Spain because you're talking about movement. You're talking talking about travel. So this is the reason why you don't need to use it when you talk about the place where you live. So when you're talking about like places where you've moved, like a place where you lived and then you changed residence or you changed house, you need to switch between prepositions. For example, I moved to Canada in 2014. I lived in Toronto for a few years. Then I moved to England. I lived in London for a while. So we need to change our prepositions depending on the verbs we're using. So no, we cannot use in when we're talking about travel. We use in to talk about our residence only. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Thibaud. Hi, Thibaud. Thibaud says, hi, Alicia. I'm not very fluent, and my question is, do you speak more slowly than usual in your videos, or do you use your normal speaking speed? Yes, good question. I do speak a bit slower in these videos, not so slow, but my speaking is very different on this channel, and like I don't really speak in the same way that I do in everyday life. So I'm using easier or less challenging grammar patterns, so I'm not using super complex grammar. I'm using very few idioms, if any at all, and I'm trying to use vocabulary that is kind of good for learners. So I'm trying not to use words that are very like complex or that require a lot of extra knowledge. So yes, the way that I speak on this channel is quite different from the way that I speak in everyday life. I'm also trying to speak very clearly. So that's why when lots of people say like, I can understand you, but I can't understand people on TV, that's because of the way that I speak and the way many other teachers speak on YouTube. We're speaking in a way specifically designed to help people understand and to move up in their language learning. So yes, I am speaking a bit more slowly. If you want to hear examples, though, of what a little bit more natural conversation sounds like, you can check out the English topic series that we have on our channel. I've had some conversations with Michael and with Davey there, and we've talked about a few different parts of like culture in the US, or we've talked a bit about language learning too. So that sounds a little bit more like a natural conversation. Again, we are making, you know, videos for people who are learning English, so it's not exactly natural, and we are speaking slowly, but that's a little bit more like what you might see in everyday life. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Ruben. Hi again, Ruben. Ruben says, what is the difference between won't and wouldn't? For example, our suitcases won't close. There are too many clothes. What does won't mean in this sentence? Yeah, good question. So won't is the reduced form of will not. So will not becomes won't. We use this won't when we're talking about something that's not performing as expected, or something, there's some kind of problem with its abilities. So we don't use don't or doesn't. Those are present tense things. We use those in simple present tense situations. The reason that we use will not or won't is because we're kind of imagining a future situation. So let's imagine in your example sentence, like we need to pack our suitcases for travel somewhere. There's a lot of stuff in the suitcase. We try once to close the suitcase and we fail. We're like, oh no, I can't close my suitcase. So when we imagine again, we're looking at the suitcase again, we imagine, I already know that suitcase will not close in the future, and I want to report that to someone, I would say the suitcase won't close. So I'm already imagining future me in the future, if I try, it will not work. That's kind of the thought process here. So my suitcase won't close, or our suitcases won't close. That's the reason that we use that will not pattern. Wouldn't comes into play when we're talking about this situation in the past. So maybe I want to describe this happening, but I want to talk about it in the past. Like, last week I was packing my suitcase, but my suitcase wouldn't close. So that means that's a past situation. Now, in the present, I would use won't. My suitcase won't close. So another very common example of something like this is like with computers. Like, my computer won't send this email. There's no internet connection. So it's like I tried and I failed, and I'm reporting this to someone else because I think if I try again, it's going to fail again. So this is kind of the thinking behind using won't here. So again, we don't use doesn't or don't. We use those for simple present tense statements for things relating to like features or abilities. So for example, my computer doesn't have a 4K camera, or my computer doesn't record security footage. So those are simple present tense statements about facts, things that are always true. We're using this won't pattern for something that's like failing now. It's specific to the situation. So this is the reason that we use this won't, and in past tense wouldn't in cases like these. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Amit Aslan. Hi, Amit. Amit says, what does see eye to eye mean? To see eye to eye means to be able to understand someone or to be able to have an agreement with someone. For example, my manager and I don't see eye to eye. Or, I'm so glad we see eye to eye about this issue. So that means I'm glad that we can understand each other. In the first example sentence where someone and their manager don't see eye to eye, it means they have trouble understanding each other, or they have trouble agreeing with each other. So to see eye to eye means to agree or to understand someone else. I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, that is everything that I have for this week. Thank you as always for sending your questions. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from A. Hi A, the letter A. Okay, A says, hi Alicia, would you please explain the differences among up, on, over, and upon? Sure. So there are lots of different ways of using prepositions, in this case up and on. So I'm just going to talk about the basic uses of these two prepositions in addition to the other words you mentioned. So first, let's talk about up and on. When we use up, we're using it in reference to movement, in reference to motion. We're not talking about a position when we're using the word up. So for example, like look up means like move your eyes in an upward direction from something down here to something up here. So we're using up to talk about something moving, or like move your hand up. So we're talking about movement, motion, when we use the preposition up. On the other hand, when we use on, we're referring to a position. So one thing is above another thing. It's like resting above another thing. So for example, like my hand is on my phone, or I'm sitting on a chair. So we're talking about positioning when we use the preposition on. We're talking about movement when we use the preposition up. Now let's talk about over. Again, there are lots of different ways to use over, but perhaps the meaning that's similar to up and on is the one that means to pass across something. So for example, if you have an object and you want to describe something traveling from one side of that object to another side of that object, you would use over to describe this. So for example, I wave my hand over my phone, or he jumped over the fence. So that's in reference to a motion from one side of an object to another side by going across the top of that object. So the last word that you had was the word upon. Upon has the same function as the preposition on, but it sounds much more formal in everyday speech today, and we don't really use this so much. So I could replace on with upon in my previous example sentences, as in like my hand is upon my phone, or I'm sitting upon a chair. So those are grammatically correct sentences, but upon sounds quite old-fashioned, and we don't really use it in American English very much. So it has the same function, or it can have the same function. It means for one thing to be above another thing, like resting atop another thing. So again, I just used the word atop, which also sounds quite old-fashioned, but it refers to these like two things and their relationship. So this is the thing upon another thing, or atop another thing. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Prashanath. Hello, Prashanath. Prashanath says, what are the meanings of tingling and stinging, and how can I use them? Okay, so we use tingling for what we describe in English as a pins and needles situation. I think I'll show a graphic of some pins and needles, what these are. So these are objects that have very small, like very fine points to them. So when we say that something is tingling, or when we describe what we call this pins and needles sensation, it's usually like our skin feels like it's being touched with lots and lots of pins and needles. So we describe this as a tingling sensation sometimes. So generally, a tingling feeling does not cause pain. It doesn't hurt. It's not something that's like really unpleasant. But we would talk about tingling sensations when a part of our body does not have enough blood flow. So in English, we have the expression for a part of the body to fall asleep. So imagine like you're sitting cross-legged, where your legs are crossed, and you're sitting there for a long time, and the blood flow to your leg or to your foot is limited, and the feeling, the sensation gradually goes away, and then suddenly you stand up and you feel that sensation, that tingling sensation, a pins and needles sensation in your foot. We say, my foot fell asleep. So that's the expression we use in English to describe the tingling sensation we feel there. So tingling is not like a painful thing, it's just kind of an odd feeling, an odd sensation. Stinging, on the other hand, is a painful thing. We use stinging to talk about the sensation we feel after we touch chemicals, or maybe after we're injured, like we have a wound. We clean the wound and we feel this awful, kind of painful, almost burning feeling. It's like pins and needles, but much, much stronger. So we describe that as stinging. We can also use it to talk about like maybe reactions to bug bites, or like when a bee or something else stings you. So that's used as a verb there. We can use it to talk about like those very sharp, painful sensations that have that very uncomfortable, very unpleasant pins and needles feeling. So this is a key difference. Tingling isn't really like a painful thing, and sometimes we can experience it like with a food we eat, or maybe we just experience it, I don't know, through an interesting reaction to something, I don't know, maybe an allergic reaction, but it's not like problematic. But stinging, on the other hand, is a painful thing. It's unpleasant. So this is the difference between the two words. A couple of examples. My arm is stinging where that bug bit me. I think I got some chemicals on my hand. It stings. So in the last example sentence, I used stings in the verb form. You can use stinging, or you can use sting to talk about that sensation. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Wesley. Hi, Wesley. Wesley says, how do I train stressed and unstressed phrases? Yeah, nice question. I would suggest shadowing to practice this. So your question for everybody, stressed and unstressed phrases means finding the correct places in phrases and in sentences to place emphasis. So I know this is something lots of learners struggle with, like where should I emphasize in my sentence? What parts should be strong? What parts should be weak? So we call this stress in sentences. So I would recommend using shadowing. So shadowing is a tactic wherein you listen to somebody. So that can mean like you choose a video from our channel, for example. You listen to it, or you watch the video, and you practice repeating the same thing the native speaker said. So by doing this, you're forcing yourself to actually speak in the same way with the same rhythm that the native speaker used. And what I like to recommend a lot, because I know many of you are studying at home alone or without like a formal teacher or a formal partner, you can record yourself as you practice shadowing. So listen to your recording after you make it and compare it to the original native speaker, and listen to the parts that are the same, that are different, so that you can find which parts you need to improve and which parts sound pretty good for you. So I would suggest this strategy for practicing stressed and unstressed parts of sentences and phrases, and even in words as well. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Chintan. Hello, Chintan. Chintan says, which is correct, every day or every day? Both are correct. It actually depends on what you want to use. So every day with no space is an adjective. We use it before nouns. We use every day to describe things that we do on a daily basis. So something that is part of our regular routine or something that is very common in our life. We use every day as an adjective to describe that. For example, what are some of your everyday activities? Or, I enjoy my everyday life. So every day with no space is coming before a noun in those cases. On the other hand, every day, this phrase is used to talk about the frequency with which you do something. So for example, I brush my teeth every day, or I shower in the morning every day. So that's a frequency-related phrase. The other one is an adjective that's actually describing the frequency with which you do something, but we don't use it to mean like, I do this thing every day. It's just explaining that it's a common thing that I do or that we do. So every day, no space, adjective. Every day is a phrase that talks about the frequency with which you do an activity. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's go on to your next question. Next question comes from Yasmina. Hi, Yasmina. Yasmina says, how do we use have you and do you to ask questions? Okay, so have you begins a present perfect tense question. When we ask present perfect tense questions, we're asking about general life experience in the past. The specific time at which the action happened is not important here. So for example, have you been to France? Have you finished your homework? Have you eaten lunch? So the specific time is not important there. We're simply asking about the experience, the life experience. On the other hand, do you refers to an action that is happening now or that is true for the listener now. This is a present tense, a simple present tense question. So when you ask this question, you are asking about someone's regular activities in their life now. For example, do you go to the gym every week? Do you watch a lot of TV? Do you like to cook? So these are all simple present tense questions about someone's regular activities. Have you is the beginning of a present perfect tense sentence or present perfect tense question that asks about general life experience in the past at a non-specific point in time. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, that is everything that I have for this week. Thank you as always for sending your questions. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Bhavna Singh. Hi Bhavna. Bhavna says, hi Alicia, can you explain the difference between as soon as and no sooner than? Okay, sure. Let's talk about as soon as first. So let's take a look at an example sentence. I'll leave the house as soon as I finish my homework. In this example sentence, we have two actions, leaving the house and finishing homework. So, as soon as shows us that one action will happen once another action is completed. So in my example sentence, I'll leave the house as soon as I finish my homework means when this action is done, finishing homework, the first action will happen, leaving the house. So when we use as soon as, the first action actually happens last. I'll leave the house as soon as I finish my homework. Means that this action is the one that needs to be finished before the first action can happen. Let's compare this to no sooner than. So let's take a look at an example sentence. For example, he's going to arrive at the airport no sooner than 12 o'clock. This means that some action is going to happen, and we want to express that the action will not happen before a certain time. In this case, he's not going to arrive at the airport before 12 o'clock, but sometime after 12 o'clock is possible. So in this case, he's going to arrive at the airport no sooner than 12 o'clock expresses this idea. So as soon as is used to talk about one action happening before another action, and no sooner than refers to one action not happening until a certain point in time, or maybe until something else has finished. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Sokaina. I hope I said your name right. Hi, Sokaina. Sokaina says, hey, Alicia, I was watching an English movie, and I heard the sentence, we have chemistry. What does it mean? Hope you answer my question. Yeah, great question. We have chemistry. This doesn't usually mean chemistry class like in school. When we're talking about chemistry between two people, it means romantic chemistry, or maybe just friendship kind of chemistry. Chemistry means that two people get along really well. They understand each other, the conversation flows easily. It's not hard to work with that person, it's not hard to talk to that person. They get along really well. We tend to use this expression a lot more in romantic relationships. When you go on a date with someone for the first time, you might say, we had chemistry, or we had no chemistry, meaning it was really great and we could talk easily, or it wasn't so great and we didn't really have a good flow. So this chemistry refers to how well we can interact with another person, how easy it is to talk and be friends with or to be romantic with another person. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, on to our next question. Next question comes from Llewellyn. I hope I said that right, Llewellyn. Hi, Llewellyn. Llewellyn says, hi, Alicia. What is daylight saving time? I'm very confused. My country does not have this. Great question. Yeah, in the USA, we have this thing called daylight saving time. You might also hear daylight savings time used. But this refers to changing the times on the clock twice a year. So when we want to gain an hour of time, like when the sun goes down very early in winter, there will be a day each year when everyone in the country has to set their clocks forward or back to gain or lose an hour of time. I know this probably seems really strange to you if your country doesn't have this practice or doesn't have this custom, but in the US and maybe in some other countries that use daylight savings time to try to get lots and lots of sunshine in the day, this is what happens. Everybody changes their clocks 1 hour forward or 1 hour back depending on the season. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the interesting cultural question. Okay, on to our next question. Next question comes from Weil. Hi, Weil. I hope I said your name right. Weil says, hello, Alicia. I read something like, you cannot use forget if you want to mention the place you left something. For example, don't say, I forgot my book at home. Instead say, I left my book at home. My question is, what if I really want to refer to the fact that I actually forgot my book at home? What should I say? Yeah, interesting question. I have never read this before, but no, it's completely okay to say, I forgot my book at home, or I have forgotten my book at home. It's completely correct. You can also just say, I forgot my book. That's 100% correct, too. There is no problem putting a place after forget here. I left my wallet at home is also completely okay. So in this case, when you're talking about leaving or forgetting something in a location, you can use either verb, and you can also include a place with either verb as well. Both are totally fine. Don't worry about a place with forget or not. You can use either. So that's a very interesting question, but thanks for asking. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Anderson. Hi, Anderson. Anderson says, what does the expression, I dropped the ball mean? Great question. I dropped the ball. Okay, this is a sports kind of expression, right? So of course we can use it to mean dropping an actual ball if you're playing sports or something. But you will hear this used in business situations and work situations, maybe when you're making plans with someone. To drop the ball means to not take care of your responsibilities. So, for example, your friend expected you to make a restaurant reservation for a party. You didn't do it. They might say, you dropped the ball. You were supposed to do that. So you imagine yourself as a player in a game where you have some responsibility with the ball, like to make a shot or something like that. But if you don't do it, you don't fulfill your responsibility. We express that sometimes with this expression, to drop the ball. So you didn't do something you were supposed to do. You were supposed to maybe continue making plans, or you were supposed to continue communicating with someone. You did not do it. You failed to do your responsibility. Someone might say, wow, you really dropped the ball there. So I hope that this helps answer your question. Thanks for an interesting one. All right, that is everything for this week. Thank you very much for your interesting questions, as always. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question for this week. First question this week comes from Lamie. Lamie, I hope I said that right. Hi, Lamie. Lamie says, hi, Alicia. Hope you're doing well. I'd like to know the difference between give in and give up. Thank you so much. Sure, give in versus give up. Let's start by talking about give in. So give in means to agree to something after you've been asked many, many times. So a good example of this might be a child asking for something from their parent. So they might say, I want this candy, will you buy it for me, Mom? And she says, no, no, no. And the kid says, I'll do my chores, or I'll do this, or I'll do that. And she goes, no, I don't believe you. And he keeps asking, keeps asking. Finally, she agrees. The mother in the situation agrees. We could say she gave in. So in past tense, she gave in to her son's requests. So eventually she agreed. Give in is used in other situations, but it always has this feeling of multiple requests. Someone has asked for something many, many times, and initially at the beginning we thought, no, not a good idea, or no, I don't want to do that. But after a long time, we finally say yes. So this is what give in refers to. Another situation in which you might hear this expression is in a work situation where someone is trying to pass responsibility onto you. Your coworker might say, don't give in to him. It's his responsibility. So that means don't allow yourself to be persuaded by that person. Make sure they take care of their own responsibilities. So this is give in. Now let's talk about give up. So to give up means to quit something, yes. But give up sounds like we tried and tried and tried and we failed maybe many times, or we struggled a lot. And eventually, over time, we decided to quit. This is the difference between quit and give up. Let's say, for example, you're training for a marathon or another big sporting event, and you've been working for a long time, but you get an injury, and then you get another injury and another injury. You might say, I have to give up for now, which means I have to quit for now. So that's that feeling of trying something many, many times, and eventually you have to give up. You have to quit. So that's the difference here. The key difference is that you tried for a while and then decided to quit. So I hope this helps you understand the differences between give up and give in. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's go to your next question. Next question comes from Ying Galao. Hi, Ying. Ying says, can you say, I'll be at the office until 7 p.m. and I'll be at the office by 7 p.m.? What is the difference? Good question. So the key point here is the difference between until and by. Let's look at I'll be at the office until 7 p.m. first. This means starting from some point before 7 p.m. and continuing until the deadline point. We can imagine 7 p.m. is our deadline point. The speaker will be at the office. So at 7 p.m., something will change. We can imagine the speaker is going to leave the office at 7 p.m. In contrast, on the other hand, by 7 p.m., I'll be at the office by 7 p.m. also mark 7 p.m. as the deadline point. However, it sounds like the speaker is not at the office. They're saying, at some point before, but not later than 7 p.m., I will come to the office. So this is the difference here. I'll be at the office until 7 p.m. marks the point at which the speaker will leave. I'll be at the office by 7 p.m. marks the deadline point for when the speaker is going to come to the office. So, key difference here. Very important to understand the differences. Check out the video on the English Class 101 YouTube channel that covers the differences between until and by to learn more about this point. I hope that that helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question is from Avi Ard. Hi, Avi. Avi says, hello, Alicia. My question is, what does okay boomer mean? Okay, great question. Okay boomer is something you see on the internet a lot, and you might hear it in everyday life too. Okay, of course, means yes, or I understand, or right. But the key here is boomer. So boomer refers to a person of a certain generation in the United States. So a person who is a boomer is a person who was born during the baby boom of the United States. This means during a period in like about the 1950s and maybe, depending on who you ask, a little bit later, when lots and lots of babies were being born. We refer to this period as the baby boom or as a baby boom. So a person who is now older, was born in that time period and is now older, is referred to by some people as a boomer. So that's the generation that they come from, the baby boom generation. Some people consider boomers, people from this generation, to have very different opinions or to have very contradicting opinions to young people from today. So one way that some people like to kind of dismiss other people's opinions from the boomer generation is with this expression, okay, boomer. It has that kind of very condescending feel, like you're looking down on that person. So if you hear somebody say, okay, boomer, it means they heard that person, that older person's opinion, and they disagree with it, and they're just kind of putting that person off to the side. Let's say, for example, you're in a conversation with a boomer, a person from this generation, and a younger person from maybe the millennial generation or younger. And the millennial person, the younger person, is very accustomed to changing jobs or maybe working freelance, or they have a certain work style they're accustomed to. And they're talking about how difficult it is to work and earn money in today's economic climate. The boomer, however, being from a different generation, might make a comment about securing a job like a full-time position in a big company, for example, which was perhaps the normal thing to do many years ago. So they might say something like, why don't you just get a full-time job, a stable job at a regular company, something like that. In some cases, the younger person might feel offended by this kind of comment and say, okay, boomer, which really means you don't understand my situation at all, or this is an outdated idea that you're expressing to me right now. So okay, boomer is used in this kind of impolite way to dismiss the opinions of older people. And it's often used actually not just with boomers, but with people who are older than the speaker too. So I hope this gives you a good introduction to what this expression means. It relates to different generations and a dismissal of older people's opinions by younger generations. So thanks very much for an interesting question. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Next question comes from Erica. Hi, Erica. Erica says, what's the difference between sorted and ready? Great question. Sorted is used in British English. Ready is used in American English. When we say that's sorted in British English, it means like that's finished or that's taken care of. When we say ready in American English, we don't say that's ready. We usually say I'm ready. So we don't use sorted in the same way as it's used in British English. British English uses it to mean like something is taken care of, like preparations are done. In this way, we can use sorted, but we do not use sorted in this way in American English. Something that is sorted is something that has been organized, like according to color or size, perhaps. We don't use it as an adjective in American English. We use ready to talk about being prepared for something or to talk about something that is complete. Like, oh, dinner's ready. We would not say dinner's sorted in American English. You might hear something like that in British English, though. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences. Thanks for this question. Okay, on to our next question. Next question comes from Carla D. Hi, Carla. Carla says, hi, Alicia. What does fangirling mean? Great question. Fangirling, or you might also sometimes hear fanboying, refers to being super excited, super enthusiastic about your favorite celebrity. This can be any kind of celebrity, a musician, actor, actress, an artist, whatever it is. You are so excited about that person or that group that you scream, maybe, you have posters of them, you buy all their merchandise, you wear their t-shirts, you talk about them, you have pictures of them on your social media, whatever. It means to go super crazy for your favorite celebrity or your favorite artist or whatever that is. So you might say something like, oh my gosh, sorry I missed your message, I was fangirling about this person. So it's kind of like an expression of really excited like passion for some kind of celebrity usually. So you might also hear people say fanboying. I feel like fangirling is used a little bit more, but you can say he's a fanboy of such and such artist. You can say that as well. You can use it as a noun, like a fanboy or a fangirl. That means that someone is a super fan of a certain celebrity. So this is what it means. To fangirl or to fanboy means to be super enthusiastic and excited about an artist of some kind. Really interesting question. Thanks very much. All right, that is everything for this week. Thank you, as always, for sending your great questions. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Eden M. Hi, Eden. Eden says, time is important in the United States, and many people frown upon lateness. What does it mean to frown upon lateness? Thanks, Alicia. Great question. Yeah, this idea of frown upon something means we look down on something or we consider something bad. In this case, frown upon lateness means we think that being late is a bad thing. So if you are late, it reflects badly or poorly on your character. So you can use this frown upon plus some noun or noun phrase to express that you don't feel good about that thing. So for example, you might say something like, many people frown upon gambling. They think it's unhealthy or a poor use of money. Or, my parents frown upon drinking a lot. They say that it's not good for your body. So you can use a different noun in place of lateness to refer to looking down on something, to thinking that something is not good. A frown refers to the opposite of a smile, but we can't use smile upon, actually. We use frown upon only in this case. So I hope this answers your question. To frown upon lateness or to frown upon something means to look down on that noun or to have a poor opinion of that noun. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Iori or Lori. Hi. Lori says, how do I improve my reading comprehension? And what should I do when I find unfamiliar words while having a conversation or reading some books? Okay, so these two questions are connected, I think. How to improve your reading comprehension and what you do when you find new words, like when you're reading a book or maybe you're in a conversation. My suggestion is when you're reading a book and you find a new word, try to guess what the word means, just by yourself for a moment. Try to guess what the word means, and then don't worry too much about it. And then review. Come back to that same word or that same page maybe a little bit later or after your study session or whatever. If you still can't guess what that word means based on the context, then check a dictionary and make a note somewhere. Write it down. Then after you do that, maybe the next day, review it again. So this practice of gradually finding new words in your reading will help you to build your vocabulary, yes, and it will boost your reading comprehension. So you need to actively be working on considering these words in your mind by yourself first, and then looking for extra information when you need it. This is a time-consuming process, yes, but it will gradually help you to build your reading comprehension and boost your vocabulary skills. So you can also apply this then in speaking. When you learn those new words from books and from your different readings, you can also apply those words in your speech. So I hope that this helps you. Remember, try to guess what the word means on your own. Check back again later after you've read some more of the text, look up the word in a dictionary, and most importantly, review, review, review. All right, let's go to our next question. Next question comes from Carlos Alberto Rosario. Hello, Carlos. Carlos says, hi, Alicia, I'm from Brazil. Thanks for your lessons. My question, why do native speakers sometimes use do before verbs and sometimes not? For example, I do believe in love and I believe in love. Oh, okay. So this is a question about emphasis. So for example, with your example, I believe in love versus I do believe in love, the I do pattern could be in response to a question. Like, do you believe in love? You could say, I do believe in love. The do acts as an emphasis, like, yes, absolutely. You can say, of course, correctly, I believe in love. Yes, I believe in love. But that do shows emphasis for something. I do believe in love. You can also use this in some situations as like a confirmation of something. Like in past tense, you might see this example. Like, hey, you didn't finish this report. What happened? Then you could say, wait, no, I did finish that report. So that will show that there's some kind of contrast with the speaker's opinion. Like you're trying to reverse or like confirm something that actually happened. You might also see this used more commonly in past tense. So you might see both of these. They're very common. One is for emphasis, as in your example sentence, I think, and one to kind of confirm or to give some contrasting information, as in the, yes, I did finish that report. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Yin Mon U. Hi, Yin Mon U. Yin Mon U says, hi, Alicia. I want to know the difference between break and crack. For example, I crack eggs into a bowl, or I break eggs into a bowl. What's the difference? Yeah, great question. So the difference here is in the type of break. So if you imagine break as like an umbrella, and then we have a lot of different types of break underneath that umbrella. This might help you a little bit. So to break something means like to destroy something, kind of generally, like to break a bone, or in your example, to break an egg. So we just destroy that thing in some way, right, when we use break. To crack something, a crack is a specific type of break. So when we crack an egg, we see lines form on the egg, right? Those are cracks. So we can use this as a noun as well. So when you have some kind of break that causes those lines to appear somewhere, you can describe that as cracking the object, or you can use the noun, as I did, to describe those lines as cracks in the object. For example, if a building is destroyed in an earthquake, you might say, oh my gosh, there are cracks in the building. So that's a specific type of destruction, or a specific type of break. So in your example, you can say break the eggs into a bowl. You could say crack the eggs into a bowl. They're both completely correct. Just consider that crack is like a specific type of break. I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Milud Elumri. Hello, Milud. Milud says, I can easily read and comprehend English well, and also write advanced and complicated English reports, but my pronunciation is really problematic for me, though people still understand me. I think this has affected my spelling. How do I quickly improve my pronunciation and perhaps undo or forget my bad pronunciation that I've learned? Good question. So if you know that you are pretty good with English and you feel confident with your communication skills but want to work on your pronunciation, a really great thing you can do is record yourself. I know that a lot of people feel really uncomfortable about it, but it's so helpful to listen to your own voice. By record yourself, I mean use your phone. So just try listening to a video, for example. Listen to me speaking or find some other video to watch to compare your voice to. Try to say the same thing as the person in the video. Record yourself saying that and listen to it, because it's sometimes really, really hard for us to hear our own voices when we're speaking. Like, it's really hard to understand how other people perceive the way we sound. So by recording yourself, you can listen and find those spots that sound different from the native speaker. So yes, this will take time, but you can focus on maybe some sounds that you realize maybe you make mistakes with a lot. So for example, maybe you make a lot of mistakes with TH sounds, or with R sounds, or with L sounds. Once you practice this and listen to yourself, you'll be able to identify those. So that's what I would recommend. Try recording yourself and listening. A lot of people say, I hate the sound of my voice. That's fine. But remember, this is for your studies, right? You're using this to improve your language skills. So you don't have to share it with anyone else. Just listen to it yourself and find the parts that are different in your speech in comparison with the native speaker. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from April. Hi April. April says, hi Alicia, where can I use literally and basically? I think native English speakers use these a lot. Thank you. Great question. Yeah, literally and basically. Let's start with literally. So the actual meaning of literally means as written, or exactly as described. A lot of American English speakers tend to use literally too much, and actually they use it in the incorrect way. For example, you might hear it in a sentence like, I'm so hungry, I'm literally dying. So in text, this expression means the person is physically dying. They are passing away because they are so hungry. Now, that's not true. That's not literally true. But the person uses literally as an emphasis word to try to express the extreme feeling they're experiencing. So you might hear it used in some ways like this. People tend to use it in this way as an emphasis word, but that doesn't mean that this use of literally is correct. It's not actually correct. A correct use of literally might be something like, I'm so sorry I missed your call. I literally just walked in the door and I put my phone down. I'm so sorry about that. So you're expressing something that actually, really, and truly just happened. So this is the correct use of literally. So even though we all know that this is the correct use of literally, please be on the lookout. Please be aware lots of native speakers use it just as an emphasis word without thinking about it. Okay, now let's talk about basically. Basically means in essence. So it refers to the most basic of something. So when we want to speak kind of generally, or we want to talk about like the core idea of something, we'll use basically. For example, in an office meeting where you're explaining something that you want someone else to do, you might say, basically, we just need your help doing data entry for this project. So that gives the other person a kind of general idea. Again, you might hear native speakers using this in a kind of flexible way when they sort of mean generally, but they're using basically instead. So we use it in most cases to refer to the core idea of something. One use that might be a little bit confusing is when you hear this used as a one-word response to something. So someone might use this in response to a question like, so you were out all weekend partying? And the other person might say, basically, which means yes, essentially, or in other words, that's the core of what I was doing for the week. So this is another use of basically that also has that feel of kind of general knowledge or general information. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for an interesting question. All right, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Vishal Deswal. Hi, Vishal. Vishal says, what is the difference between reason and cause, and where do I use it? Nice question. So let's start with reason. The reason for something you can think of as the why for something. It answers the question why. What is the reason could be understood as why. So instead of saying, what's the reason for this mess in my house? You could say, why is there a mess in this house? Think about reason, the reason for something, as answering the question why. Cause, on the other hand, refers to something that brought about another situation. So there are some cases, yes, where reason and cause could be used, maybe, in the same way, but cause refers to something that made another action happen or another condition happen. So, for example, the cause of the accident was a technical error. This could, I suppose, be written as the reason for the accident was a technical error. While that's correct and we can generally understand it, using the word cause shows that it brought about some other condition or some kind of effect, yeah? So if you say the cause of the accident was a technical error, it shows a better connection between some effect in the future or some effect in the present. Reason doesn't have this. So you can kind of try to separate those two a little bit with thinking of a reason as the answer to the question why, and a cause as having some connection to another effect or another condition. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's go to your next question. Next question comes from Joanna. Hi, Joanna. Joanna says, when do we use the words cash and money? Great question. Yeah. Cash can be used in a couple of different ways. We tend to use cash when we want to talk about physical money in general everyday conversation. Like if you need to get some money from an ATM, you might say, let me get some cash from an ATM. We tend to use cash to talk about coins and bills, the physical money. You might also hear people use cash to talk more casually about money. Like, oh no, I'm out of cash this month. I need to work really hard for next month, or something like that. Cash tends to be used as kind of a rougher, more casual, cool way of saying money. Money tends to sound a little bit more polite or more formal. We typically don't use cash in business situations, for example, unless maybe you know the other person very well, or maybe there's some kind of special arrangement where you speak very casually. So money refers to the same thing as cash, yes, but we tend to not use it as much in everyday conversation. You might hear it in like contracts, discussions of agreements, more polite or official kinds of things. So you might say, for example, please transfer the money by tomorrow. If you say, please transfer the cash by tomorrow, it sounds a little bit rougher, like you're doing something that might be kind of suspicious, perhaps. So it depends a little bit on the person, it depends a little bit on the situation. They refer to the same thing, but a general guide, a general rule, is that money is used as for slightly more official or polite situations, and cash is used for more unofficial or everyday or rough conversation. So thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Rachel. Hi, Rachel. Rachel says, hi, Alicia. I frequently hear the phrase, let alone, but I don't exactly understand when I can use it. For example, I wouldn't speak to him, let alone trust him. Nice question. Yeah, I wouldn't speak to him, let alone trust him. Let alone shows that there's this other level of thing that you would not do. So, for example, in this situation, if we think of it as two levels, I wouldn't speak to him. So that's one thing. The speaker is saying, I will not do this. Like in a future situation, if I had the opportunity, I would not do this. I wouldn't speak to him. And then they introduce this other level of something. In this case, trust. So trust is another like higher level of something. And they're saying this is also impossible. So it's like saying this thing at this lower level is something I will not do, or in this case, I wouldn't do. And so therefore, this other thing is also completely impossible. We use let alone to talk about that. For example, in another situation, you could say, he doesn't exercise at all, let alone eat healthy. So that's saying, again, two levels of things. There's one thing this person doesn't do, and therefore this other thing is also completely impossible or completely out of the question. Let alone expresses that. So keep this in mind when you find let alone in your reading. The speaker or the writer is expressing that one thing is not possible or maybe not good or not favorable, and therefore this other thing is also even more impossible or even more out of the question. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the interesting question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Emma. Hi, Emma. Emma says, hi, Alicia. I'm wondering which tense I should use when making reported speech sentences. For example, 1. I promised my son that I would buy his favorite Legos for his birthday. 2. I promised my son that I will buy his favorite Legos for his birthday. I heard that in reported speech we have to match verb tense in a sentence. In this case, even though his birthday is next month, should I use would instead of will, even though it hasn't happened yet? Thanks. Yeah, great question. The correct answer here is would. I promised my son that I would buy him his favorite Lego set for his birthday. The reason is because this is still an untrue situation, right? Yes, we use will to talk about our future plans. But in this case, when you're reporting speech, we don't use will in this way. We stick with would. I promised my son that I would do this thing. You can use this exact same idea with other future tense situations. Like, I promised my friends that I would meet them for a barbecue this weekend. Or I told my parents that I would be home in time for dinner. We do not use will in situations like this. If it helps you, you can think of the situation as being an unreal situation. It's like a promise you made, it hasn't happened yet, so that's why we don't use will here. We need to use would in patterns like these. So yes, in your example sentence, definitely use would, and use would in sentences like these in the future. I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for an interesting question. Okay, that is everything that I have for this week. Thank you, as always, for sending your great questions. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Tasneem. Hi Tasneem. Tasneem says, what are the differences between to show and to display? Nice question. Okay, to show and to display. Let's start with to show. We use to show when we want to give visual information to someone else. So for example, you have something on your phone and you want to share it with someone else, you can say, hey, let me show this to you. It's on my phone. Or when you want to give someone physical information on a piece of paper, you could say, let me show you this information. So the idea with show is that you're giving someone visual information. You're providing them with something on a piece of paper or on your phone, whatever. You want to share that with them. We use show to express that. To Display, however, refers in most cases to putting something, for example, on a sign or on a billboard or on some other kind of like announcement board where people can look at it. But there's not one person going around showing each person the information, right? To display something means simply to put something out for people to look at. For example, you probably see lots of mannequins, so those bodies of people in front of store windows that are wearing the clothes on sale in the store. We could say the clothes are on display, or the store is displaying their clothes in the window. So we would not say show in that case. Rather, the clothes are being displayed. So it's not that there's a salesperson that's there in front of the store saying, look at this or look at that. Maybe when you go inside the store, the salesperson will show you some clothes, yes. But that's a key difference here between show and display. When someone is giving you something to look at and says, what do you think, you know, that kind of thing, we can understand that as them showing us something. Display just refers to something being available for you to look at, to read, to check, whatever. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences between show and display. Thanks very much for an interesting question. Okay, let's go to our next question. Next question comes from Zakaria. Hi, Zakaria. Zakaria says, hey, Alicia, I'm from Morocco. I enjoy following your channel. I want to know the difference between sympathy and empathy. Thank you. Sure, great question. Sympathy and empathy, very, very closely related. Sympathy means that you and another person have had similar experiences and you understand their experience. So, for example, let's imagine you have had the experience of losing a loved one, like a loved one, someone you care about has passed away. And your friend recently also lost a loved one, someone that they care about. You can say that you experience sympathy. You have had the same experience, and so you understand each other's emotions a little bit. We call that sympathy. Empathy, on the other hand, is when one person has had an experience, but another person has not had that experience. Regardless, you can at least imagine the things that the other people are going through. So, for example, if I maybe lost my job or something like that, something negative happened to me, and my friend has not had that experience, but they want to try to comfort me, we could describe that feeling as empathy. So, although they cannot understand what I'm experiencing, they are at least trying to be supportive, or they're trying to show that they want to comfort me or help in some way. So they're trying to understand that experience that I'm having and trying to be supportive. That is empathy. So that's the difference here. When two people or more have the same shared experience or similar experience, it's sympathy. We refer to that as sympathy. When one person has an experience and the other person does not have that experience, but they try to understand one another, that's empathy. So for example, if someone passes away, you might write a message that says, you have my sympathies. Or with empathy, we might use it in a verb form a little bit more often than as a noun. So you might see something like, oh my gosh, that sounds like a terrible experience. I haven't had that experience, but I can at least try to empathize with you. So that means I can try to understand what you're going through. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences between sympathy and empathy. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Monica. Hi, Monica. Monica says, hi, Alicia. Amend versus adjust. What is the difference? Very nice question. Amend versus adjust. There's a very simple and easy way to understand the difference here. Amend means to add something on to something that already existed, like a contract. So if you have a contract, in this example, and you decide later, I need to add something to this contract, you describe that with amend. For example, I amended my contract, or we amended the agreement, or let's amend our meeting notes. So when you want to add something in an official way, you use the verb amend to do that. To amend something means to add something after the fact, usually in an official way. You might also hear this verb used when you're talking about fixing relationships with someone, like you might hear the expression to make amends with someone. That means you fix a relationship with someone after you have a fight or a disagreement. So you might hear it in this way too. To make amends is usually the expression it's used in. Okay, now let's compare this verb use of amend to adjust. To adjust something means to make a change to something. So again, just as with the agreement or the contract we talked about before, if you finish the agreement or you finish the contract and later you realize, oh, we need to make a change, you can say, I need to adjust, or I adjusted my contract. This means you did not add something new. Maybe you changed some words or you made a slightly different agreement. You can use adjust to talk about that. Again, we tend to use adjust in a little bit more formal or polite situations. So a contract or agreement discussion would be a perfect situation for this. So that is the key difference. Amend means to add something new to something that you already had, and to adjust means to make a change to something that you already have. So I hope this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Hovhannes from Armenia. Hello, Hovhannes. Hovhannes says, hi, Alicia. What's the difference between figure out and find out? Okay, figure out versus find out. Let's talk about figure out first. To figure out means to discover something or to solve something, like a puzzle or maybe a crime or some kind of difficult situation. You figured out a secret, maybe. So a good example of this is like a crime or a police TV show where they have to solve a mystery, right? So they do lots of research, they talk to people, they do interviews, and maybe at the end of the show, they figure out the person who did it. They find the criminal. So to figure something out refers to doing research and working really hard to discover something new. To find out, on the other hand, generally doesn't have this feeling of solving a puzzle. Yes, you can use it when you're referring to doing lots of work or doing lots of research about something. For example, a kid might say, my parents found out I left the house last night. I'm in such big trouble. So found out is the past tense of find out. It also means discover, but it doesn't have that feeling of doing lots of research or doing lots of work or trying to solve something for a long time. It could be just that a person realized something in a moment, or it could be that just over a few interactions they realized something on their own. It doesn't have that same feeling of trying to solve a situation as figure out. So maybe that's kind of a good guide. Like you can use figure out when you want to emphasize really trying to solve something like a puzzle or a mystery, and find out is kind of more like realizing something quickly in a moment, or just because somebody maybe told a lie or something like that. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences between figure out and find out. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Andres Leiva. Hello, Andres. Andres says, hi, Alicia. Greetings from Mexico City. I have heard in songs phrases like the most loneliest day and bestest person. Is this correct? Also, is this a common thing to use in English? Thanks. Great question. Yeah, these are grammatically incorrect, yes, but we love to use these kinds of expressions because it sounds sort of cute. For example, when you said like the most bestest person, when we use these grammatically incorrect statements, it sounds sort of cute, like a little kid that's still trying to study English, or they're still learning the correct way to use English. When we use these grammatically incorrect forms on purpose, we do it to seem a little bit more childlike, a little more fun, to show that we have a close and happy and fun relationship with the other person. When you use something like the most loneliest day, it also has that feeling of kind of cute, but in this case, because it's sad, they might be trying to give a sense of innocence, perhaps. I'm not exactly sure what the context was for this quote, but that could be one of the reasons that they chose to use this grammatically incorrect pattern. If you want to use this, you totally can, but it is kind of used in some set phrases, like the most bestest is a great example of this. When you really want to emphasize that something is really great, or maybe not so great, I suppose, you can intentionally use incorrect grammar. So in those cases, that means you use most plus a long adjective plus S, like the most beautifulest, for example. It sounds really silly and it's grammatically correct, but someone might use that as a way to emphasize something and to show that they're kind of casual and childlike. So I hope that this answers your question. Thanks for an interesting one. Okay, that is everything that I have for this week. Thank you, as always, for sending your great questions. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Eliab. Hello, Eliab. Eliab says, hi, Alicia. I love your videos. I was watching a series and they said these things. I can read him. and you're reading into that. What do they mean? Thanks. Nice question. Yeah, first let's start with I can read him. So the question here, I think, is about the verb read, right? We usually use read for books and newspapers, right? Words on a page. But we can also use read for people or maybe even buildings if you work in a certain profession. But when we talk about being able to read a person, it means we understand something about that person based on maybe how they're dressed, how they speak, the way that they move. When you can read someone, it means that that person is communicating something to you, not just through the words that they're saying, right? So that's the idea here, that that person is giving you some information about themselves, and you are able to read that. So that's what this means, this I can read him. So you can use this as well. Like you could say like, oh my gosh, I can read that guy like a book. He's trying to talk to that girl across the room, for example. So that means that that person is communicating something and you are able to read it as if that person were a book. You can kind of think of it that way. Okay, let's talk now about that other use of read that you described. You're reading into this. This use of read means that you are finding too much detail in this situation or in this comment. In other words, you're understanding something or your understanding of the situation is beyond what is happening here. Here's an example situation you might find at work. So maybe you come to a contract discussion with your company and they make an offer and you're not so happy about the offer, but you think about it for a long time. You think about it so much and you start to think, is the company valuing me? Do they care about me? You start to think all of these kind of intense thoughts and maybe you go beyond what the company is actually saying. So your friend or someone else might say to you, I think you're reading too much into this, which means you are reading more information from the situation than is actually there. Like you are looking for too much detail or you're thinking too much about the situation. That's what this reading too much into something means. Like you're thinking too much about the situation or you're thinking too deeply about the situation. Just think about the information you have in front of you. So I hope that this helps clear up your understanding about these two uses of read. It's a really interesting verb. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Conan. Hi, Conan. Conan says, hello, may I ask the difference between in my 20s and at the age of 20? Thank you so much. Sure, in my 20s versus at the age of 20. You can also do this for something like in my 30s and at the age of 30 and so on. In my 20s means from the year 20 until the year 29. So your 20s refers to the years in which you are 20-something, 21, 22, 23, in my 20s. So for example, I was so crazy when I was in my 20s, or I did so much studying when I was in my 20s. It refers to that time period of your life. Before 20s, you can say in my teens, but that specifically refers to like 13 through 19. So generally we use this for in my 20s, in my 30s, in my 40s, in my 50s, those kinds of numbers. In contrast, at the age of 20 refers to something that happened only in the year in which you were 20 years old. It doesn't refer to 21, 22, 23, all those other years. It refers to 1 year only. So at the age of 20, I was a university student. Or at the age of 20, I had 2 part-time jobs. That refers to that year only. So in my 20s refers to a whole group of years. At the age of 20 refers to just 1 year. So you can use different years as you see fit. I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's go to our next question. Next question comes from Hemam Mohammed. Hello, Hemam. Hemam says, hi, Alicia. Thrown in this sentence. I am really just thrown by the place. It's not what I expected at all. What does it mean? Great question. To be thrown by something means to be surprised or to be confused or to encounter something unexpected. So in this sentence, I was really thrown by the place. It means I was confused or I was surprised or there was something kind of strange about it that I didn't expect. You can also use this in conversations. Like if someone says something really surprising to you, like, hey, did you know that I'm leaving the company tomorrow? You might go, whoa, I was really thrown by that. I had no idea. So it's like someone kind of shakes you or maybe throws you across the room and you feel confused or suddenly like kind of startled or surprised. So that's kind of the feeling here. You might feel shocked or maybe like, I don't know what to do. Your mind is kind of upset by something in some way. So we tend to use this in a way that shows surprise, shock, or confusion. So this is how we use thrown in this way. I was really thrown by that, or I was really thrown by her comment. It expresses that confusion, surprise, something unexpected happening. Thanks for a great question. Okay, let's go to our next question. Next question comes from Alina. Hello, Alina. Alina says, what is the difference between scare and intimidate? Nice question. Let's talk about scare first. To scare someone or to scare something, like maybe an animal, means to cause that person to feel fear. Like I scared my little brother, or I scared the cat. I feel so bad about it. You caused someone else to feel fear. To intimidate someone is kind of like scaring them a little bit, but you're not causing them to feel fear. When you intimidate someone, you are showing them your power. So maybe you could say, my coworkers tried to intimidate me at work the other day. So you're trying to express your power to someone else. When you intimidate someone, it's generally not seen as a positive thing. You're trying to make someone feel lower than you. So when you intimidate someone at work, you are trying to maybe make your own power seem higher, which is generally not seen as a very healthy kind of thing to do. So to intimidate someone might mean to scare them as well. If someone is trying to intimidate you, yes, they may also scare you, like they may threaten you, or they may say mean things, or they may bully you, and so on. But the objective of intimidation is to find some kind of power, to get some kind of power over you. So this is the difference between scare and intimidate. I hope that this answers your question. Thanks for an interesting one. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Ali Ahmad Khan. Hello, Ali. Ali says, hi, Alicia. Could you tell me the difference between these examples? How I Met Your Mother and How Did I Meet Your Mother? I'm confused about these examples. Great question. Okay, this is actually the name of a very popular TV series in the US. Maybe that's what your question is from. So, How I Met Your Mother. This is a statement, right? How I Met Your Mother. This is how I met your mother. The way in which, or the manner in which I met your mother. How did I meet your mother is a question. How did I meet your mother? Or how did I meet that guy? I forgot. How did I do something refers to a question pattern. So how did I do something? These kinds of patterns are like questions you ask yourself. Like, how did I do that? What did I do? Or how did I meet that guy? I forget. Or how did I meet your mother in this case? It's asking yourself a question. That's the idea with this kind of sentence pattern. How I met your mother, or how I did that, is the beginning of an explanation for something. So this is how I met your mother, or this is how I did that. So that's the difference here. With one, you're explaining something, you're sharing some information. With the other pattern, you're asking yourself a question about the manner in which you did something. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Sadaf. Hi Sadaf. Sadaf says, hi Alicia, my question is, when do we use actually and when do we use really? I'm always confused about whether to use really or actually in a sentence. Love from Pakistan. Cool, thanks for the question. Sure, yeah, let's talk about really and actually. Let's start with the word really. We use really to emphasize something. We tend to use it a lot, for example, in front of adjectives, when we want to show that something is especially or extra that adjective. For example, this is really beautiful, or that dinner was really delicious. You can think of this use as similar to very, right? So when we want to emphasize something, we say that it is really something. In contrast, actually is used to talk about things that are truly something else. So I can understand why really and actually might seem like they have similar uses, but we use actually when we want to clarify something, when we want to express that something is true or something was real. So we use this when maybe someone has made a comment that is not true or is not correct, and we want to correct their comment. So for example, if someone says to you, hey, didn't you pass your English exam last week? That was last week, right? You might say, actually, my exam is next week. So that actually means truly or really, or it's like a kind of correction to the thing the other person said. So we use actually when we need to correct or clarify something. We use really when we need to emphasize something. Here's another example with actually. Let's look at another example situation. Hey, I haven't received that file yet. Did you send it to me? Oh, actually, I forgot. I'm so sorry about that. So in that example situation, it might be someone clarifying the situation for another person. So they use actually to express some kind of true or real information. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences between really and actually. Emphasis and kind of clarification or correction of information. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's get to your next question. Next question comes from Nabil. Hi, Nabil. Nabil says, what is the difference between or and nor? Thank you. Yeah, good question. They seem really similar, right? Or and nor. There's just one letter different. So we use or and nor in positive and negative expressions. For example, when you're choosing between two things, someone might offer you a choice. They might say, would you like the red shirt or the blue shirt, for example? So we're using or to show an offer in this case, or we're using it in a question pattern. We use nor in negative sentence patterns. For example, you might respond to that as, I would like neither the red shirt nor the blue shirt. So you're showing that both of the options are not what you want. They're not what you're looking for. We use nor to express that. This tends to sound a little bit more formal. We don't use these kinds of patterns so much in everyday speech now, but you might hear them from time to time. So the key here, though, is that you're using it in a negative sentence. In this example, I said, I would like neither the red shirt nor the blue shirt. So using or in this example sentence would be incorrect. I would like neither the red shirt or the blue shirt would be totally incorrect. We have to match the negative, neither, with nor in this sentence pattern. So if you want to express that two choices or multiple choices are all not acceptable for you, and you want to use this kind of pattern, you can totally do that. But just remember, you can't interchange or and nor. So in sum, or is used to present different options like colors or maybe sizes, whatever it is, and nor is used to respond to those in a negative sentence pattern. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences between or and nor. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's go to your next question. Next question comes from Sergey. Hi, Sergey. Sergey says, hi, teacher. I hope all is well. I just watched your video about the word shoot, and it reminded me of a song by Divine called Shoot Your Shot. I thought the name of the song is something like an English idiom, and the meaning is do what you consider you have to do. Am I right? Is this expression used nowadays? Yeah, good question. So shoot your shot. Yes, you're very close with your example with do what you consider you need to do. The expression shoot your shot, it might be helpful to think of this as a sports-related expression. You can think of shoot your shot as meaning try to do the thing that you think you want to do. So for example, if you imagine a basketball player trying to shoot his or her shot, they try to make a basket in this example situation. So when you say shoot your shot to someone, it means try to do the thing that you think you want to do. There are many different situations where we use this expression. We tend to use it a lot in situations that have kind of a challenging feel, or maybe that make us a little bit nervous. Like, for example, asking someone out on a date or talking to someone that you find attractive in a social situation. You might try to encourage your friend and say, go on, shoot your shot, which means try to talk to that person or try to get to know that person. So in those situations, it's always like try to do the thing that you want to do, or give it a go is another way you might hear this expressed. So these are all kind of encouraging expressions that are like saying try it. If you think you need to do it or you think you want to do it, give it a try. So that's what this shoot your shot expression means. Thanks very much for the question. I hope that it helped you. Okay, that is everything that I have for this week. Thank you, as always, for your great questions. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Abhinad. Hello, Abhinad. I hope I said your name right. Abhinad says, what is the difference between be in progressive and get in progressive? For example, without getting caught or without being caught. Please explain the difference and share some more examples of these. Sure, good question. So in patterns like these, where we can use either be or get, the difference is in the nuance of the expression. In your example, without getting caught sounds a little more serious than without being caught. So when we want to express that something could be unexpected or have a more negative result, we might choose to use get in these kinds of passive structures. This isn't limited to just the progressive use of the verbs. We can also use it in non-progressive uses as well. So for example, in the classic passive sentence example sentence, my bag was stolen, we could do the same thing. My bag got stolen. This choice of got instead of was indicates that the speaker is even more surprised, is even more shocked. They want to communicate that the situation is very, very negative. So that's what using get in place of be in these passive structures does. Here's one more example. Oh no, my book was rained on. Versus, oh no, my book got rained on. So both of these sentences are 100% correct. In both example sentences, the speaker expresses that rain fell on their book and they are not happy about it. In the first example sentence, oh no, my book was rained on, it sounds kind of like a basic report. We have oh no there to tell us the speaker is unhappy. But in the second example sentence, oh no, my book got rained on, it sounds a little bit more like it was unexpected, like we weren't expecting rain that day, or maybe we didn't think we left our book outside to get rained on. So this is a small choice, yes, and it doesn't communicate a huge amount of difference, but it does indicate the speaker's level of unexpectedness or surprise. So you can do the same thing. When you want to communicate that something was especially negative, unexpected, or surprised, you can use the verb get in place of be in these passive sentence structures. So I hope that this helps answer your question. Thanks very much. Okay, let's move to your next question. Next question comes from Ramisha Islam. Hi, Ramisha. Ramisha says, can you please talk about the difference between may be and maybe with some examples? Sure, this is a very common question. So to break it down, the difference here is about may space be and maybe with no space between may and be. This might seem like a very small difference. It might even seem like it doesn't matter, but it does. It's very, very important. Let's start by talking about maybe with no space. So we use maybe in the same way that we use perhaps, like to talk about something we're not quite sure of. For example, maybe I'll go to that party tonight. I'm not quite sure yet. I'm thinking about it. Or maybe I should think about getting a different haircut. It's getting hot outside. So we use maybe with no space to talk about something we're not quite sure about. We often use it at the beginning of a sentence, or we use it as a reply to someone else, like when we receive a request. For example, hey, do you want to join me for dinner tonight? You might say, maybe I have to work late, we'll see. So you might use it as a response to a request or something similar. So as in these examples, you might use it as a quick response to a request to show that you're not sure about something. This is maybe with no space. Maybe with a space, so may be, is used in the middle of sentences. For example, this may be the right place. Another way to say this is this might be the right place. So we use this sentence pattern when we're talking about something, again, we're not quite sure of, but we're talking about a condition. As with the maybe construction, this may be pattern is also used to talk about things that we're not quite sure of. But we typically use this to describe conditions. For example, in my earlier example, this may be the right place. Or another example might be, she may be the new director of the company. You should be nice to her. Here's a quick tip you can use to help you to make a decision about which one you should use in your sentence. Try substituting might be in your sentence and see if it makes sense. For example, if you're not sure whether to use maybe with a space or maybe with no space, try substituting might be there. Does it make sense? If so, you can use maybe. If it doesn't make sense, you can't use that. So for example, if you want to reply to someone's request and someone says to you, for example, hey, do you want to come to this party tonight? You can't say might be, right? You have to use maybe with no space. On the other hand, if someone says to you, hey, is this the place that we're supposed to go to for the event tonight? You can say, it might be the right place. In that case, might be makes grammatical sense, so maybe is also okay to use. Keep in mind that this maybe or might be construction is often followed by an adjective or some other kind of condition. So I hope that these example sentences help you understand the differences between may be and maybe. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Semi. Hi, Semi. Semi says, hi, Alicia. What is the difference between ready and set? For instance, do both sentences have the same meaning? Everything is set or everything is ready. Ah, nice question. Yeah, everything is set or everything is ready. These sentences, in many cases, can be used in exactly the same way. We just want to express that all of the preparations are complete. So, set and ready in sentences like these are fine to use interchangeably. Please keep in mind that although you can use set and ready interchangeably in a situation like this, it doesn't mean that you can use these two words exactly the same way all the time. In these cases, set and ready are used as adjectives. Everything is ready. Everything is set. However, you can use both of these words as verbs as well. So to set something means to place something, and to ready something means to prepare something. So please keep in mind that you can't use set and ready in the same way as verbs. But if you want to talk about being prepared for something, yes, you can use them in the same way. Everything is set or everything is ready. You could also say everything is prepared or we're all set or we're all ready. All of these convey the same meaning. So you don't need to worry about which one. It's just up to you and your vocabulary preference. I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. All right, that is everything that I have for this week. Thank you, as always, for sending your great questions. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Muhammad Baber Ali. Hello, Muhammad. Muhammad says, hi, Alicia. What is the difference between I'm in school and I'm at school? Nice question. Yeah, this little preposition makes a big difference. I'm in school versus I'm at school. Let's talk about I'm at school because it's a little easier and simpler to explain. I'm at school means you are physically located inside or at your campus at this point in time. I'm at school means your location is the school. So you can use this for an elementary school, you can use this for a high school, for college, whatever. Any kind of educational facility. If you want to describe being at that location, you want to talk about your physical location, you should say, I'm at school. That's what this expresses. Let's compare this then to I'm in school. I'm in school can have a couple of different uses. It can mean I am currently attending school. So that means I'm taking classes and I'm doing tests and so on. So doing school things. That means I'm attending school. We use this expression, I'm in school, to talk about that. Like, I'm in school right now, I'm going to finish in 4 years. Something like that. You might hear something like that. So I'm in school refers to attending lessons, to attending some kind of instruction. So this is really the key difference between the two. I'm in school means I am attending lessons. I am getting an education right now. I'm in school for some topic. I'm at school refers to your physical location, being on a school's campus. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Miriam Atef. Hi, Miriam. Miriam says, what's the difference between barter and exchange and trade? Okay, great question. Barter, exchange, and trade. Let's start with the word barter. So to barter, as a verb, to barter means to try to get a good deal on something. So when you barter for something, you're talking about things you can offer another person to get something else in return. So this could be money, it could be goods, it could be services. When you barter, you're trying to get a good deal or maybe a fair deal with another person for something. We don't use this a lot in everyday English speech because in most cases in US marketplaces, in English-speaking marketplaces, there's a set price for something, for a good or for a service. So we don't do a lot of bartering, but depending on the culture and depending on the market situation, there may be some cases in which bartering is appropriate. So for example, if you go to maybe an independent seller somewhere in the world and you can name your own price or try to negotiate a discount, you could use the word barter to express that. For example, I spent about 10 minutes bartering with this shopkeeper to see if I could get a better price on this lamp that he had available. It's really cool. So bartering refers to that process of going back and forth between two people to negotiate a deal. Let's compare this to exchange. To exchange can be used in a couple of different ways. One way is when you make a purchase from a store and maybe realize later it's the wrong size or the wrong color, or it's not exactly what you wanted, but there's a very similar item that is the correct item. You can talk about this process of bringing it back to the store and getting the other similar item as an exchange. We can also use this as a verb. So you might hear somebody go to a store and say, "I'd like to do an exchange, please," which means I would like to bring this item back, item A, give it to you, and get item B, which is very similar, in return. So for example, I would like to exchange this for a medium. This is a small, so you want to exchange sizes, or maybe you want to exchange colors. So with exchange, the idea is that there are maybe two or more similar items going back and forth, and you're not maybe making any new deals, but you're just trying to get something similar to what you had before. You just need to fix an error or maybe find something that's a little more appropriate for your situation. So this is exchange, to exchange. Okay, lastly, let's talk about the word trade. To trade means to give someone one thing and to receive something else. So you can give someone money and get a service or a good. This is a very basic example of a trade. But when we think about trading generally today, we kind of think about giving someone else one item and receiving some other item from that person. For example, if you have a book that I want to read and I have a book that you want to read, we might agree to trade books. That's like saying, I'll give you this if you give me that. You might hear people referring to this as like a book exchange as well. In that case, it follows the same rule I talked about earlier, which means that two items that are kind of similar are swapped or traded. So there is a little bit of overlap between these vocabulary words. Okay, so let's recap really quickly. To barter means to negotiate for something, to try to get a good deal or to get a discount for something. To exchange, or an exchange, refers to giving someone one item and receiving a similar item in return. To trade means to give someone else an item and to receive another item, but the items aren't always going to be similar. They might be completely different, but it's up to the two people in the situation to decide on what is fair. So there may be some overlap between exchange and trade, but in the general sense, these are the key differences between these words. So thanks for the interesting question. I hope that that helped you. Thanks very much. All right, let's move to your next question. Next question comes from Russell Ali. Hi, Russell. Russell says, what's the difference between sensitive and emotional? A really good question. Okay, let's talk about sensitive first because it has a couple of different uses. When we talk about sensitive, a sensitive person, we're talking generally about a person who reacts quickly to emotions and to feelings. So maybe they get angry very easily or they feel very sad very easily. Something causes them to feel their emotions very fast. So we might describe that person as someone who is sensitive. We tend to use this more when we talk about people who get upset very easily. Someone who gets very sad easily or maybe who reacts negatively to something very easily. We might describe that kind of person as a sensitive person. Like, you need to be careful what you say around her. She's a little bit sensitive. Or my boss is kind of sensitive today. I hope that she's okay. So sensitive refers to someone who reacts quickly to a situation. We can also use sensitive to refer to a sensation, a physical sensation. So for example, if you injure a part of your body, like you injure maybe your wrist, for example, and just touching it lightly makes you feel pain. You might say, oh, my wrist is very sensitive right now. So you react very quickly to a little bit of stimulus. So that refers to a physical kind of sensitivity. You feel physically sensitive. So perhaps you can see that the key theme here is a reaction or some kind of reaction, whether it's physical or emotional, to some kind of stimulus. So we react quickly to that. Let's compare this then to emotional. So someone who is emotional feels their emotions and expresses their emotions quite a lot. They may not always be very sensitive, actually, but they express themselves quite openly. So someone who is very emotional might have no problem, for example, crying at a movie, or maybe they're very excited and enthusiastic about something good that happened, and they want to express that. So someone who is emotional isn't always sensitive, but there may be some kind of overlap. That's totally normal as well. So this is the key difference between sensitive and emotional. Sensitive refers to having a reaction to something quickly, whether it's a physical or an emotional situation. Someone who is emotional expresses and feels their emotions openly. So thanks for an interesting question. I hope that this helps you. All right, that is everything that I have for this week. Thank you, as always, for sending your great questions. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Maxime. Hi, Maxime. Maxime says, hi, Alicia. I'm freezing, or I'm frozen. Which one should I use? Thank you. Good question. I'm freezing or I'm frozen. You can use these expressions to talk about feeling very cold. So when you want to express that you feel cold now, typically we use I'm freezing. So you're in a very cold room or you're in a very cold place. You would typically say I'm freezing. We typically use I'm freezing to talk about feeling very, very cold. I suppose some people might say I'm frozen as well, but in my experience, generally we say I'm freezing to refer to our current physical state. Please keep in mind, you might also hear these words used to talk about computers. You might hear somebody saying, my computer is frozen, or my computer keeps freezing. So in this situation, frozen refers to a computer that is not moving. So a frozen computer is a computer that you cannot use. You can't move the mouse, you can't type anything, nothing seems to work. You have to turn off the computer and turn it back on again in order to use it. So we use the word frozen to describe this, and earlier I used the expression, my computer keeps freezing. So that refers to a computer that continues to freeze. It continues to stop working. You might hear freezing used in this way. My computer keeps freezing, or my computer is frozen. So you might also hear these expressions used to talk about computers and other kinds of machines that seem to stop working for no reason. So please keep in mind these are quite different. So we use these words to talk about our physical sensation, feeling cold, or to talk about computers and other electronics no longer working. So I hope that this answers your question. Thanks very much. Okay, let's move to your next question. Next question comes from Hassan. Hi, Hassan. Hassan says, what is the difference between reach and arrive? Okay, great question. Yeah, reach versus arrive. Let's talk about reach first, and two primary uses of the verb to reach. So we can use reach to mean roughly the same thing as arrive, to mean coming to a destination. For example, I reached the airport on time, or I reached my friend's house with no trouble. So this means I made it to my destination. This is how we can use reach. We can also, of course, use reach to refer to stretching to get something. Like, can you reach that cup up there? I'm too short. Or can you please reach across the table to get the salt for me? So that refers to stretching to get something, to retrieve something. So reach can be used in sentence structures like the ones I mentioned earlier. I reached the airport on time, or I reached my friend's house. We can use arrive in the same sense as the first type of reach that I explained, to refer to making it to your destination. So you can say, for example, I arrived at the airport on time, or I arrived at my friend's house with no trouble. So again, this means you made it to your destination. In terms of a difference in nuance, like a small difference in meaning between the words, reach can sometimes have the feel of doing something that was challenging. Like you reached a challenging destination sounds kind of like you overcame some difficulties to get to that point. Or maybe there was something that was hard about it, but eventually you were able to do it. Some people might use reach to describe that kind of feeling. Arrive doesn't have that idea associated with it. It just sounds like a simple statement of fact, really. I arrived at the airport. If you say, like, I finally reached the airport, it sounds like you might have overcome some kind of difficulties, like traffic or maybe some other problem in order to get there. So this is the difference between reach and arrive when we talk about going to a destination. And of course, you can also use reach, as I described, to talk about stretching to get something. I hope that this helps answer your question. Thanks very much. Okay, let's go to your next question. Next question comes from Ibrahim. Hello, Ibrahim. Ibrahim says, hi, Alicia. My question is about the verb rent and the word renter. Does the verb rent mean to give one's own house or car in exchange for money, or to take somebody else's house or car for a specific time in exchange for money? Nice question. Actually, the answer is both. You can use the verb rent to talk about giving your house or your car or something to someone, and you can also use rent to talk about taking something from someone else in exchange for money. So I could say, for example, I rented my car to my neighborhood community service group for the weekend or something like that. So that would mean I provided my car to them in exchange for money or services or something like that. You could also say the neighborhood community service group rented my car from me. So that means they gave me money in exchange for my car. So rent can be used in both ways, on both sides of this transaction. The key here is looking at the prepositions from and to. Those are what's going to tell you who is exchanging what. So in my earlier example, I said I rented my car to the neighborhood group. So that shows I am the one giving the thing. In my second example sentence, I said the neighborhood group rented my car from me. However, there may be some cases where you don't have a preposition in the sentence. For example, when you're talking about accommodations. Let's look at this example. My parents are renting their house for the summer. Or, someone rented my parents' house for the summer. So in these cases, we have to pay attention to the context. In the first example sentence, my parents are renting their house for the summer. The key here is that their. My parents are renting their house for the summer. So it sounds like a house that they own is up for rent for someone to purchase or to use for the summer, to purchase some kind of rental agreement for the summer. In the second sentence, someone is renting my parents' house for the summer. Again, the key there is the possessive, my parents' house. So these kinds of small details tell us about the nature of the exchange. Who is receiving what here? We need to pay attention to these sorts of things. So yes, rent can be used for both sides of the transaction. As far as the word renter goes, though, we don't use this so much. Rather, we have some specific words that we typically use in rental situations. When we're talking about accommodations, we typically use the word tenant to refer to a person who is renting a house or an apartment. Like, she's the tenant in the place my parents own, or I'm a tenant in my apartment building. That means I am the person who is renting something. We probably wouldn't use the word renter in cases like these. We would typically use tenant. Outside of the accommodation situation, if you're talking about renting equipment or maybe renting media, something like that, we typically don't really use the word renter to talk about this. Instead, we just use the word customer. So like, I rented this to my customer, or this product was rented to the customer or given to the customer. In these situations, we don't really use the word renter much because they're typically kinds of transactions. So we use the word customer in these cases. So I hope that this helps you understand how to use rent as a verb and how to talk about the rental agreements that we make. Thanks very much for an interesting question. All right, that is everything that I have for this week. So thank you, as always, for sending your great questions. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Hafsa. Hi, Hafsa. Hafsa says, hi, Alicia. What's the difference between chop and slice? Nice question. Chop and slice. So these are two words that we use a lot in the kitchen, but there are other ways that we can apply these verbs as well. So let's first focus on the kitchen use of these two words. We use chop and slice to talk about ways of cutting things. So we use chop to talk about making kind of a rough square. So generally it's a very rough shape. We take a knife and we take a vegetable, for example, we cut this way, and then when we make smaller pieces, we turn the pieces and cut again to make them smaller still. So maybe you chop things to create small squares or to create cubes, or maybe to just create some random shapes and you're not really thinking about it. You just want to cut it smaller. We use chop to describe this. Slice, on the other hand, is used to talk about creating a very thin piece of something with a knife. So when we chop something, we're doing it in kind of many directions usually to make it smaller. But when we slice something, we make just one cut. So we create just one cutting motion, and that creates one piece of the vegetable. So we slice things to make them very thin, or just to keep like a specific kind of shape, maybe a half moon shape, for example, when you're cutting vegetables. So this is the difference in the kitchen between chop and slice. These are both very, very common verbs that we apply in the kitchen. But now let's talk a little bit about how we use these verbs outside the kitchen. First, we can use chop to talk about roughly cutting things with other objects. For example, you might hear the expression somewhere, chop wood. This refers to using an axe, like a knife with a handle on it, to cut pieces of wood. Again, the idea here is that we are roughly cutting the pieces of wood. We're not trying to make a specific shape most of the time, but we're just cutting the wood into smaller pieces. So we use the verb chop to do this, to chop something. You might also hear this motion referred to as a chopping motion. So if we say, for example, like in martial arts, that we want to judo chop someone, you might hear that somewhere. It refers to this motion, kind of making a rough cutting motion to something. So generally, you can think of chop as referring to this rough cutting motion. This is hopefully a helpful guide. Slice, on the other hand, is used in a couple of different ways. So in the earlier example I talked about, we used slice to make one cut and create one piece from something with a knife. So we can use slice in similar ways outside the kitchen as well. You might hear, for example, that someone sliced a body part. So we might use this to talk about using a knife or maybe another very sharp object to cut our skin. Again, the same idea holds true here. The same idea is true, that with one single motion, we cut our skin. You might say, instead of, I cut my arm with a knife, you might say, I sliced my arm with a knife. You might also hear, in this case, slice open, which means, for example, if you cut your arm, you slice your arm by accident, you cut open, meaning the cut creates an opening in the body or in something else. You might also hear cut open like a vegetable or cut open a fruit as well. You might hear slice used in this way too. So we can use slice to talk about this cutting motion to create kind of another piece or two pieces where there were just one before. Another use of slice, though, is not as a verb. It's as a noun. It's as a counting word. So we use slice when we're talking about pizza or cake or bread, for example. When we want to talk about one piece of bread or one piece of cake, we often use the word slice, as in a slice of cake or a slice of pizza. Why is this? Because you can think of the same idea. We use one cutting motion on both sides to create one piece. We use the same word, slice, to refer to that new piece we created by slicing, yeah? So slice can be used to talk about the cutting motion and to talk about the piece that results from that. We typically use slice, as I said, with cake pizza, bread, generally things that we can make one cut and create a smaller piece from. So I hope this helps you understand the differences between chop and slice as a verb and as this counter word. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Anshika. Hi, Anshika. Anshika says, hi, Alicia. I want to ask about how we can use could in a sentence and to ask questions. Yeah, nice question, could. So could has a lot of different applications. We can use could in lots of different ways. Let's take a few minutes to review the basic uses of could. The first I want to talk about is using could to give suggestions or to give advice. This is when we are making plans with someone, for example, and you want to suggest something that is possible. You use could to do that. For example, if you're trying to make plans for the weekend, you might say to your friend, we could go to that new restaurant, which means it is possible for us to go to that new restaurant. When presented in this way, it's like a suggestion or a piece of advice. Yeah, your idea. We could go to that restaurant. Or in another example, we could go to the beach this weekend. Again, another piece of advice or a little suggestion. You could see it as one of those two. So could can be used to create suggestions in this way. We can also use could, as you mentioned in your question, to create questions. Like, for example, could you help me with this? Or could you do this? So one common question that comes up here is people say, should I use can here? Should I use could here? Both are correct. Can you help me with this? Could you help me with this? Can you do this? Could you do this for me? Generally, the rule that you can follow is that could is going to sound more polite, a little bit more formal, but both are fine to use in every situation I can think of. We can use can and could at work, at school, with family members, whatever. So we can use could to create these requests. Could you help me with this? Could you do this for me? Could you go to this place for me? These are all valid applications of could here. Where things, I think, kind of tend to get a little bit tricky with could is when we use it for past situations. So, for example, what could have been the problem? Why did she make that mistake? So when we use could have been, this kind of pattern, we're referring to a past potential problem in this example. What could have been something, 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 or this could have been something, something, something. These refer to possible past conditions or possible past situations or actions, etc. The key here with could is that it's referring to possibility. And to make it even more tricky, when we use this in the negative, it's referring to something that was not possible. For example, that could not have been the problem. Means it's not possible that was the problem. Or that could not have been the situation. Means it's not possible that was the situation. So could is used to refer to possibility in all of these examples that I've just talked about. When you're making a suggestion to your friend, you're saying, this thing is possible. What do you think? When you're making a request to someone else, you're saying, would it be possible or is it possible for you to do this for me? When you're talking about the past, you're saying, this thing was not possible or this thing was possible, right? So all of these uses of could reflect possibility. So again, these are just a few of the uses of could, but the key here is to remember that could is very closely related to possibility or impossibility when you use the negative form. Some of you might ask, like, do I really have to remember that could have been sentence structure? It's so hard for me to use. Why can't I just say it wasn't possible that that was correct? Well, it doesn't sound natural, that's why. When I give you those example sentences, like this sentence means it wasn't possible, I'm explaining it in a different way, but that doesn't mean that that explanation is natural. It sounds much more natural to use those could have been or couldn't have been sentence patterns. That's because that's what we use in everyday conversation and everyday communication. So yes, you should study those. Don't rely on those other sentence patterns because they don't sound natural. They're just there to help you understand what the communication is in the sentence or in the question. So I hope this covers a few uses of could and gives you a good overview of this topic. If you have more questions about how to use could, definitely do a search on our YouTube channel. I have some more videos about this topic there. So I hope that this helps answer your question and gives you a few key pointers to keep in mind. Thanks very much. All right, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Amir. Hi, Amir. Amir says, hi, Alicia. I hope you're having a good day. I wanted to ask, Which is the plural of the word fish? Is it fish or fishes? Oh, great question. Yeah, fish or fishes. It's a good question for sure. There are some words in English, some nouns in English, where the singular form with just one and the plural form, two or more, don't change. Fish is an example of this in some cases. So for example, when you're talking about fish like in your home, your pets maybe, you might say, I have one fish. Or if you have more, you would say, I have two fish. I have three fish. You might hear some people say fishes. It's just kind of a personal preference for them. And some people think it sounds kind of cute. You might also hear fishies, which is extremely cute. I personally love to say that because it sounds very cute. It's just kind of a funny, charming little joke, right? So you might use fish for one fish, two fish as well. You might also hear fishes used by some people. And to be very cute or funny, you might hear people say fishies too. So this is kind of a personal preference sort of thing in these kinds of casual situations where you're talking about your home aquarium or your pets at home. If, however, you are in a polite conversation, generally we do not use fishes or fishies. We generally say one fish, two fish, three fish, and so on. There is one exception to the rule. When we use fish to refer to species of fish, like in a scientific situation. For example, if you are doing research, maybe on the ocean, and you want to talk about many different types of fish you find, you might say, for example, many different fishes live in this area, which refers to many different species of fish. So that means not just one fish, not just a bunch of different fish of the same type, but many different category, perhaps, or many different species of fish. So there's like an orange fish and a blue fish, and they have different characteristics and so on. In these cases, you might see fishes used to refer to those different types of fish, not just more than one. Yeah? So this is the difference between fish, fishes, and even fishies. I hope that this helps you. In everyday conversation, it can be kind of up to you when you're being casual, but if you want to avoid sounding cute or to avoid sounding funny and just want to focus on being correct, please use fish for singular and fish for plural. One fish, two fish, three fish, four fish. There's a very popular kids book from a very popular kids author, an English kids author called Dr. Seuss. He has a rhyme we can use to help us remember this. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. So fish is used for the singular and the plural. I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. All right, that is everything that I have for this week. Thank you, as always, for sending me your great questions. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Saida Iman Zahra Nakvi. I hope I said your name right. Hi, Saida. Saida says, hi, Alicia. How can we use sort of in a sentence? I hope you answer my question. Okay, cool. So let's talk about a couple different uses of sort of. The first use I want to talk about is using sort of when we respond to someone. When someone asks us a question, they are trying to confirm something with us. Like they're trying to make sure something is correct. And they're a little bit correct, but not 100% correct. We can use sort of as a response to that. So for example, if someone says to you, are you tired? You look kind of tired today. You might say, sort of. Maybe you're a little bit tired, yes, but maybe you're also just feeling kind of down. So if you want to express that someone is a little bit correct, but a little bit incorrect, you can use sort of. Here's another situation where you might use sort of in this way. Imagine you're at work and you're in a situation where you need to make a prediction about something, and many people are sharing their different ideas. One person might say to you, so do you think that the company is going to improve a lot next quarter? You might say, sort of, which means that's a little bit true, but a little bit not true. So sort of can be used as a response in this way to mean that something is in some ways correct and in some ways not quite correct. So when you use sort of as a response in this way, you should expect to share some more information about your opinion. So if you respond to someone's question with sort of, you should probably share which parts are correct or that you agree with in the situation, and which parts are different from what the other person has suggested or asked about. So in the first situation, I mentioned maybe the person feels tired and a little bit depressed, or maybe they have a cold as well. So for example, you might respond, sort of, when someone asks if you're tired. You might say, I'm just a little bit tired, a little bit depressed, and I'm also a little bit sick. So this expresses the full picture. This is one way we can use sort of. In my second example, when someone says, do you think the company is going to improve a lot next quarter? And you say, sort of. You might follow that up by saying, well, I think we're going to improve in some parts of the company, but other parts of the company might still need a little bit of work. So sort of helps kind of introduce this feeling. So this is one use of sort of. Let's talk about a different use of sort of. This is the same as kind of or type of. So we use this when we are talking about a selection of things or maybe multiples of something. So for example, if you go to an ice cream store, you might go to select your ice cream when you order and you think to yourself, what sort of ice cream do I want to get today? So sort of can be used in the same way as kind of. What sort of ice cream should I get? In American English, we tend to use what kind of ice cream should I get today? We would use kind of in these kinds of situations, but you may also hear people using sort of in this manner as well. So this is an everyday situation. You might also hear this in work or in more formal situations, like what sort of restaurant were you thinking for the meeting tonight? We could also use kind of or type of in this sentence, and it means the same thing. What kind of restaurant were you thinking for tonight? Or what type of restaurant were you thinking for tonight? So all of these, kind of, type of, and sort of, can be used to talk about one item in a category or one thing from a group of possible things. So this is another use of sort of. So I hope this helps you understand the different uses of sort of. We can use it as a response to show that something is a little bit true and a little bit not true. And we can use it to mean kind of or type of. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from O'Reilly. Hi, O'Reilly. O'Reilly says, I always confuse might and must. Can you explain the difference? Sure, yeah, might and must. Let's do a quick review of these two. So let's start with must. We use must and must not for official rules and for very strong advice. So the example that I always like to give when I talk about using must is about showing your passport at the airport. There's often a sign that says you must show your passport to the immigration officer. So there's usually some kind of sign, some kind of rule at the airport or in other official places where you show documentation that says you must show this document. So must is used to show official rules, to show these kinds of formal things that we need to follow. We can also use the negative here. For example, you must not wear casual clothes to the office. So this expresses a formal rule in the workplace, for example. Must can be used to express these kinds of rules. We also use must to express very strong personal advice. For example, a doctor might say to a patient who is a smoker, you must stop smoking. It's bad for your health, something like that. Or you must not eat so much junk food. This is very bad for your health. So we can use the positive and the negative. So must has these two uses: official rules, formal rules at work, at school, maybe in public places, and for strong personal advice. Now let's compare this to the word might. So we use might to talk about things that have some possibility of happening or a condition that is possible. This is in the positive. Or we talk about a condition that maybe isn't so possible in the negative. For example, I might go to the beach this weekend shows there's some possibility of going to the beach this weekend. It is possible. It's not 100%. Generally, for might, I think about it as like a 40 to 60% chance, maybe 20 to 50%. The possibility also kind of depends a little bit on the sound of your voice. For example, if you say, I might go to the beach this weekend, it sounds different than I might go to the beach this weekend. Might sounds a little bit less certain. So we can use the tone of our voice to affect the level of possibility we want to express. We can also use this in the negative to express something that has a low chance of happening. Like, I might not go to the beach this weekend. So that sounds like you had a plan to go to the beach, but you were thinking it's not going to happen, or there's a possibility it's not going to happen. So This is the key difference between must and might. Might is used for things that have a possibility of happening or not happening, and must is used for rules and to talk about strong advice. So I hope this helps you understand the differences between these two words. Thanks very much. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Jose. Hi, Jose. Jose says, are there any other ways to say you're welcome? I saw in a movie once, someone said cheers after helping someone. Can we use this word? Yes, great question. Okay, so let's talk about some different ways to say you are welcome. Cheers is one way to do this, yes. We don't really use cheers so much in American English, but you might hear this used in British English, you might hear this in Australian English, so it depends a little bit on where the person is from. Generally, we don't say it in American English, but we'll understand. We don't have a problem with that. So cheers is another way to say you're welcome for something. Here are a couple more expressions you can use. You can say, no problem, or it's no problem. So that shows, everything's fine for me. So you can use no problem in casual situations or when you're close with the other person. You can also use no sweat. No sweat. So again, this is good for a casual situation. Oh, thanks so much for helping me move the sofa. Yeah, no sweat. So no sweat. Sweat refers to the sweat our body makes when we feel stressed or when we feel hot, yeah? So when we say no sweat, it means please don't stress out about asking me for this. So it's a very casual, very friendly expression to use. No sweat. Another expression that you might hear a lot is no worries. No worries. Like, thanks for helping me move my sofa. Yeah, no worries. That sounds very friendly as well. You'll probably hear that in other dialects of English from around the world too. Another one you can use is don't mention it. Don't mention it. So don't mention it makes it sound like don't even talk about it. That's not even something you need to talk about. Of course I would help you. That's kind of the feeling here. Don't mention it. So if you're in a more formal situation, you could say something like, the pleasure is all mine. So we sometimes use this when we introduce ourselves to somebody else. It's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is all mine. So this is a very formal way to introduce yourself to somebody and also to say you're welcome to somebody. You can also use the expression happy to help. Happy to help, or happy to be of service if you're in a customer service situation. This means I am happy to help you at this time, or I am happy to be at your service in this time. If you say happy to be of service to someone that is not a customer, it will sound kind of strange. So don't really use this one with your friends unless you want to make a joke. So you can use happy to help, happy to be of service, and the pleasure is all mine in more formal situations, depending on the needs of the situation. So those are all different ways to say you're welcome. I hope that this answers your question. Thanks very much for sending it along. Okay, that is everything that I have for this week. So thank you as always for sending your great questions. Let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Bhavna Singh. Hi, Bhavna. Bhavna says, hi, Alicia. Can you explain the difference between supermarket, mall, and groceries? Thanks. Sure. Let's start with supermarket and mall. A supermarket is a place that sells food items. They can be fresh food items. They can be food in a box, frozen food. Basically, any kind of food you want to buy, you can try to find it at a supermarket. In supermarkets, you will typically also find household goods. For example, cleaning goods or things you can use when you're cooking. You might also find pet supplies and other household items as well. So we call this kind of store a supermarket. A mall, on the other hand, is typically a series of stores put together. A mall can be inside or outside. A mall tends to be a lot of fashion shops, like clothing shops, and a lot of places to eat. You might find food places inside a mall, and there might even be a supermarket inside the mall. But a mall itself is a collection of stores. So you can imagine going to a mall to do all of your life's shopping for the day. For example, maybe you need to get some new clothes, you need to pick up a few things related to your hobby, and you want to stop to get some lunch as well. You can do all of that in a mall. In a supermarket, however, you'll find just food and daily life necessities for around your house. So these are the differences between supermarket and mall. Groceries, on the other hand, refers to the food items you buy. This can be at a supermarket or at another store. But groceries refers to food items. So things you buy to cook your meals, or maybe things that you buy fresh as well to eat right away. We call these groceries. Perhaps you might also have heard the expression grocery store. Grocery store and supermarket can be used interchangeably. They refer to the same thing, a place where we buy food. So grocery store and supermarket, it's up to the person to choose which one they prefer to use. I tend to say supermarket, or more broadly, a lot of people just say store. Like, I'm going to the store. Do you need anything? So let's take a look at some example sentences that use these words so that we can see how we might use them differently in speech. First, let's look at some examples with supermarket. Hey, is there a supermarket around here? I need to buy some food. Or, let's head to the supermarket later to pick up some food for dinner. Next, let's look at mall. Bye, Dad, I'm going to the mall with my friends today. I hate shopping at the mall. There's so many people here. Finally, let's look at some sentences that use groceries. Hey, can you pick up some groceries on your way home from work today? I need to get some groceries from the store. Do you want to come? So I hope this helps answer your question about the differences between supermarket, mall, and groceries, and also grocery store. Thanks very much for sending it along. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Abhinad. Hi, Abhinad. I hope I said your name right. Abhinad says, what's the difference between could not, did not, and would not? Can we use did not and could not interchangeably? For example, I did not understand, or I could not understand. Also, my car would not start this morning, or my car did not start this morning. Which is better to use? Nice question, yeah. First, let's look at could not and did not, and then we'll talk about did not and would not. So first, with could not, the key is possibility. So when we use could not something, it means something was impossible. There was no possibility for something. So in your examples, when we say I did not understand or I could not understand, there is actually a difference. Both are grammatically correct, yes. However, there's some differences in terms of nuance here. When we say, I did not understand, it means like at one time in the past, some explanation, we just are reporting that fact. I did not understand this. This happened. When we use could not, however, it means it was not possible for me to understand. So when would we use these two? Like you might say, for example, sorry, I couldn't understand you when you're on the phone and there's a bad connection. You might say, sorry, I couldn't understand you. Or maybe if you're listening to a conversation in another language, perhaps, that you cannot understand. So when you use could not, it refers to something that is not possible. It was not possible for me to understand, as opposed to I did not understand. So this means there's a possibility I can understand, but in this explanation or in this situation, I was not able to do that. So if you use I did not understand, it shows the other person that maybe they need to explain things in a different way. It means there's a possibility you can understand it, but that explanation didn't work. So could not indicates possibility. Okay, so now that we know the differences between could not and did not, let's take a look at the differences between did not and would not. Again, both of your example sentences are correct. My car did not start this morning, and my car would not start this morning. Both are correct. So what's the difference here? When we say, my car did not start this morning, it's like a simple report of fact again. When we say, my car would not start this morning, however, it sounds like we tried several times and the car was not willing to start, like the car didn't want to start. So we use would and would not to talk about willingness to do something. So for example, when you're talking about a person, like they said, maybe I'll help you, you might say, Sarah said she would help me, right? So we use would to talk about willingness. In this case, although the car is not a person and cannot make decisions, we use the same idea here. Would not shows that the car was not willing to start. Another way it might be helpful to think of this is to remember that we use would to talk about repeated past actions. We tend to do this with childhood actions and things that are situations in the past, like every summer I would go to the beach with my family. Those kinds of situations, repeated past situations. We could also apply the same kind of idea, if it's helpful for you, to this type of situation. So saying, my car wouldn't start this morning sounds like I tried repeatedly. This was a repeated past action I tried to do and it did not work. So would not start sounds like the car was not willing to start and I tried a few times. Saying my car did not start sounds like just a simple report of the situation. Maybe I tried once or I tried it a couple times and I accept that. So again, this is just a difference of nuance here. I would probably say my car wouldn't start this morning because it shows that I have some expectation for the car to start, but that didn't happen. So these are the differences between could not, did not, and would not. This is a very quick introduction, but I hope that it was helpful for you. Maybe I can make a whiteboard video about this in the future. Thanks very much for an interesting question. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Lorenzo. Hi, Lorenzo. Lorenzo says, how do I be less shy in conversations? I want to practice, but I worry about making mistakes. Yeah, this is a very common question. How do you build your confidence to practice in conversations? Well, unfortunately, one of the best ways to build your confidence is to practice, actually, to practice speaking. So here are a few reminders that you can think about if you're trying to work on building your confidence and practicing a lot in conversation situations. First tip, if you go to an English language conversation school or if you have a teacher or a class of some kind, remember, that's your opportunity to speak. That is the perfect place to make mistakes. Your teacher and the others there expect mistakes to happen there. That's the spot to make your mistakes. So you can feel really good about making mistakes in that situation. That's the point of going to the lesson, is to make the mistake and to learn from it there in that safe space. So that's a really good thing to do. When you go to your lesson, make sure you practice speaking. Second is to check out any kind of community groups in your area or online as well that do the same kind of thing. So maybe it's not just your classroom situation, but maybe it's like a hobby group or a group of some kind for people who are learning other languages. You might be able to find other kind of similar situations where people recognize that it's okay to make mistakes, or they recognize that you're not a native speaker. So going to places like this and kind of building your conversation skills in this way can also be really helpful in building up that kind of confident feeling when you speak too. Finally, another thing to do is just work on making friends. Making friends can also really help you because your friends understand you're not going to speak perfectly all the time. If you're really, really worried about this, then maybe you can try practicing some things you want to say before the conversation. Maybe there's somebody that you see a lot at work or at school. Maybe they're not quite your friend yet, but you want to become a little bit closer to that person. You can try rehearsing the things that you want to say before you say them. If you have a couple questions in mind, then it becomes much easier. Try saying those sentences or saying those questions to yourself alone at home before you go to the actual conversation. So for example, if you know that this person you would like to be friends with or closer to has the same hobby as you can prepare some questions to ask that person. Like, oh, did you go to that event last weekend? Or I noticed that you have the same hobby as me. And you can use those kinds of things to start the conversation. You don't have to have a long conversation with the person to begin with, but just asking those small questions to establish a connection can be really helpful and can also help you to feel more confident if you just break it down into a few kind of sentences and question patterns you can rehearse before the actual conversation. So I hope those 3 tips help you. 1, make sure that you're talking in your classes. 2, look for situations outside of your lesson environment to practice. And 3, try rehearsing those conversations you want to have with other people before you actually go to them. So those are a few tips, and there are a bunch of other tips around on the channel too, so you can do a search for that as well. So I hope that this was helpful for you. Thanks for the question. All right, that is everything that I have for this week. Thank you as always for sending your great questions. Let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Mohammed Bashir. Hi, Mohammed. Mohammed says, my problem is that if someone is talking to me, I can understand, but I can't answer really. Also, I don't have a very good vocabulary, so how do I improve my English speaking skills? Yes, this is a very common question, and lots of you have written to me to ask a similar question. So let's talk about some things that you can do. Let's review some things you can do to work on your speaking skills. So the first thing that you mentioned in this question was that when someone is talking to you, you can understand a lot of what they're saying, right? But you have trouble answering right? And sharing lots of information in your answer. So that to me says that you have lots of practice listening, right? Which is great. Then you need to go to the next step, which is practicing your speaking skills. Okay, so let's cover some tips that you can use to work on your speaking skills, especially if you don't have someone to practice with. The first thing that you can do is just practice reading out loud. You can choose a news article, you can choose something from a magazine, something from social media, whatever. Just pick it up and practice reading that out loud to practice your speaking skills. That's one thing you can do. Another thing you can do is something called shadowing. That means you listen to something in English and then you try to repeat back what that person said as quickly as possible using the same pronunciation, using the same rhythm, and the same intonation. So lots of people like to use YouTube videos like this one, or maybe podcasts, or they like to use other kinds of maybe interview content, for example, to practice shadowing. This is another way that you can practice speaking. If you have a teacher or a conversation partner, of course, those are great opportunities for you to practice your speaking skills too. So there's 3 tips that I hope can help you to improve your speaking skills. And remember, you need to make sure that speaking is part of your regular practice, part of your regular study plan. If you do lots of listening practice, that's great, but you also need to make sure you're working on building these other skills too. So don't forget to practice your speaking skills every week. And the same thing goes for your reading skills and your writing skills as well. Make sure you're building up all of these skills and not just listening. I know that's maybe the easiest, especially if you're using online content to practice your language skills, but make sure that you spend time developing your other skills too. So there are 3 tips for practicing your speaking skills. Speaking out loud from written information, practicing with a teacher or a conversation partner, and doing shadowing exercises with audio information. So I hope that this helps you to build your speaking skills, and this will also help you to build your vocabulary too. So thanks very much for the question. I know lots of people have the same question, so I hope those 3 tips can help you right away and you can get started immediately. Okay, let's go on to the next question for this week. Next question comes from Ruby. Hi, Ruby. Ruby says, what is the difference between mental and spiritual? Ooh, nice question. Okay, so we typically use the word mental when we want to talk about someone's mindset, someone's way of thinking, and maybe their way of behaving as well. So in an example sentence, we might say something like, my mental state hasn't been so good lately. I've had a lot of stress at work. Or another example might be, I'm going to take a break from the city and get out into the forest for a little mental refresh this weekend. So we use mental to talk about our mindset in this way. And of course, the word mentally is also very, very commonly used. Like, for example, I'm just feeling so stressed mentally these days. We also use the word mental as a slang word, which means crazy or really super exciting. So we can use this in negative ways and in positive ways. For example, the club was mental last night, or that party was mental, which means that it was really, really crazy or exciting and in a good way. You might also hear mental being used in a negative way to talk about someone's strange behavior. If someone is doing something strange or they're behaving in a strange manner, you might hear someone refer to that behavior as mental, but this use of mental is generally considered quite rude today, so it's not recommended that you use it, but you may hear people use it in this way from time to time. So again, this is not considered a good word to use to talk about someone's behavior because it's rude to people that have actual mental struggles. But when you hear or see somebody using mental in this way, that is what it means. So we can use mental in a few different situations. So let's go back to the original question about the difference between mental and spiritual. We talked about mental relating to the mind. Spiritual tends to relate to the spirit then. So for everybody, we have kind of a different understanding of what our spirit means or doesn't mean. So this word, spiritual, can have kind of a different meaning depending on the person. For many people, spiritual is something that is connected to their religion or to their belief system. So for some people, they have a close connection to a religion of some kind, and therefore their spirit is closely connected to their religion. For other people, maybe the universe or nature or stars and planets and things has a strong connection for them. They feel some kind of strong connection to these kinds of natural things, and they feel that that's a connection to their spirit. So they might associate those things as being very spiritual. So depending on the person, Spiritual can have a slightly different meaning, but this generally refers to kind of our belief system about how we live our lives and how we behave, how we conduct ourselves, and so on. So again, to kind of summarize the differences here, mental and mentally refers to the mind, our way of thinking and our way of kind of considering our situation. Spiritual or spiritually refers to our belief system and how the world, as we understand it, connects to our spirit or to our soul. So although these words are sometimes used together a lot to talk about the ways that we behave or the ways that we make decisions, they do have different connections. Mental refers to the mind, spiritual to the spirit. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences and the different uses of these words. Thanks very much for an interesting question. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Abu Bakar Keita. Hello, Abu Bakar. I hope I said your name right. Abu Bakar says, "Hi Alicia, what can I do to keep new vocabulary in my long-term memory? I always forget new vocabulary very quickly. And my second question is, what do I do to understand native speakers? I can understand some people, but there are other people who are super fast for me, so I can't catch all the words they say. Thanks." Okay, so I think your two questions are actually related here. The first question about remembering new vocabulary for a long time, this I would recommend reviewing for. So that means don't just study a new vocabulary word or a new phrase one time. You'll remember it for maybe a day, an hour or so, a short time, but you won't remember it long term. So the key here is to review. So that means using maybe flashcards so that you can check those words again and again, or maybe you have digital flashcard tools that will allow you to review the items that you struggled with before. So make sure that you have some kind of vocabulary review process in your studies. Another really good thing that you can do to review and to make sure that words stick is to start creating with those new words as soon as possible. So if you learn a new word from your vocabulary studies, awesome. Then try making a sentence or try writing an email with that word in it. Do something so that you have to create something new using that word. So you need to get comfortable with the word, right? So it's not just learning to identify the word, but it's also creating something new with that word. Make sure that you have both of those processes happening, yeah? That will help the word to stick in your long-term memory, and then it will also help you with question 2 that you had, which was about not being able to catch all the words from some native speakers, right? So of course there's a little bit of speed that you need to consider there. Some people are going to speak at a different speed. Some people are going to speak faster and less clearly than other people. But if you're practicing vocabulary and you're studying vocabulary and using that vocabulary, then you're going to boost your vocabulary skills and increase the chances of catching all the words that those fast speakers are saying. So in part 1, you'll be working on improving your long-term vocabulary study skills, and then hopefully that will contribute to, or that will help you to grow and answer your question for part 2 about catching all of the words that quick native speakers use. So that would be my recommendation here. Make sure to review the words that you study, actually create something with them, and then that will contribute to your ability to understand those words in fast native speech. So thanks very much for sending this question along, and I hope that these tips help you out. All right, that is everything that I have for this week's lesson. Thank you, as always, for sending me your great questions. Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to use when talking with friends. After watching this video, you'll be able to have a casual conversation with a friend, and to say something is super. Now, let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue. Hey, look at that car. Wow, that's super cool. Listen to it again. Hey, look at that car. Hey, look at that car. Wow, that's super cool. Wow, that's super cool. First of all, you'll need to learn how to say, hey, look at that car. That's, hey, look at that car. Listen to it again. Hey, look at that car. Hey, look at that car. Now, how do you respond to this? First of all, you'll need to learn how to say, wow. That's wow. Wow. Then you'll need to learn how to say, that's super adjective. The pattern is, that's super adjective. That's super adjective. For example, that's super cool. That's super cool. That's super cool. Here are a few more words you can use with the same pattern to talk about something. Cool, 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 cool. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. New, 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 new. Nice, 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 nice. Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat, or speak along with the native speakers. Hey, look at that car. That's super beautiful. Hey, look at that car. Hey, look at that car. That's super beautiful. That's super beautiful. Hey, look at that car. That's super new. Hey, look at that car. Hey, look at that car. That's super new. That's super new. Hey, look at that car. That's super nice. Hey, look at that car. Hey, look at that car. That's super nice. That's super nice. Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, hey, look at that car? Hey, look at that car. Imagine you want to say something is super beautiful. Do you remember how to say beautiful? Beautiful. Beautiful. Say, that's super beautiful. That's super beautiful. Now respond using beautiful. Hey, look at that car. That's super beautiful. Now imagine you want to say something is super new. Do you remember how to say new? New. New. Say, that's super new. That's super new. Now respond using new. Hey, look at that car. That's super new. Now imagine you want to say something is super nice. Do you remember how to say nice? Nice. Nice. Say, that's super nice. That's super nice. Now respond using nice. Hey, look at that car. That's super nice.
In this lesson, you learned new vocabulary and phrases you can use to talk with friends. You're now able to have a casual conversation like a native speaker. Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to answer the question, what are you going to talk about? After watching this video, you'll be able to answer this question and introduce a topic to give a simple speech. Now let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue. What are you going to talk about?
I'm going to talk about my hobbies.
Listen to it again. What are you going to talk about? What are you going to talk about?
I'm going to talk about my hobbies.
I'm going to talk about my hobbies. First of all, you'll need to learn how to say, what are you going to talk about? That's, what are you going to talk about? Listen to it again. What are you going to talk about? What are you going to talk about? Now, how do you answer this question? The pattern is
I'm going to talk about.
topic. I'm going to talk about topic. For example, I'm going to talk about my hobbies.
I'm going to talk about my hobbies. I'm going to talk about my hobbies.
Here are a few more topics you can use with the same pattern. My hobbies. My hobbies. My hobbies. My hobbies. My hobbies. My favorite food. 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 My favorite place. 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 My favorite book. 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 Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers. What are you going to talk about? I'm going to talk about my favorite food. What are you going to talk about? What are you going to talk about? I'm going to talk about my favorite food. I'm going to talk about my favorite food. What are you going to talk about? I'm going to talk about my favorite place. What are you going to talk about? What are you going to talk about? I'm going to talk about my favorite place. I'm going to talk about my favorite place. What are you going to talk about? I'm going to talk about my favorite book. What are you going to talk about? What are you going to talk about? I'm going to talk about my favorite book. I'm going to talk about my favorite book. Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, what are you going to talk about? What are you going to talk about? Imagine you're going to talk about your favorite food. Do you remember how to say, my favorite food? My favorite food. My favorite food. Say, I'm going to talk about my favorite food. I'm going to talk about my favorite food. Now, answer the question saying you're going to talk about your favorite food. What are you going to talk about? I'm going to talk about my favorite food. Now, imagine you're going to talk about your favorite place. Do you remember how to say, my favorite place? My favorite place. My favorite place. Say, I'm going to talk about my favorite place. I'm going to talk about my favorite place. Now, answer the question saying you're going to talk about your favorite place. What are you going to talk about? I'm going to talk about my favorite place. Now, imagine you're going to talk about your favorite book. Do you remember how to say, my favorite book? My favorite book. My favorite book. Say, I'm going to talk about my favorite book. I'm going to talk about my favorite book. Now, answer the questions saying you're going to talk about your favorite book. What are you going to talk about? I'm going to talk about my favorite book.
In this lesson, you learned new vocabulary and phrases you can use in your everyday life to give a simple speech. You're now able to introduce a topic like a native speaker. Start by practicing in the comments below. Tell me and your fellow learners what you are going to talk about in your next speech. Lastly, don't forget to click the link in the description and download your PDF cheat sheets. You'll get useful phrases you need for everyday life for free. See you in the next lesson. Bye! Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to comment on a joke. After watching this video, you'll be able to compliment or criticize anyone on their sense of humor. Now let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems.
Ha ha, you're so funny.
Listen to it again. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems.
Ha ha, you're so funny.
Haha, you're so funny. First of all, let's listen to the joke again. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. That's. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. Listen to it again. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. Now, how do you react to a joke? First, you'll need to learn how to say ha ha. That's ha ha.
Ha ha,
Then, you'll need to learn how to say you're so adjective. The pattern is
you're so.
adjective. For example, you're so funny. You're so funny.
You're so funny.
Here are a few more words you can use with the same pattern. Funny. 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 Awesome. 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 awesome, awesome. Boring, 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 boring. Strange, 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 strange.
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. You're so awesome. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. You're so awesome. You're so awesome. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. You're so boring. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. You're so boring. You're so boring. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. You're so strange. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. You're so strange. You're so strange.
Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember what the joke was?
Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems.
Imagine you think it was awesome. Do you remember how to say awesome?
Awesome. Awesome.
Say, you're so awesome.
You're so awesome.
Now, react to the joke, saying the other person is awesome.
Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. You're so awesome.
Now imagine you think it was boring. Do you remember how to say boring?
Boring. Boring.
Say, you're so boring.
You're so boring.
Now, react to the joke, saying the other person is boring.
Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. You're so boring.
Now, imagine you think it was strange. Do you remember how to say strange?
Strange. Strange.
Say, you're so strange.
You're so strange.
Now react to the joke, saying the other person is strange.
Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. You're so strange.
In this lesson, you learned new vocabulary and phrases you can use in your everyday life to compliment or criticize anyone on their sense of humor. You're now able to comment on a joke like a native speaker. Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to use when apologizing to someone. After watching this video, you'll be able to apologize and say what you're apologizing for. Now let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue.
I'm sorry for lying to you.
Don't worry about it.
Listen to it again. I'm sorry for lying to you. I'm sorry for being late.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
First of all, you'll need to learn how to say, I'm sorry for reason. The pattern is
I'm sorry for.
reason. For example, I'm sorry for being late.
I'm sorry for being late. I'm sorry for lying to you.
Now, how do you respond that it's okay?
Don't worry about it.
Listen to it again.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Here are a few more phrases you can use with the same pattern to apologize.
Being late. Being late.
Being late.
Being late. Being late. Lying to you. Lying to you.
Lying to you.
Lying to you. Lying to you. Hurting your feelings. Hurting your feelings.
Hurting your feelings.
Hurting your feelings. Hurting your feelings. Canceling. Canceling.
Canceling.
Canceling. Canceling.
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
I'm sorry for lying to you.
Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry for lying to you. I'm sorry for lying to you. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry for hurting your feelings.
Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry for hurting your feelings. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry for canceling.
Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry for canceling. I'm sorry for canceling. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, I'm sorry for reason?
I'm sorry for.
Reason. And how do you respond to it?
Don't worry about it.
Imagine you want to apologize because you told a lie to someone. Do you remember how to say lying to you?
Lying to you. Lying to you.
Say, I'm sorry for lying to you.
I'm sorry for lying to you.
Now say you're sorry for lying and respond to it.
I'm sorry for lying to you.
Don't worry about it.
Now imagine you want to apologize because you hurt someone's feelings. Do you remember how to say, hurting your feelings?
Hurting your feelings. Hurting your feelings.
Say, I'm sorry for hurting your feelings.
I'm sorry for hurting your feelings.
Now say, you're sorry for hurting someone's feelings and respond to it.
I'm sorry for hurting your feelings.
Don't worry about it.
Now, imagine you want to apologize because you canceled. Do you remember how to say canceling?
Canceling. Canceling.
Say, I'm sorry for canceling.
I'm sorry for canceling.
Now, say you're sorry for canceling and respond to it.
I'm sorry for canceling.
Don't worry about it.
In this lesson, you learned new vocabulary and phrases you can use in your everyday life to apologize to someone. You are now able to apologize and forgive someone like a native speaker. Hi everybody, welcome back to Top Words. My name is Alicia, and today we're going to talk about 20 useful phrases for ordering food. Let's get started. Okay, before we get to the lesson content, a quick reminder that you can find free PDF cheat sheets from the link below the video in the YouTube description. You can check out this one, the Dining Like a Champ cheat sheet, to find some phrases and vocabulary words specifically for ordering food at restaurants. So make sure to download this and get some more practice after you watch this video. Okay, let's go on with the lesson. First, can I see the menu? Can I see the menu? When you first arrive at the restaurant and you sit down at the table or at your seat and there's no menu nearby, you can say to the waitstaff, "Can I see the menu?" or "Can I have a menu?" which means, "I want a menu. Give it to me, please." Remember, just use this phrase if there's no menu near you or if you don't see one. Next is, can we pay separately? Can we pay separately? This is a request to the staff at the restaurant to pay for your food separate from another person. So if you go with someone else or if you go with a group of people and each person wants to pay for the things they ate, you can use this question. Can we pay separately? In some cases, it might be a good idea to make this request before you order so that the staff can prepare. Can we pay separately? This is a good one to know. Okay, next expression. Do you have any vegetarian dishes? Do you have any vegetarian dishes? So if you are a vegetarian or if someone in your group is a vegetarian, you can ask the staff about their vegetarian dishes, which means the food that they have available that is vegetarian. If you're vegan, you can substitute that for vegetarian in this question. Like, do you have any vegan dishes? You can use whatever type of dietary restriction you have in this question. Okay, next is, what do you recommend? What do you recommend? So if you come to a restaurant and it's the first time there maybe, and you can't decide or you're feeling very open, you can ask the staff for a recommendation. You can say, what do you recommend? Or what's your recommendation? The staff might not have a good idea, so they might ask you some follow-up questions, like what do you usually like to eat? Or what are you in the mood for? Or is there anything that you don't like? So be prepared to answer a couple follow-up questions after this. But if you can't choose, you can say, what do you recommend? Okay, next is, does it contain meat? Does it contain meat? If you want to ask if a dish has meat in it, you can ask this question, does it contain meat? Or you might also hear someone say, is there meat in this? Or is there meat in that? So if you're a vegetarian or a vegan, or maybe you have some other kind of dietary restriction, you might want to remember this question. Does this contain meat? Okay, next is, I will have this one, please. I'll have this one, please. When you make your decision at the restaurant and you want to point to something on the menu, you can say, I'll have this one, please. Or if it's clear that it's just one option on the menu, you don't need to use one in this expression. I'll have this, please, is also fine. You can also use this if you're not pointing at a menu, if you're pointing at a selection, like maybe an ice cream store. You can say, I'll have this one, please, to be very specific, this one type of ice cream. So it's up to you. to point and make it very clear which thing you're talking about. Okay, next expression. How spicy is it? How spicy is it? This is a really good expression to know if you know that you can't handle spicy food. So that means if spicy food makes you feel really sick or if spicy food makes you feel really hot, you should probably know this question. How spicy is it? Or you could say, how hot is it as well? So someone might say it's really, really hot, or it's not so bad, it's pretty mild. They'll give you some kind of rating to respond to this question. But if you have a hard time with spicy food, you should probably remember this. How spicy is it? Okay, next is, do you serve any cold dishes? Do you serve any cold dishes? So maybe you go to some place like a grill or perhaps some kind of burger shop, something like that, where hot dishes are the focus. But if you're in the mood for something cool or cold, you can ask this question. Do you have any cold dishes? Maybe like a salad, for example. You can ask this to the staff to see if there's anything else they can prepare. Okay, next is there any dish we could share? Is there any dish we could share? If you go to a restaurant with a group of people, or maybe just with one other person, and you want to ask about a dish that's easy to share, you can ask this question. You can ask, is there any dish we could share? Or can we share this dish? You can make it clear to the staff there that you plan to share something, so they don't just bring one plate. They might bring an extra plate to make sure everybody at the table can have some of what you order. Okay, next is, what starters do you recommend? What starters do you recommend? Okay, starter is another word for appetizer, those small kind of snacks that you have before the main meal. So when you arrive at the restaurant and you're thinking of what kind of things you might want to have a bite of before the main course, you can ask for a recommendation with this expression. What starters do you recommend? Of course, you can also say, what appetizers do you recommend? Or what appetizers are good? You can use either word. Starter sounds a little bit more casual, perhaps, in some cases, but both words are fine to use. Okay, let's go to the next one. Can we have a bottle of wine with the meal? Can we have a bottle of wine with the meal? So if you go to a restaurant and you want to order a bottle of wine to go with your dinner, you can ask this question. Can we order a bottle of wine to go with the meal? Another really common way to do this is just to ask for the wine list. If you want to order a glass of wine, you can do this. Or if you want to order a bottle of wine, you can do this. You can just ask the staff person, can I see the wine list, please? Or can I have the wine list, please? If there's one available, they will bring it to you and you can choose a glass or a bottle to go along with your meal. Okay, next is, can I have a glass of water, please? Can I have a glass of water, please? Okay, so depending on the country and depending on the restaurant that you go to, staff might not automatically provide water at the restaurant you visit. If you need to ask the staff for water, you can say, can I have a glass of water, please? Or you might just say, can I have some water, please? Or just water, please. Something simple like that is the best way to ask for water at your table. Okay, next expression. Can I get one more serving, please? Can I get one more serving, please? So this is a very polite way to say one more of this, please. If you have one dish and you ate it at your table and you want another one, you can say, can I have one more serving of this if you want to be really polite? I would probably say something like, can I have another one of these? Or can we have one more of these? Or you could even name the dish, like, can we have one more of this appetizer? You can ask for one more or one more serving when you want another one of something you've already ordered. What's the special for today? What's the special for today? Some restaurants might have what's called a special. That means it's one dish or maybe a couple of dishes on the menu that are not part of the regular menu. So the restaurant has prepared some new special dish with some ingredients they have in the kitchen that day. So if you want to ask about this dish, you can say, what's the special today? Keep in mind, not all restaurants have specials. Usually the waiter or waitress will let you know about the special when you arrive, but if you want to check, you can say, what's the special for today? Or do you have a special? Okay, next expression. Do you have any desserts? do you have any desserts? So when you get to the end of your meal, if you want to ask about dessert options at the restaurant, you can say, do you have any desserts? Or you could also ask, do you have a dessert menu? Or you can ask something like, what sounds good for dessert to the person that you're at the restaurant with? There are lots of kind of sneaky ways to ask about desserts at the end of the meal, but this is a good, polite question to know. Okay, next expression. Could I see the wine list, please? Could I see the wine list, please? Okay, I talked about this a little bit earlier. If you want to have wine with your meal, you can ask for the wine list. So depending on the restaurant that you go to, the wine list might be very short, or it might be a whole book of wines. If you want to check out all of the information they have available, you should request the wine list. Can I have the wine list, please? Okay, next is, what is the soup of the day? What's the soup of the day? This question refers to a soup that is available on that day. So that means it might not be part of the restaurant's regular menu. Maybe they have a seasonal soup or a kind of special soup, and you want to ask about that. You can say, what's the soup of the day? Or even just, what's the soup today? Both are fine. Okay, next expression. I'm on a diet. I'm on a diet. So this is maybe an expression you wouldn't say to the staff at the restaurant. You might say this to the person that you're having a dinner with or having lunch with. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about your food choice for the day. You might say, I'm on a diet. I'm going to eat something healthy. Or you might say this to the staff if you are looking for a healthy recommendation. You might say something like, I'm on a diet. I don't want to eat a lot of bread, so can you recommend something for me? In those cases, you might need to use this expression. I'm on a diet. Okay, next is, what does this dish contain? What does this dish contain? This is a very polite way of saying, what is in this dish? Or what are the ingredients in this dish? Generally, in casual situations, we just say, what's in this? Or what's in this dish? If you want to sound more polite, you can use this question. What does this dish contain? This could be really important if you have an allergy or some other kind of food reaction that the staff needs to know about. You can say, what does this dish contain? To make sure everything is clear before you order. Okay, next expression. I am allergic to nuts. I'm allergic to nuts. Okay, a very important question pattern if you have a food allergy. You can replace nuts for any other food in this sentence. I'm allergic to bread, for example, or I'm allergic to something something. Whatever food you're allergic to, whichever food causes an allergic reaction, you can use this expression to describe that. Another very common one is shellfish. I'm allergic to shellfish. So make sure to tell the staff before you order so that they can make sure that they don't give you anything that might contain that ingredient. Okay, that brings us to the end of 20 useful phrases for ordering food. What did you think? You can let us know in the comments. Hi everybody, welcome back to Top Words. My name is Alicia, and in this episode, we're going to talk about 15 words for daily life related actions. Okay, a quick reminder that there are free PDF cheat sheets from the link below the video. Just check the YouTube description to find them. I thought for this lesson, the useful verbs PDF cheat sheet would be a great one to review. This PDF cheat sheet includes a bunch of daily use verbs, and you can review them and practice them along with the phrases in this video. Okay, the first word is rest. Rest. To rest refers to giving your body a chance to re-energize, to recover. So you can use rest to talk about the time when you are sleeping, of course, and regaining your energy. You can also use it to talk about times when you're relaxing or just enjoying your day, enjoying your hobbies. The idea with resting is that you're not doing something that takes a lot of energy. For example, the gorilla is resting in the grass. So in this sentence, the subject of this sentence, the gorilla, is just enjoying his or her time in the grass, not doing anything that uses a lot of energy. So you can use this to talk about times when you are just relaxing, like, oh, I'm just resting today. Okay, the next word is dream. Dream. To dream means to imagine something. We use dream when we talk about the images that we see in our brain at night when we're sleeping. You can talk about those things with the verb dream, like, last night I dreamed that I could fly. You might also hear people saying, last night I dreamt that I could fly. You might hear a couple of different ways of expressing that in past tense. But when you want to talk about those things that you see in your sleep at night, you can use this verb. I dreamed or I dreamt something. The next word is cook. Cook. Cook is a very common verb, of course. We use cook when we want to talk about making food. The difference between cook and mix, for example, is that with cook, we use heat. We're using some kind of heat or temperature change to prepare food. When we use a word like mix or blend, we're talking about combining ingredients together. So you can use cook to talk about preparing food with heat in your kitchen. For example, the chef cooked in the kitchen. Okay, next is use a computer. Use a computer. You can use this phrase anytime you sit down at your computer and start to work or start to study or just want to explore something on the internet. We use the computer to talk about anything that involves the computer, anything related to the computer. For example, I use the computer to talk to my friends. Okay, the next word is return. Return. To return means to come back to a place you were at before. You might hear return, come back, and go back used. They all refer to going to a place you were at originally and then coming back to that place after going somewhere else. For example, the father returned home in the evening. You might also hear the father came back home in the evening, or even just the father came home in the evening. You can use return to mean to go back to an original location. Okay, next is do housework. Do housework. So housework refers to all those small jobs in your house, like cleaning the dishes, washing the dishes, or doing laundry, washing your clothes, cleaning your room, and so on. So all of that is called housework. When you want to talk about that, you can say do housework. For example, my sister needs to do a little housework. Next is bathe. Bathe. So bathe is a verb. It means to clean your body. So you can use this to talk about taking a shower or taking a bath. Please note, bathe and bath have separate pronunciations. The pronunciations are different. We can't say take a bathe, for example. It's incorrect. But you can say, for example, the brothers bathed in the bathtub. This means the brothers cleaned their bodies in the bathtub. So when you want to talk about cleaning your body, you can use this word, or you can say, I took a shower or took a bath. Okay, next is read the paper. Read the paper. So read the paper refers to reading a physical newspaper. So you could say read the newspaper if you wanted to. So to read the paper means to read the news for the day. You might also read the paper on the internet these days too. But if you see someone reading a physical newspaper, you could say the man is reading a newspaper. Okay, next is sleep. Sleep. We use the verb sleep when we want to talk about resting for a long time at the end of the day. So we often use this with other verbs. For example, I'm going to go to sleep, or he went to sleep, and so on. For example, you could say, you should sleep at least 8 hours every night. This refers to getting enough rest each day. Okay, the next expression is wake up. Wake up. So wake up refers to opening your eyes in the morning after you sleep. So wake up is different from get up in that wake up means your brain becomes awake, your eyes open. When you get up, you leave your bed or the place where you sleep. For example, I wake up every morning at 6 o'clock. Next is go out. Go out. You can use go out in a lot of different situations. Generally, go out means to leave your house, to go out of your house and go somewhere. So you can use go out to mean to go to work. You could use it to mean to go to school or to do something related to your hobbies, to go shopping, whatever. For example, I plan to go out in the afternoon today. Next is eat. Eat. So eat is, of course, a very important verb. Eat means to consume food, to put food into your body and use it to make energy for your body. For example, the children are eating watermelon. We use this for all meals, for breakfast, lunch, dinner, for snacks, whatever. Anything solid, we can use eat to describe that when we put it into our bodies. Next is shopping. Shopping. So we use shopping typically with a verb like go, like I'm going to go shopping. Shopping refers to buying things that you need for your home, or maybe just buying things that you want. You could say, I went shopping with a friend yesterday. That kind of expression sounds like you did something just for fun. You could also say, I'm going shopping for groceries. Do you need anything? So shopping refers to buying things. Okay, next is shower. Shower. Earlier, we talked about the verb bathe, which means to clean your body. To shower refers to bathing, yes, but specifically to standing up in the bathtub or in another cleaning area of your home and letting the water come over the top of your head. For example, the man showered in the morning. Again, this is different from taking a bath where you clean your body as you sit in some water. Okay, next is work. Work. To work means to do something in exchange for money. So many people go to an office and do an office job in exchange for money. Maybe other people provide services or other people sell things in exchange for money. There are lots of different jobs and many different types of work. We can use this as a noun or a verb. For example, some programmers work from home, so they don't have to commute to work. All right, that brings us to the end of 15 words for daily life-related actions. What did you think? You can let us know in the comments. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Know Your Verbs. My name is Alicia, and in this episode, we're going to talk about the verb deal. Let's get started. Let's start with the basic definition of this verb. The basic definition of the verb deal is to address a situation or to take action regarding something. Some examples. The police are dealing with the case. I have to deal with some extra work this week. Okay, now let's look at the conjugations for this verb. Present, deal, deals. Past, dealt. Past participle, dealt. Progressive, dealing. So now let's take a look at some additional meanings for this verb. The first additional meaning for this verb is to distribute portions, especially with cards, like playing cards in card games. Some examples. Deal 5 cards to each player. You dealt him only 3 cards. So this use of deal refers to actually giving something, like distributing a set amount of something to people. So we use this a lot when we're playing card games. You might also hear it in some other situations, like they're dealing out, I don't know, everyone's lunches, perhaps? I don't know. That sounds kind of strange to me, but perhaps you would hear it in a situation like that. It does tend to be used in cards a lot. So this motion, anytime you make this sort of motion, we can say deal to describe that motion. So this looks very similar to giving people cards, like at a casino or in a card game. So if you're using this motion, like dealing out homework maybe, for example, I don't know, like each person's individual portion of something, you can use the verb deal to describe that. The second additional meaning for the verb deal is to do business. This sounds a little bit casual, and it sounds kind of like you're doing something related to maybe retail or like the trading of goods. Some examples. We deal in second-hand goods. They're dealing in imported food these days. So these example sentences show us the type of business that a company does. In the first example sentence, we deal in second-hand goods. It means our business is related to second-hand goods, maybe buying, selling, auctioning, I don't know. So to deal in second-hand goods means that's the type of business. That's the nature of our business. In the second example sentence, they're dealing in imported food these days. It means that a company has maybe made its main business into imported food. So maybe they are sending and receiving food from other countries. Perhaps that was not the situation in the past, but now in these days, they're dealing in imported food. That's their business. Those are the kinds of transactions they do. The third additional meaning for the verb is to become comfortable with something, like to accept something, often like a negative situation. Examples. He doesn't know how to deal with the changes. We're having trouble dealing with the loss of our jobs. Okay, so in the first example sentence, he doesn't know how to deal with the changes. Using deal with before the changes shows us that maybe the changes are kind of negative. So it's hard to accept those changes. It's hard to become comfortable with those changes. He doesn't know how to deal. So he doesn't know what to do in order to accept that new situation. In the second example sentence, the negative situation is the loss of a job, or in this case, the loss of our jobs, a negative situation. So it's difficult to become comfortable. It's difficult to accept that situation. So we can use the verb deal with, like we're having trouble dealing with the loss of our job. So we're having trouble accepting, we're having trouble becoming comfortable with this new negative situation. So when you hear deal with, it tends to have a kind of a negative nuance. So be careful. Sometimes I see this in talking like in customer service situations. So they'll say like, can you please deal with this person? It sounds really negative. Like this person is trouble. This person is like causing a negative effect on me. Like please deal with this person. It sounds really bad. So I don't recommend using deal with for people. All right, so now let's continue to some variations on the verb deal. The first variation is to deal out, to deal out. To deal out means to exclude a player from a card game by not giving them any cards. Examples. I was dealt out of the card game when I lost my last chip. Deal me out next round. I'm going to take a break. So to deal someone out means like they're not going to participate in the next round. In the second example sentence, we saw deal me out next round. So a round in a game of cards is like one turn of play. So like everybody plays their cards, the winner or loser is determined, and the round is finished. It's one like turn in a card game. It's called a round. So when we say deal me out next round, it means I don't want to participate or don't include me in the next round of play. So to deal someone out means to exclude that person. The next variation is to deal a blow. To deal a blow means to cause a negative effect on something. This is typically like an emotional or a mental effect. Examples. The failure of our new product dealt a blow to company morale. With every success, she deals another blow to her competitors. So here, we see deal a blow. To deal a blow to someone refers to causing a negative effect to someone or to something. So in this case, in the first example sentence, we saw dealt a blow to company morale. So something negative happened. So this product failed. And that dealt a blow. It means it caused a negative effect on company morale. So morale means like the spirit, everyone's spirit in the company, their enthusiasm. So it dealt a blow means it caused a negative effect. In other words, everybody was very unhappy because of the situation. In the second example sentence, we see kind of a positive situation for one person. With every success, she deals another blow to her competitors. So we see in this situation, there is a positive effect. Yes, her success is a positive effect. However, for her competitors, it's a very negative effect. Her success is good for her. Her success is bad for her competitors. So it's a negative effect. We can use deal a blow. So her success deals a blow to her competitors, causes a negative effect to the competitors. Okay, so those are a few ways to use the verb deal. I hope that you found something new or maybe found a new way to think about the verb. If you have any questions or comments or just want to try to make an example sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. First, let's start with the basic Couldn't quite fill all the time needed. Hi everybody, welcome back to Know Your Verbs. My name is Alicia, and in this episode, we're going to talk about the verb fill. Let's get started. Let's start with the basic definition of the verb fill. The basic definition of the verb fill is to put as much as possible into something. Some examples. Fill this cup with water. She filled her bag with books. Now let's look at the conjugations for this verb. Present, fill, fills. Past, filled. Past participle, filled. Progressive, filling. Now let's talk about some additional meanings for this verb. The first additional meaning is to take up all the space or to spread into a space. Examples. A delicious aroma filled the kitchen. Smoke is filling the room. Get out. So in these examples, we don't necessarily see like a physical object that we maybe pour or that we put into something else, but rather it's something, some material or some sort of like conceptual idea in some cases that can spread into a space. In this case, with these examples, I'm talking about a room. In the first example, it's a delicious aroma which filled a room. So we can't see it, but the aroma, so aroma means smell, like a nice smell. So a delicious aroma filled the room or filled the kitchen, meaning the aroma went into all parts of the room. So not just in one place, but we want to emphasize the aroma, the smell was everywhere. We use the verb fill to do that. In the second example sentence, it's about smoke. We see it in the progressive tense. Smoke is filling the room. So that means the room is not yet filled with smoke, but right now smoke is coming into the room. So smoke is entering the room very quickly. It's spreading into the room like it might fill the room. So we say smoke is filling the room. Get out. It's a dangerous situation. So it doesn't have to be a room. It doesn't have to be a physical space. We can also use like mental space as well. Like don't fill her head with crazy ideas, for example. It doesn't mean physically filling someone's head with ideas. It means giving them lots and lots of crazy ideas. So this can mean a physical space, yes, but it can also refer to conceptual spaces too. The second additional meaning for this verb is to put a person in a job. Some examples. Thank you for your interest, but the position has been filled. We need to fill the position by next month. So here we see fill used with words like position or job. So to fill a position means to find a person to do a specific job. In the first example sentence, it's actually a common expression used to decline someone for a job or used to reject someone. Thank you for your interest, but the position has been filled means we found another person to do the job you applied for. We don't need you. Sorry, in other words. So a job that has been filled is a job for which a person has been found. So someone has that job. It's done. It's finished. In the second example sentence, we need to fill this position by next month. It means we need to find a person to do this job. We need to put a person in this position to do this job by next month. So to fill a position refers to getting a person to do a job. Let's go on to the third additional meaning for fill. The next additional meaning for the verb fill is to fix cracks or breaks in a material with something. So let's look at some examples. My dentist filled a cavity yesterday. Let's fill this hole with glue. So these are kind of specific situations. My first example sentence refers to teeth. So I said my dentist filled a cavity yesterday. A cavity is a hole in your tooth. So when a dentist fills a cavity, the dentist uses a material to fill the hole. So there's something that's making the hole fixed, in other words. We're fixing the hole with a material. We use the word fill to talk about that. In the second example sentence, let's fill this hole with glue. It means there's maybe a hole in a wall or there's some, small crack or some small hole that needs to be fixed. someone might suggest, let's fill it with glue. So let's put glue inside the hole to fix the hole. So we can use the verb fill to refer to fixing like cracks or holes or breaks in one material by inserting another material inside. So the fourth additional meaning for the verb fill is to cause someone to feel an emotion strongly. Examples. Your good news fills me with joy. He heard a scream and it filled him with terror. So in these example sentences, we see one that's very happy, filled with joy, and another one that's quite scared, filled with terror. So to be filled with an emotion means it's like that's the one emotion that you feel. You feel that one emotion very strongly. So in the first example sentence, your good news filled me with joy means like I felt only happiness. I felt joy only. My whole body was full of, I was like made of, my whole body was composed of the emotion of joy. In the second example sentence, however, it's terror. Terror, he was filled with terror. Terror is a noun, which means fear. But terror is like a step above, or maybe two steps above fear. So terror, filled with terror is like he was very, very afraid, in other words. But we used filled with terror to like emphasize his whole body felt this one strong emotion. Okay. All right, let's continue on to some variations for this verb. The first variation is to fill in or to fill out. To fill in or to fill out means to complete or to write in information. Some examples. Please fill in the form. We filled out all the documents. So to fill in or to fill out means like to write your information on usually like a form, an application. You can use this for physically writing something, or you can use it for forms and like documents on the internet as well. This is okay for digital forms, digital information sharing. So when you need to give your information to someone else using like a form, using some kind of like, I don't know, checklist, some kind of sheet, we can use fill in or fill out to refer to that. So meaning complete everything here. The next variation is to fill someone's shoes, to fill someone's shoes. This expression means to be able to do the things another person, usually your predecessor, the person who came before you, was able to do. Examples. I don't know if this president can fill the shoes of the last president. Do you think she'll be able to fill her mentor's shoes? So this expression doesn't actually mean someone's foot being able to fill their predecessor's shoes. It doesn't mean that at all. It means, is this person, the current person, going to be able to do the things their predecessor did? So in the first example sentence, I don't know if this president can fill the shoes of the last president means, I don't know if this president is going to be able to do the same things that the last president was able to do. So that means like the last president was a very capable person, could do many things or had a positive role. So this usually means that like the predecessor was a kind of like honorable or maybe could do their job really well. It has a good nuance to it. So to fill someone's shoes is like to be able to do the same thing at the same level. In the second example sentence, do you think she'll be able to fill her mentor's shoes? It's a question about someone's ability to do the same things her mentor did or does. We don't know. But again, like, can she do the things her mentor is able to do? You might also hear the expression big shoes to fill. Big shoes to fill, which we don't tend to use like in a sentence. We'll just say like, oh, wow, you have big shoes to fill. Meaning your predecessor, the person who came before you, set a very high level for their job or maybe in their lifestyle. Like they were a really honorable or good person or very good at their job. So if you hear the expression, wow, he has big shoes to fill, it doesn't mean like actual foot size. It means they have like a big expectation to live up to. Interesting phrase. Okay, that's it. So those are a few new ways, I hope, for you to use the verb fill. I hope you found something new and interesting. Of course, if you have any questions or comments or want to practice making sentences, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Now that you're finished with this lesson, want to know if your English skills have improved? Take our free assessment test to assess your language, discover your true learning level, and get free access to a language course for your specific level. an easy-to-follow course where you learn the real language, the everyday conversations that you'll soon have, and absorb these practical conversations just by listening along, with quick audio and video lessons from real teachers. So click the link in the description and sign up for a free lifetime account to get assessed.
Nếu bạn thấy video này hữu ích, hãy chia sẻ và hãy ấn subscribe để cùng cập nhật thêm nhiều video